the very own city. That's what we were discussing just inside the room, that how each of us are associated with this city in some or the other way. So once again, a very warm welcome on behalf of HCL Foundation family. Myself, Anush Shrivastava, and before we begin the day, may I request all of you to please rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
मैं सभी से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, प्लीज आप लोग खड़े रहें फॉर द लैम्प लाइटनिंग सेरेमनी।
आरोग्यं धन संपदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धन संपदः शत्रुबुद्धि विनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धन संपदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धन संपदः।
Thank you. You all may be seated. A very warm welcome once again. As you all know that we all are gathered here for the HCLTech Grant Pan-India Symposiums. This is one of the flagship programs, again, doesn't need much introduction because most of you must have heard about HCLTech Grant before this. And this is the third time we are hosting the Pan-India Symposiums in this beautiful city called Bhubaneswar. The HCLTech Grant Pan-India Symposium are an efforts by HCL Foundation, CSR Box, and the academia to bring together NGOs, experts, government, corporates, and policy makers on same platform across India, so that they can interact, develop regional as well as sectoral understanding of CSR, and deliberate on how it can contribute to the larger goal of nation building. A special mention and gratitude to our academic partner today, Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences. Thank you so much, sir, for hosting us and for giving us an opportunity to be here in this beautiful campus. Started in 2015, the HCLTech Grant is a corporate social responsibility commitment by HCL Tech through HCL Foundation in India to strengthen and empower NGOs, engage with them, as well as recognize them for their path-breaking work. You all must be aware that this particular program is focused towards rural development, and the HCLTech Grant is awarded in 3 categories: environment, health, and education. Each year, the winning NGO are awarded with a grant of 5 crore for a 4-year project. The grant also rewards 2 finalists in each category with 25 lakh for a 1-year project, an association with HCL Foundation. Thus, the total committed fund by HCLTech Grant each year is 16.5 crore. What is happening this year? Any changes? And let me ask this question that many of you must be following HCLTech Grant. There's a big change we have bought this year and we have introduced this year. Would anybody like to answer that? क्या बात है, एक बार तालियां हो जाए हमारी ऑडियंस के लिए, हमारे एनजीओ दोस्तों के लिए, फ्रेंड्स के लिए. Yes, we are happy to announce a significant change in the eligibility criteria. The average expenditure of last 3 financial years has been reduced from 1 crore to 50 lakhs for NGOs applying in health and education category. It remains the same for environment category, which was earlier the case, which was 50 lakhs or above. In this glowing testimony of its impact, and I'm very proud to be sharing this with you that we have entered the 10th year of HCLTech Grant. With all your support, with all the support of civil society organizations, NGOs, social purpose organizations, we have successfully completed the journey of 9 years, and we are now entering into 10th year of HCLTech Grant. We have impacted over 2.2 million lives, reached over 27,000 villages, 131 districts, 22 states, and 2 union territories of India. So that's the reach of HCLTech Grant, and we are very proud of it. I'm happy to share with you that since 2017, HCLTech Grant has hosted 45 in-person symposiums covering the length and breadth of the country and 22 e-symposiums during the pandemic, witnessing participation of over 25,000 plus NGOs and thousands of people associated working in the social development space. This year too, we have the opportunity to meet and host non-profits in and around locations. This is the third symposium. As I mentioned, there are 5 more symposiums to further go. We are straight away flying from Bhubaneswar to Shillong tomorrow. The symposium is scheduled on Friday. So that's a quick brief, a quick introduction and context about the HCLTech Grant. And before we proceed, let me once again extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Deepak Kumar Behera, the Vice Chancellor of Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, for allowing us and for giving us an opportunity to be here. Before I invite, let me just quickly introduce Professor Behera. He's an internationally acclaimed anthropologist from Sambalpur, Odisha, is currently the VC of Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, deemed to be the university. He has previously served as the Vice Chancellor of Sambalpur University, Behrampur University, and Rajendra Nagar University, Bolangir. Under his leadership, Behrampur University achieved an A grade from NAAC, a first for state-funded universities in Odisha. He has held prestigious fellowships including the Fulbright and DAAD, and has taught and lectured globally. Professor Behera has over 120 research publications, authored, edited 22 volumes, and supervised 26 doctoral candidates. He has also served on the executive board of World Anthropology Association and other significant academic organizations. On that note, Professor Behera, I request you to please come here and share the words of wisdom with our audience today. Thank you.
Samastanku namaskar. Good morning. At the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to HCL Foundation, HCLTech Grant for giving me this privilege to share some of my ideas with the participants. ମୁଁ ପଚାରିଲି ସେମାନେ ମୋତେ ଆଲାଉ କରିଛନ୍ତି ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କହିବା ପାଇଁ, ସେଥିପାଇଁ ମୁଁ ବେଶୀ ପାର୍ଟିସିପେଣ୍ଟ ଆମର ଓଡ଼ିଶାରୁ ଆସିଛନ୍ତି, ସବୁ ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଜିଲ୍ଲାରୁ, ମୁଁ ସେଥିପାଇଁ ଓଡ଼ିଆରେ କହିବି। ଆଉ first, I would like to congratulate the HCLTech Grant team, HCL Foundation, for doing such wonderful work. I am very impressed, and you deserve appreciation. ताली गोटे जोर रहो HCL Foundation को पाई। आ जंती मु इंटरेक्ट करूथली ताकर सीनियर फंक्शनरीज मान को संगरे से बढ़िया काम करुछंती। आपण मानकर प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल जंती कहूथले विभिन्न एरिया रे बहुत गुड़ा वर्टिकल्स अच्छी। एजुकेशन आपण करि परिबे, स्किल बिल्ड रे आपण करि परिबे, आपण एनवायरनमेंट रे करि परिबे, हेल्थ सेक्टर रे भी आपणकर प्रोजेक्ट प्रपोजल सबमिट करि परिबे। एटा गोटे कॉम्पिटिटिव ग्रांट प्रोजेक्ट आपणकर यूनिक हेतला आपणकर पाइबार बेसी चांस अच्छे गोटे ऑर्डिनरी प्रोजेक्ट लेखिकी सबमिट कले हेनी सो इट मस्ट बी यूनिक एंड इनोवेटिव गोटे नेशन रु बड़ बड़ सब जूरी माने ताकू जज करेंगे आपणकर प्रोजेक्ट जदि भल थिबो ताले आपण पाई परिबे सो आपण माने समस्त को एनकरेज करेंगे एटा करंतु एप्लाय करंतु एटा गोटे देखंतु गोटे आईटी इंडस्ट्री रो सीएसआर प्रोग्राम मु कलिंग इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ सोशल साइंस रो वाइस चांसलर मुझे कहबी आमर यूनिवर्सिटी विषय रे आमर 40,000 स्टूडेंट अच्छंती आमे स्टैंडर्ड 1 रु पीएचडी पर्यंत एमए पर्यंत ना एमए एमएससी एमकॉम नहीं पीएचडी पर्यंत आम एडमिट करूँ वी प्रोवाइड देम एजुकेशन फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट फ्री लॉजिंग फ्री बोर्डिंग फ्री हेल्थ केयर इवन जिते तांकर स्टडी मटेरियल वी प्रोवाइड देम फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट आटा संभव हो पारिछि एटा संभव हो पारिछि आमर जे फाउंडर विजनरी मिशनरी डॉक्टर अच्युत सामंत आटा जो आप बसी एटा किट आमे को किट किस इज वन आटा गोटे यूनिक मॉडल किट किम्स रु जहाँ भी फंड जेनरेट हुए सेटा डाइवर्ट हुए किस को आ किस रे आमे से पढ़े पार्छु एत पिला वी हैव स्टूडेंट नॉट ओनली फ्रॉम द स्टेट ऑफ ओडिशा not only from the tribal pockets of Orissa, we have students also from the neighboring state like Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Bihar, and also we have Adivasi student from Northeast. What a criterion, not many criteria. One important criterion, they must be from BPL background, below poverty line. Adivasi ହେଇଥିବେ ଆଉ बिलो पॉवर्टी लाइन बीपीएल कार्ड थिले तांको पिला मानको मागणा रे एठी हमें पढौछु एंड वी हैव प्रोड्यूस थाउजेंड एंड थाउजेंड ऑफ ग्रेजुएट्स पोस्ट ग्रेजुएट्स हमर 279 रिसर्च स्कॉलर वी हैव 279 रिसर्च स्कॉलर्स सो आई वाज थिंकिंग ऑफ ए प्रोजेक्ट हमर प्रत्येक जिल्ला रु प्रत्येक रिमोट रूरल हो कि ट्राइबल बेल्ट रु हम पिला अछंती सो probably we can think of an innovative project and they are our indigenous scholar. I was sharing my idea with Ravinji that Atmanirbharshil Janajati Yuva Udyami this is like self-reliant tribal youth entrepreneurs. So jo pila mane achanti sometime we launch our program sitting in a auditorium like this or in a AC chamber and jo mane hochanti main stakeholder tankar their voices remain unheard. We never take them into confidence. It's very important to listen to their voices. Seti pai bodhe ame bhabu apan mane bi asantu mo samast ko anurodh karichi apan je bi achanti Mahanti sir agre baschanti Pragya madam ko mu dekhuni आ प्रज्ञा मैडम महांती सर को रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी दूसरी आप बुले देखा दे शुड सी एंड सी टू बिलीव आमर जो फाउंडर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर अच्युत सामंत से कौन कर देखिले खुशी हे एत पिला केंती पाठ पढ़ुंट आमर स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर अच्छी एंड दे आर डूइंग एक्सीडिंगली वेल इन गेम्स एंड स्पोर्ट्स आपण माने मु जानिनी केते जानिचंती कि एबे गोटे कह जाउछि कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट दैट इज ए बजवर्ड इन एनईपी 2020 सो ऑल स्टूडेंट्स शुड बी इन द लैप ऑफ नेचर इट्स वेरी वेरी इंपोर्टेंट एंड नाउ एचसीएल कैन प्ले मेजर रोल देयर एंड तापर से माने गोटे कहउचंती इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ एआई इनटू कोर्स करिकुलम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस वेयर आल्सो लॉट ऑफ स्कोप इज देयर सो आई रिक्वेस्ट ऑल द सीनियर फंक्शनरी टू गो थ्रू the NEP 2020 document and plan your future accordingly because AI re HCL what an important role kariba how AI can be integrated for rural development how AI can be integrated into course curriculum of different university in the state of Orissa and in different parts of India so that is very very important आमे कौन करिबा जदि सेही हिसाब रे जदि हमरो कोर्स करिकुलम पिलांकु जेकरी कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट करवा कम्युनिटी एंगेजमेंट रे if a course curriculum can be developed by HCL, that would be fantastic. And like if it is not possible for you to train all the students, you train the teachers, like imparting a program like training of the trainer. You train the senior functionaries of different NGO in IT, so that how IT can be used to overcome the digital divide. That is a major problem in Odisha, the digital divide. There are pockets where you don't get, net facilities and COVID ସମୟରେ ଯେମିତି ହେଲା ଆପଣମାନେ ଜାଣିଥିବେ ପିଲାମାନେ ପଢ଼ିବା ପାଇଁ ରିମୋଟ୍ ଏରିଆକୁ ସେମାନେ କ'ଣ କଲେ ଗଛ ଉପରେ ଯାଇକି ପାହାଡ଼ ଉପରେ ଯାଇକିରି ତାଙ୍କର କନେକ୍ଟିଭିଟି ନଥିବାରୁ ଯାଇକି ସେଠି କଲେ ଗୋଟେ ଫୋନ୍ ଗୋଟେ ପରିବାରରେ ଦୁଇଟା ତିନିଟା ପିଲା ଆଉ ସେମାନେ କେମିତି how did they manage how one mobile was circulated among 3-4 brothers and sisters, because all of them were studying and they were attending online classes. So when I look at the course curriculum, I have been in the teaching profession for last 35 years, 40 years. ମୁଁ ଦେଖୁଛି ଯୋଉଟା ପାଠ ଆମେ ପଢୁଛୁ ସେଟା practical life ରେ ବ୍ୟବହାର କରି ପାରୁନାହାନ୍ତି. I must extend my heartfelt thanks to the representatives of NGO. They are doing really great work. So this is my confession as an educationist. किंतु आमे बहुत समय को नहीं टीचिंग कम्युनिटी लोक मैंने से माने खाली कॉन्सेप्ट थ्योरी पढ़ाती और इंडस्ट्री लोक कहे whatever project they form, those are not realistic. आमे कहबू एनजीओ मानकर grounding नहीं theory concept रे. It's a blame game, we keep on blaming each other, one another. But I think I must thank HCL Foundation. They have created a platform like this where representatives of NGO, representatives of educational institution and representatives of HCL can come and sit and work together. They can think of a innovative project. जो actually high-tech आजिकली जुगार सब जगह बहुत समय high-tech रे कौन हुए ना, we never transfer the appropriate technology. We transport technology which is not befitting to a locality. Let me, I don't know, can I speak for another 5-7 minutes, sir? I'm getting excited. See, Dharantu mu gote kouchi gote kichhi gote entrepreneurship, sir. This is a very, very important. Many of the rural youths are now unemployed. They are not getting jobs. So entrepreneurship is a area for exploration for HCL Foundation. So entrepreneurship, how can let them NGO mane achanti, ame bi achu, semane gote area re resource mapping karantu, human resource, material resource and cultural resource. Dharini ajo gote, let me give concrete example. ଆପଣ ମାଙ୍କେଡ଼ିଆ ଗୋଟେ ଶୁଣିଥିବେ ଗୋଟେ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି ଆଦିବାସୀ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟିର ନାଁ ସେମାନେ ସେମି ନୋମାଡିକ୍ ବାଇ ନେଚର ଆଉ ସେମାନେ ଦେ ଆର୍ ଭେରି ଗୁଡ୍ ଆଟ୍ ଇନ୍ ରୋପ୍ ମେକିଂ ଆଣ୍ଡ ଦେ ପ୍ରିପେୟାର କୋରସ୍ ଭେରାଇଟି ଅଫ୍ ରୋପ୍ ଏମାନେ ରେଡ଼ାକୋଲ ଏରିଆରେ ଆପଣ ଦେଖିବେ ଆଉ କିଛି ଅନୁଗୁଳ ଏରିଆରେ ଦେଖିବେ ଏଇ ଯେଉଁ ମାଙ୍କେଡ଼ିଆ କମ୍ୟୁନିଟି କଥା ମୁଁ କହୁଛି ଆଉ ସେମାନେ ଗୋଟେ ଗଛର ବାର୍କ ଛାଲିରୁ ସେମାନେ ସେଟା ର ମେଟେରିଆଲ ଆଉ ସେଟା ରେଡ଼ାକୋଲ ଏରିଆରେ ବହୁତ ମିଳେ that raw material is plentifully available in that area where they inhabit a ରେଡ଼ାକୋଲ resin ଆଉ rope making is their traditional occupation ତାଙ୍କର ହେଉଛି ଏଟା ହେଉଛି ଗୋଟେ traditional occupation କାହାର ମାଙ୍କେଡ଼ିଆ ମାନଙ୍କର so that is their primary occupation. Material resource is available in that locality. ଆଉ ଗୋଟେ ଜିନିଷ ଦେଖନ୍ତୁ କଲଚରାଲ ରିସୋର୍ସ ମ୍ୟାପିଂ ତାଙ୍କ କଲଚର କହୁଛି ରୋପ୍ ମେକିଂ ବହୁତ ବଢ଼ିଆ ଜିନିଷ ଆଉ ରୋପ୍ ମେକିଂ ତାଙ୍କର ବିଭିନ୍ନ ଲିଜେଣ୍ଡ ଫୋକଟେଲ୍ ମିଥରେ ତାଙ୍କର ସବୁ ରୋପ୍ ମେକିଂ ବିଷୟରେ ଅଛି ସୋ ହିୟର ଇଜ୍ ଏ ହୋଲି କନଭର୍ଜେନ୍ସ ସି ଦ୍ୟାଟ୍ ଇଜ୍ ଦେୟାର ପ୍ରାଇମେରୀ ଅକ୍ୟୁପେସନ୍ ରୋପ୍ ମେକିଂ And that raw material, that is human resource. They are very good, adopt in rope making. That is human resource, material resource, that resource is available in their locality. Cultural resources, the culture supports rope making. That is why rope making finds a place in their folklore, folktale, legend, myth, and they take it as a noble profession. E tinta jako hala. So ame rope making jodi sethi naba, and if you transfer technology, or if you bring in some kind of improvement, semane chorus variety khododa e jo rasi banauchanti taku refined variety kari kari, and if you can market that in in the global like a ethnic product. So that kind of idea, I can give you example of hundreds example jo thre ki human resource, material resource, cultural resource thibo, NGOs mane thibe taku help kariba pai, ame bi thibu, apon mane transfer of appropriate technology can be done by IT sector like HCL, and that is a win-win situation. Ame tanku gote nuwa jinso no koi coffee plantation, marketia mane to semi-nomadic, se coffee plantation kon karibe. We come out with our very vague idea, not innovative idea, and sometime we do experimentation. Ame experiment karu, jotre ke semane labhavan huantini. Amor idea, ame enti gote basi jiba gote kiछि plan kar daba. No, 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 nothing more, nothing less. Ame jodi karibar achi, we have to involve the stakeholder. The most important stakeholder is the community member. They should be taken into confidence, and their voices should be heard. Apan mane kamo karuchanti NGO re, apan mane vastly experienced people. Apan kahi paribe, bhinna bhinna project ani paribe. IT sector re kenti mane karantu HCL, विशेष करी हेल्थ सेक्टर रे भी आमर गोटे किम्स अच्छी, वी हैव ए ब्रांच लाइक किम्स. सो एटी गोटे माय इन माय वाइल्ड इमेजिनेशन लेट मी थ्रो अनदर. सो किम्स किट किस एटा तीनटा अनुष्ठान अच्छी, एंड वी आर ऑल्सो थिंकिंग अबाउट like institutional social responsibility. The way you think about corporate social responsibility, we think about institutional social responsibility. It is our responsibility to reach out people. आमे बे NGO मान को संगे MOU करिचु, बहुत गुड़ा NGO संगे आमे जो माने लीड NGO करुचु, तांको संगे मिसी की आमे काम करुचु. क्या आमर उड़ा outreach program अच्छे, आमे खाली एकुटिया करी परिवनी. So we are interested, if you want to be a partner of KISS, you are welcome. आपण महांतीओं संगे अच्छी कांटेक्ट करी परिवे, प्रज्ञा मैडम अच्छी करी परिवे. मु जोटा कहतली इंस्टीट्यूशनल सोशल, so like a project, the project will have three components. आमे गोटे model village नवा. Let us think, about model village. And if we do intervention like, holistic intervention, we'll आपण holistic बोले कौन? Education, health, economy. These are three important sector for intervention to make it a holistic development program. Amara model village, supposing KIT will do the intervention from management perspective, IT management, and KIMS will do intervention from health perspective, because KIMS Kalinga Institute of Medical Sciences. KISS dekhibo education, because we have been handling their pedagogy for long time. So आमे कौन करिबा जंती NGOs माने गोटे पार्टनर हेबे, लोकल एरिया रो जदि से पार्टनर हेबे, HCL भी आसीबो. HCL will be the nodal agency to implement that project, and if all the sister institutions like KIT, KIMS, and the NGOs will be partner there. It's a big project, and there will be visible result. I can assure you, because we are also involving the stakeholder, their voices, I was speaking to Ravin Saab about a technology, digitally mediated data collection from key informants through indigenous scholar. We have 279 indigenous research scholars. They are getting all fellowship, MOTA fellowship, Ministry of Tribal Affairs fellowship. And they are doing research in remote area, rural and tribal area. So, and if we can collect data through this indigenous scholar from key informants, maybe from NGOs, and develop a project, that project would be more meaningful. That project would be realistic. That project would be innovative. आमे कौन कुछ अनेक समय NGO माने भी आमे जितने की जानिलु सेतिक रु कौन उठा लखी की पके दले हबनी. आपण जो HCL टेक जो ग्रांट कथा कहते इट्स एक्सट्रीमली कॉम्पिटिटिव फेलोशिप ग्रांट आपण मानकु सेतिकी बढ़िया भाव में लिखा हम यू हैव टू इन्वॉल्व वेरियस पीपल यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड द बेसिक कॉन्सेप्ट देन ओनली यू कैन compete with other partners NGO other NGOs in the country mate both finally my time is over I have overrun I am extremely sorry but I enjoyed and please keep on coming. This is your institute and on behalf of our honorable founder Professor Dr. Achyuta Samanta once again I welcome everyone and thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Sir, I request you to please stay back on the stage for just 2 minutes. Firstly, a big round of applause for Professor Behera and sir, sincere thanks for the words of inspiration and great ideas what you have shared. And be assured, on behalf of HCL Foundation, I take this liberty to go back and discuss all these ideas with our director, Dr. Nidhi Pundhir, under the aegis of her foundation has been running and successfully completed its journey of over a decade time. And we will definitely get back to you, sir, on how we can further collaborate and involve more number of civil society organizations in this endeavor. On that note, if I may request Mr. Nitesh Sinha to please come and give a small token of appreciation to Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences. And if we can have a round of applause for, once again, Professor Behera and KISS team. And if I also may request Mr. Robin Thomas, the man leading from the forefront, to come on the stage for the photo opportunity. In fact, I would, if I can call the HCL Foundation team, I think that would be great. And, Professor, if you can also join, Bhaumik, if you can also please come. Bhaumik Shah, again, a person needs no introduction. All of you would be aware, the pioneer who has started and have continued with this long journey. So that's the small team traveling throughout cities in India, meeting civil society organizations and trying to work, collaborate for more meaningful work and to produce better impact. Yeah. Thank you very much, everybody. All right, so on that note, again, it's a very emotional moment now that we have next agenda line item lined up. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. And if we can have a round of applause for Professor Behera once again. And sincere thanks on behalf of Foundation, sir.
मोर गोटे मीटिंग अच्छी से मु क्षमा चाहूँगी मते जीवाको हबो. नमस्कार.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. So as I was saying, this is going to be an emotional moment for a person who I'm going to invite on stage. None other than my colleague, Mr. Gaurav Majumdar, the very own alum of the Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences, currently the technical lead of skills and livelihood vertical under the HCL Foundation. If we can have a round of applause for Mr. Majumdar. Gaurav, I request you to, if you can, take our audience through the foundation and the tech. What is it that we do at Foundation? Thank you.
Thank you, Anuj. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be back, my own second home, Bhubaneswar. I studied from KIT University. I did my MBA, Rural Management. And I also got married in Bhubaneswar. So it's a double joy for me to be back here. So before going further, first of all, welcome all the NGO participants who traveled for this HCLTech Grant Symposium. It's one of the most knowledgeable symposium HCLTech Grant host every year. And through this symposium, all our NGO participants comes to know what is the application process and how they are able to kind of fill the application and what are the requirements. So before getting into that, I will take you through the HCL Foundation overview. What is HCL Foundation? So HCL Foundation is the CSR arm of HCLTech. And we deliver the CSR agenda of HCL Tech since last more than 10 years. And HCL Tech is the listed company, and it's one of top 3 IT companies in India. And yeah. So if I talk about the vision of HCL Foundation, we are the source code for the social and economic development. So HCL Foundation always believes that we try to get into the problem where it has originated. So we try to address that problem into that area. So that's why we call the source code for the social and economic development. Then the mission is definitely, we always try to, it's not only about the social and economic development, but also the environmental development, the clean energy, the entire holistic development, how HCL Foundation is working. And HCL Foundation always believes the entire community should have a holistic approach while the development happens in and around the community. So if you see the SDG, we touch all the sustainable development goal. It's a no poverty, clean energy, economic development, women empowerment, all the technological intervention. So through HCL Foundation, through our different flagship program, we will come across in the upcoming slide. So we touch all the sustainable development goals which are listed, and we try to kind of touch down each and every goals specifically. Yeah. Can we go next? So this is the footprint of HCL Foundation. So far, we have reached more than 21 states, 3 union territories, and 122 districts in the country. And this is an impact which you can see that since last more than a decade, we have gone through. We have touched down all those difficult terrains, difficult geographies spread across the country. And some of the programs, just to mention, just go back a little bit. Yeah. Some of the programs which are highlighted, the HCL Tech is the business unit, wherever you can see the triangle. Then Samudaya is the one of the flagship program of HCL Foundation, which is the rural development program, which we are doing it in the Uttar Pradesh. There is a district called Hardoi. And we implement the program directly through our team. It's a team of 350 professionals who are based out of a district in Hardoi, where we do all kind of a development program, be it in agriculture, livestock, education, health, skill development, livelihood, so all that. Then we have a HCL Tech Grant, for which we are already here. It's an award-winning program giving to the NGOs, and HCL Tech Grant is a program which connects the Bharat to India. That is the best part of the HCL Tech Grant. It is one of the most prestigious grant in the country, where we reach more than, I guess, 15,000 application, and out of which 15,000 application, only few of them got selected for the final entries. So whoever comes to that stage, they already are into the winner. So it's a very learning process. It's almost like a 1-year process when we enter into the grant application. Then another flagship program, HCL Uday, which is a urban CSR program, where we work on the location where the HCL Tech has a business unit present. So HCL Tech has a business unit in 11 locations in India. Wherever we are present, we do the urban CSR program. We call the neighborhood development approach. It's an integrated community development approach, we call them, where we work on the in and around the city. So we are present in Noida, Lucknow, Nagpur, Pune. These are the metropolitan area where we are working. Chennai, Bangalore, Madurai. So these are the 11 locations we are working, where we'll be talking more about in the upcoming slide. Then we have another flagship program, My Clean City, which is present in Noida. We are working with the RWAs to clean the city. And in fact, through My Clean City, Noida become the most clean city in India through our effort, our intervention. Then we have another flagship program called HCL Harit, which is a very latest flagship program we have introduced, and it's an environmental initiative where we are working on the afforestation, plantation, water bodies. So it's not only restricted to HCL Foundation geography, but the entire pan-India we are working. In fact, we are also working in Chilika and other parts of the coastal region in Odisha through that. And the last is the DRR, because we also believe that disaster is the very important program for any community to work on, and that's why HCL Foundation always work on the disaster relief and rehabilitation through approach. And in fact, Odisha is one of the most resilient state through disaster, and every year you bounce back with more stronger approach. This is the total reach, 6.5 million lives we have impacted so far, and more than 54% female participation, and 46% are male, and more than 12,000 PWD candidates with whom we are working across the pan-India. So we also work with the planet. More than 72,000 acre of land we have brought under community management. 2.03 million tree sapling we have planted across. 500,000 tons of waste we have managed. 76 billion liter water we have harvested, and we are also working with animal. So 91,000 animals we have treated and protected. Yeah. So this is the framework of HCL Foundation, and why we are taking you through, because when you apply for a HCL grant application, you must understand what are the ideological principle of HCL Foundation and what HCL Foundation does. So maybe some of the NGOs who may not be qualifying for HCL grant, they may apply for HCL Uday or HCL Harit or any other program, or HCL Samuday could be. So it's better for all our CBOs who are here, who traveled across for this symposium, they should know what HCL Foundation is doing, so that it gives an opportunity for you to explore further into that. So as I mentioned that Samuday, it's working in the Hardoi. In fact, we have expanded our program into the southern part of the country called Tutikudi, which is near the Madurai district, Tuticorin district. Same model will be replicated. It's in the very initial phase. HCL grant we have already spoke. Thematic area, just wanted to highlight. We are working in early childhood care and development called ECCD, because we believe that all the children who are below the age of 0 to 6 years of age, we give them all kind of an education, nutrition through Anganwadi. We are working in education, government school, health. We are strengthening the community health center, PHC, across the rural India and urban India. WASH is one of the most important program. We are working with different NGO partner on WASH. Skill development, which I'm leading at HCL Uday. We are working more than 30 plus NGO partner across the country, and more than 120,000 youth, including male and female. Women also, we train them on different skill, be it a technological skill, be it a traditional skills as well. Environment, we already spoke about HCL Harit program, which is a flagship initiative of flagship program of HCL Foundation. DRR, which I've already spoke, and gender is definitely cross-cutting. So all our program have a huge influence on the gender. We promote working with the women in all our programs, and also the PWD candidates. Special initiative, I'll just take the, yeah, maybe we can go like that. We can just press, yeah. Harit, already we have spoken about it. Samuday is only focusing on the rural communities, which is in the Hardoi and the Tutikudi. We can go next. Yeah, My Clean City, earlier it was a My Clean, what was? My Noida, Clean Noida. Now we have changed into the My Clean City. So we are not only working in Noida, we are also working in Greater Noida, which is a part of the Gautam Budh Nagar district. Yeah, we can go next. Uday, we have already spoken about. Uday is 1.03 million lives we have impacted so far. And through its urban CSR program, under which we have a different thematic. And the model which HCL Foundation works is the convergence model. So each and every thematic, let's say education, health, ECCD, skill development, all are converging to each other. So when we enter any household, we try to provide a basket of services to them. So let's say if we enter a household for education, we try to provide them a service of health facility. We try to provide them a service of skill development and livelihood. So they try to break the vicious cycle of poverty. And the poverty cycle is very rigorous until and unless we do not provide the different kind of services to them. One of the model where HCL Foundation has a huge belief and huge strength is the linking with the government social security schemes. We have a different social security schemes present across in the state and the center. We try to link those schemes to the last mile delivery of the household through the NGO partners, definitely, through the line departments. And we try to bring those services so that we complement government efforts. And HCL Foundation believes that let's not create a parallel structure what the government is doing. And that's what HCL Grant is also looking for, the proof of concept. So whenever you are submitting an application, it should have a proof of concept that you are coming up with. So that it's complement the government's effort, it's complement the administration, so that it can have a ripple effect in the line of intervention. Yeah. HCL Grant we have spoken about. It's more than 200,000 life impacted, 22 states, 2 union territories, and 131 districts, and 27,394 villages. So it's spread across the entire pan-India, especially Northeast is also touched upon the HCLTech Grant, which is very rare by any CSR in the country. And that's how we have reached to Nagaland, we have reached to the other difficult terrain of the country like Kashmir. So those are the area where HCLTech Grant is operating. Yeah. So we have some special initiatives, like we have a flagship programs in HCL Foundation. We have a special initiatives which are also very much focused, which are very much aligned what HCL Foundation is doing. One is the Power of One. And it's one of the most significant initiative of HCL Foundation. That's how the entire HCL Foundation started actually, through Power of One only. When HCL Foundation started, it's a employee engagement. It's through employee engagement only. Whoever the employees of HCL Tech, that time it was HCL Technologies. So whoever the part of the HCL Tech ecosystem, they used to volunteer through their time and effort to contribute for the betterment of the community through some giving time in the school or sports activity or any kind of blanket distribution. So we do the Power of One very structured way in HCL Foundation. And all the volunteers, all the techies who are working with us, more than 250,000 in HCL Tech ecosystem, so they volunteer their time and effort with us. They go to the school, they go for a sports coaching, they go to our skill development center, train the youth how to write a resume, how to prepare for an interview. So this is coming through the Power of One. We have an entire team led by Ms. Simi Suri, who is the General Manager at HCL Foundation. We have an entire team who's managing the entire portfolio. Then, yeah, this is the second initiative, Sports for Change, which got a very high traction recent time. In fact, one of the participants for Sports for Change, Jarlin Anika, who got the Arjuna Award by the Honorable President of the India recently. And that is in the Deaf Olympic she got. And can we go next? This is another special initiative which I am leading called My E-Heart, which is a very online e-commerce portal. It's very similar to any kind of e-commerce portal, but the difference is it connects the artisan to the community, artisan to the customer. And even Professor Behra was saying that we have so many indigenous art present in the state. In fact, we are working in Odisha with Sambalpur, with Patachitra, with Applic, and all these art and craft, handloom and handicraft sector kind of products are available on this portal. And through that, we are able to connect to the customer across not only in India, but across the entire overseas. Yeah. Can we go next? This is the last initiative called HCL Foundation Academy. And through Academy, we are trying to do the capacity building of our civil society organizations on different subject matter courses. In fact, Dr. Surbhi will talk more about how this CSR and its applied aspect, it's going to become the game changer through HCL Foundation Academy, and we have reached to so many. I believe that some of our participants, I can see Shreya, she is one of our learner from HCL Foundation Academy, she is part of it. So I can see that a lot of potential through Academy, we reach out to the so many participants through this platform. Yeah. So these are some of the awards we have received from Government of India. Can we go next? So this is just a glance of HCLTech as a company. I mentioned it's the third largest IT company in India. We have around 250,000 employees across the world. In fact, 150,000 employees in India, present in 11 locations. We have a operation in 60 countries and top employer in 26 countries. Yeah, can we go next? So we believe in climate, people, community, planet, and through definitely HCL Foundation as a CSR, we have a huge believer and huge kind of a system that how do we kind of work towards the betterment of the community and planet. Yeah. HCLTech among the 2024 world most ethical companies. This is one of the award we recently got. Yeah, can we go next? These are the area where the HCLTech is looking for. Definitely the digital era, AI, the cloud computing, engineering, and the software. So these are the kind of areas where HCLTech has a huge penetration and huge investment in those sectors. Yeah. I think, yeah. Thank you so much. And once again, on behalf of HCL Foundation, I would like to have a heartfelt gratitude for all our civil society organizations who are present here and who has spent the entire day with us. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Gaurav, for taking us through the foundation overview and what the HCLTech as a company does. In fact, this is one slide what Professor Behra was precisely talking about, that how being a tech company, we can, possibly come up with more innovative ideas and collaborate with the larger social development fraternity. So on that note, thank you once again, Gaurav. In fact, Gaurav mentioned about the HCLF Academy, and that's the reason I sort of tried to run from there. And I'll just take maybe 45 seconds time. One of the very, very impressive initiative by Foundation HCLF Academy. Many of you, I'm sure, would have experienced or might have enrolled in some of the courses which we run on the HCL Foundation Academy. But please do reach out to the foundation team members who are present here to know more about the courses which we run on Academy. Because this is one platform which is absolutely free of cost. You can get enrolled, and there are very innovative courses which we are running, which might be very useful in terms of executing your own developmental programs on ground. So on that note, let's move in the interest of time. We are now going to have certain master classes, especially lined up for the audience. And to begin with, let me invite Dr. Surbhi Yadav for the master class on CSR laws and its new amendments. Dr. Surbhi, she comes with a strong research background, and she's also a PhD. Ma'am, you can please join me on the dais here. And PhD in CSR, has more than a decade of experience in advocacy, policy and compliance advisory, corporate training, development, capacity building, implementation of CSR studies. She is a certified CSR professional and has been a master trainer with Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. She has been very instrumental, has been associated with the foundation in the capacity of an CSR advisor, have been guiding us. And in fact, I would request Dr. Yadav if you can throw some more light on the academy as a part of your talk. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Anuj. Namaskar, Bhubaneswar. To begin with, I would express a lot of gratitude. My heart is actually very full. I was speaking to the team in the morning. All of us have some connect with Orissa. I have done my education, my preliminary education. My schooling is from Orissa, from the remote town of Barbil in the Keonjhar district. the small town, and they are so happy to see a chief minister. Mr. Maji is also from Keonjhar district. So I have actually closely seen the tribal community, and I have seen that integration. My father is an engineer with one of the mining companies. He was with SAIL. So I have been born and brought up in that mining belt, and I have seen those lal mitti, and you know, हमने कभी सफेद कपड़े पहने ही नहीं बचपन में. So I know the realities of Orissa, and I'm so thankful today to be here as a trainer. Now, let's start the ball rolling. And here I have just been given 20 minutes. So I'll try to compress as much as possible and give back as much as possible. And before we start the master class on CSR, I would like to know how many of you are actually aware of CSR? CSR शब्द हम सब ने शायद सुना होगा. Most of us have heard about CSR because we are all NGOs. How many of you are aware of Section 135? Yes, I can see Shreya, our student from the academy. In fact, Shreya is also a colleague with me. You know, she's working in one of the projects with us in one of the NGOs. Priya Batra, he's also here, right? He's also part of the academy. So 2 from the academy. Anybody else? Yes, great, great. So we have 4 or 5 hands. Awesome. But we have around 200 audience here who are all working in the CSR sector, but we need to know the law, right? And this masterclass is not only for the HCLTech or not only for the corporate, that is HCLTech, but today what we are going to deliver in next 40-45 minutes, after me even Bhaumik is going to come in, we'll be talking about the sector specific. कि क्या करना चाहिए, how to go about it. I'll do little English and little Hindi. I'm sure all of you are comfortable in Hindi. Okay, so I'll have a mix of both the languages over here. Can I have the slides, please? So, okay, to begin with, we can move to the next slide. Okay. So as I said, we have been given just 20 minutes. I'm part of the HCL Foundation Academy. There we run a 3-month online program on CSR, which is corporate social responsibility. It's applied aspect. In the morning, Mr. Deepak was very, very well pointing out कि हम policy level पे कुछ बोलते हैं, AC rooms में हम कुछ पढ़ाते और कुछ कहते हैं, पर actual, when you go out, when you go on the ground, the situation is very different. Whereas when you come to the academy, our students are the testimonials out here who can talk to you about it. We talk about the practical implications, how to decode the law and then how to implement it on the ground. So as we cannot cover everything in next 20 minutes, we have put all the resources here. You can register on this link. You can download all the documents. We have shared all the documents that we use in the academy also. All the laws, notification, amendments, FAQs, everything is there. So you may please note it down and you can make a note of it. And all of you, yes, please open your folders, your pads and the pen, because next another 1.5 to 2 hours, there is so much to take away from these sessions that we are going to have over here. So to begin with, I'll start from where the CSR started, you know. अगर मैं स्टार्ट की बात करूं हिस्टोरिकली तो राजा महाराजाओं के समय तक शायद मुझे पहुंचना पड़ेगा, बट आई कम टू द मॉडर्न एरा एंड द ऑर्गेनाइज्ड सीएसआर दैट वी टॉक अबाउट, दैट इज व्हाट आई विल बी टॉकिंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू अबाउट. So CSR in India was implemented on 1st of April 2014. And it was a landmark decision, you know. I think we all should give a round of applause to our government on that note. Because India was the first country to have mandated CSR. That was the time I was pursuing my PhD, and believe me, there was no literature available on CSR. आज आप type करो CSR, हजारों papers आपको मिल जाएंगे. And that was the time there was no literature available on CSR except for NVG guidelines and all of that. So, okay, on 1st of April 2014, law came into being, and for the first time any country had mandated CSR. जब मैं कह रही हूँ mandated CSR मतलब कंपल्सरी कर दिया कुछ कंपनीज के लिए कि आपको करना ही पड़ेगा कम्युनिटी के लिए. सो ये पहली बार 2014 में हुआ, राइट. मूविंग फॉरवर्ड गवर्नमेंट थॉट कि हमको अब हमने एक नया लॉ लेके आए हैं, सो वील ऑल्सो नीड टू रिव्यू इट कि कैसा चल रहा है ऑन द ग्राउंड, हाउ इट इज हैपनिंग. सो दे कॉन्स्टिट्यूटेड अ हाई लेवल कमिटी इन 15, बट एज द लॉ वॉज वेरी न्यू, वेरी प्रिलिमिनरी, वी डिड अनदर high-level committee was being set up in 2018, who gave their reviews in 19 and 20, and on the basis of that, if you all remember, वो COVID का समय भी था. It took some time, but in January 2021, new amendments came in. and it entirely changed CSR once again. 360-degree change, if I may say. So, आप में से कितने लोग हैं यहाँ पे? All of you are from NGOs, I believe. How many of you have received CSR funding so far? पिछले 10 सालों में. Very good, I can see few hands going up. How many of you have received CSR funding before the 21 amendments? 21 से पहले, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, great. So these are the people all of you should connect with. They'll tell you how the things have changed on the ground. How the law became stringent, how the corporate became more organized, had to become. They were directed to do so. So today when corporate asks you for the utilization, when corporate asks you for the M&B reporting, when corporate pushes you on finishing your task within the given timeline, it's actually the big daddy MCA who has asked them to do that, you know. It's through the new amendments that have come in, which are actually forcing them to do all of that. So these are the guidelines which had come up. Now moving forward, next 2-3 slides are the basic slides which we use in our academy. I'm sure again our students would relate to that. So these 2-3 slides will be talking about what is the law actually. What does CSR law talk about? So, बड़ा ही छोटा सा law है. Father of Indian CSR, Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, I heard from him the other day where he said कि जब law बनाने कहा गया तो कहा गया कि सिर्फ 1,500-2 हज़ार ही शब्द दिए गए थे. इतने में ही आपको वो लॉ फिट इन करना है कंपनीज एक्ट में. दैट वे द वर्ड लिमिट दैट वर गिवन टू देम. सो देयर आर जस्ट 9 प्रोविजंस इफ आई मे से व्हिच आर देयर इन सेक्शन 135. एंड व्हाट डू दे टॉक अबाउट? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल दे टॉक अबाउट द क्वालिफाइंग क्राइटेरिया. कौन कर सकता है CSR? क्या सारी कंपनीज का CSR होता है? नहीं. एक एलिजिबिलिटी क्राइटेरिया उन्होंने बनाया ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ 3 फैक्टर्स. वन वाज नेटवर्थ ऑफ 500 करोड़, टर्नओवर ऑफ 1000 करोड़ एंड नेट प्रॉफिट ऑफ 5 करोड़. So these were the 3 basic criteria: net worth, turnover and profit. ये आपके लिए क्यों important है? क्योंकि हमें पता है net worth और turnover के terms में बहुत बड़े-बड़े corporates हैं. Orissa is one of the richest in terms of minerals, biggest in terms of having corporates. In fact, it is one of the top 5 states in terms of receiving the CSR funding. We have Vedanta, we have Tatas, we have Jindal, we have Steel, we have SAIL, we have OMDC, Rungtas, and list goes on and on. तो हमें बड़े corporates तो पता हैं, but the smaller NGOs or the NGOs who are vying for CSR funds always come up and say कि they don't listen to us. You should also target at these smaller one. You know, the one whose profit is 5 crore and above, the smaller one, 10 crore, 15 crore, 20, 25, 30 crore का जिनका profit है, उनका CSR fund कम है. But that is good enough for all of you. You know, that is the place you can begin with. हम कई बार यहाँ सोचते ही नहीं हैं इनके बारे में. जब हम लिस्ट बनाते हैं corporates की, we always go for the bigger one. Again, from the mentor Dr. Bhaskar Chatterjee, once he said, जैसे बड़े corporates, बड़े जो NGOs हैं, उनके साथ बड़े corporates काम करते हैं. राइट बड़े एनजीओ के साथ काम करने में छोटे कॉर्पोरेट को भी डर लगता है. जैसे छोटे एनजीओ को बड़े कॉर्पोरेट के पास जाने में घबराहट होती है, वैसे ही छोटे कॉर्पोरेट को बड़े एनजीओ के साथ काम करने में घबराहट होती. बिलीव मी, दिस इज द रियलिटी ऑफ ग्राउंड. सो व्हेन यू आर लुकिंग इन एंड अराउंड योर NGO in and around your state, also look for the ones whose profit is 5 crore or more. So these laws are very important for you also. Going forward, eligible हो गए, अब क्या करना है? First thing they need to do is formulate a CSR committee, and this committee is committee of the board. What does it mean? It's a board level function now. जो general manager या assistant manager जो यहाँ local level पे बैठा है, he is not the one who is taking the decision. Maybe he is liking your work also, but he has ultimately to report to the board, and it's the board which takes the decision. What does this board do? Number 1, they formulate a CSR policy. Again, आप पूछोगे मैम आप हमें क्यों बता रहे हो, कॉर्पोरेट को करना है ना, हमारा इससे क्या लेना देना? सर आप ही का लेना देना है इससे, क्योंकि इस पॉलिसी में वो बताएंगे कि वो कहाँ काम करेंगे. लाइक गौरव जस्ट प्रेजेंटेड द एरियाज दैट HCLTech is working on. If you all noted, though HCLTech, if you go through the HCLTech's policy, they say we are going to work on any of the areas as mentioned in Schedule 7, given the opportunity, but these are the core areas. So you should download the policy of the corporate you are willing to work with. आप जहाँ भी प्रपोजल भेजना चाह रहे हैं, जिनके साथ भी काम करना चाह रहे हैं, सबसे पहले उनकी पॉलिसी डाउनलोड कीजिए. इट इज़ अवेलेबल इन देयर वेबसाइट. इट्स ए मैंडेट. Every corporate which falls under any of these 3 criteria need to formulate a committee. Committee needs to formulate a policy. And that policy has to be there on their website. So that is the first thing as an NGO you should do. आप वहाँ से डाउनलोड करके उसको देखिए. अब आप मुझसे ये भी पूछ सकते हैं कि मैम ये क्या काम कर रहे हैं, ये पॉलिसी में तो पता चल गया कि ये एरियाज़ में करते हैं, पर एक्चुअली कहाँ काम करते हैं, वो भी गवर्नमेंट साइट्स में अवेलेबल है. यू मे नोट डाउन csr.gov.in. Please make a note. csr.gov.in. There you can go through explore data. Okay, you go to explore data. वहाँ पे आप अपने स्टेट का नाम डालिए, आपको अपने स्टेट के सारी कंपनीज का पता चल जाएगा. अपने डिस्ट्रिक्ट का नाम डालिए, उनका पता चल जाएगा. आप किसी पर्टिकुलर कंपनी का CSR स्पेंड देखना चाहते हैं, उस कंपनी का नाम डालिए. If you put the exact name of the company, you will get to know that which are the areas. पूरी रिपोर्ट आ जाएगी उनके पिछले वर्षों की. So as of now 21-22 का report is there. You can actually download it and see that which are the areas these companies are working on. So you should be prepared, before you go to them. आपको पूरी तैयारी के साथ जाना है. So आपको लॉ भी समझना है, कंपनी की पॉलिसी भी समझनी है, और कंपनी का एरिया ऑफ इंटरवेंशन और इंटरेस्ट भी समझना है. So these are the basic premises. Now going forward, जी एलिजिबल हो गए, कमिटी बन गई, पॉलिसी बन गई. अब करना क्या है इसको? They have to spend 2% of the profit that they have earned in last, average of 2% of the profit that they have, 2% of the profit of average profit that they have earned in last 3 years. So average net profit of last 3 years, उनका budget होता, मोटा मोटा you can understand that 2% of their profit has to be spent on the CSR activities. Okay, so these are just some data I thought I should share with all of you. This is the 10th year of CSR. Law came in 2014, and here we are standing in the 10th year of CSR. And आज की डेट में अगर आप देखें तो 24 हज़ार के आसपास कॉर्पोरेट्स हैं जो एलिजिबल हैं CSR के लिए. एंड इफ़ यू लुक एट द NGO दर्पण पोर्टल, आप वहाँ देखेंगे कि 2 लाख प्लस NGOs आर रजिस्टर्ड ओवर देयर. इसका मतलब 2 लाख के आसपास, 2,000 के आसपास हो गया है. आई बिलीव द लास्ट टाइम आई सॉ द डेटा, दैट इज द नंबर ऑफ NGOs who are qualifying for CSR funding. And till March 2024, 200,000 crores have been spent in this sector. So yes, the volume is very huge. It works from there? Okay. I think we missed a slide. Here, there. If you can just do it from your end. We have to go back. Or piche. Okay, let's move. Okay, so now we know the qualifying criteria, we know the policy, we know कि कितनी companies इसके under आ रहे हैं as of now. Now, which are the areas they would spend in actually? That is covered in the Schedule 7. As I said, Gaurav ने भी present करा the areas that HCL is working on. And there's a list of activities which are mentioned in the Schedule 7. So, broadly जितने भी हम सोच सकते हैं, everything is there: education, health, livelihood, skill building, disaster, art and culture, heritage. So broadly everything is there. We have to understand how to fit in the work that we are doing over there. And it has also been said that liberal interpretation of Schedule 7 has to be done. So maybe the exact activity that you are doing may not be there, but you have to find out if the activity that you wish to take up fits in over there or not. Now on that note, it's also very important to understand कि आपका constitution क्या कह रहा है. Policy तो हमने पढ़ ली, जो company की policy है. But how prepared you are as an NGO? You know, you should go and look at your own memorandum of association. You should look at the objectives of your own NGO. So आज ही आप सब जाके ना सिर्फ पॉलिसी डाउनलोड करेंगे और चेक करेंगे, अपना भी एसोसिएशन पढ़ेंगे, अपने भी ऑब्जेक्टिव्स देखेंगे. हमारे HCL ग्रांट में भी इनिशियल ईयर्स में ऐसा हुआ है, जहाँ किसी ने अप्लाई किया, दे क्वालिफाइड फॉर द एजुकेशन और द हेल्थ सेक्टर, एंड लेटर दे रियलाइज कि ये तो परमिसिबल एरिया है ही नहीं उनके लिए, क्योंकि इट वॉज नॉट मैंशनड इन देयर ऑब्जेक्टिव्स. And you know and why it is important? Because your 80G and 12A is against that. So you will be cautioned on that. So your 80G and 12A would be questionable in case you're not working in the thematic areas you have mentioned in your objective. So that is another thing. तो हम पहले ये सारी मैपिंग करेंगे. अभी रिसेंटली एक सेशन करा था मैंने जहां उनको हमने टॉपिक रखा था फंडिंग के लिए, रब ने बना दी जोड़ी कि कॉर्पोरेट और एनजीओ की जो जोड़ी है ये भी रब बनाता है. यहाँ भी हमको चेक करना होता है. जैसे लड़का देखने जाते हैं तो देखते हैं कि भाई नौकरी कितनी है, पढ़ाई कहाँ से की है, कहाँ का रहने वाला है, क्या क्या इसने किया है. लड़की का भी हम चेक करते हैं. सिमिलरली नॉट ओनली द कॉर्पोरेट्स चेक एनजीओ, द एनजीओज ऑल्सो चेक द कॉर्पोरेट. So the matchmaking has to be done. Is it a perfect fit for me or not? That has to be done over there, you know. So you need to check the activities or the areas that your constitution is permitting you to work on. Going forward, there are certain contributory areas also and activity route also. आपके लिए activity route important है जब मैं contribution की बात कर रही हूँ, because हम पढ़ रहे हैं law तो मुझे लगता है बहुत important है समझना. कुछ funds हैं जहाँ पे हम contributions कर सकते हैं, जैसे स्वच्छ भारत अभियान, क्लीन गंगा फंड, पीएम केयर फंड. So these are the certain funds which are mentioned in the Schedule 7, and many corporates do actively participate over there. Going forward, in case they are not able to spend their CSR fund, then law mandates them to transfer their funds over there. So these are the 11, 12 areas that are covered. Next slide. Yes. Now I'll spend some time on this particular. As I said, these are the 3-4 basic slides that we cover in our academy also. This is a very, very important chart over here. So now eligibility हो गई, 2% हो गया, areas define कर लिए. करना कैसे है? Corporate करता कैसे है? So law permits them to do it directly. वो खुद भी कर सकता है. Or they can have their own NGO, they can do it through their NGO, like HCL has its own NGO. In fact, आज की डेट में अगर आप चेक करेंगे तो most of the big corporates, they have their own foundations. You know, the corporate NGO is known as the corporate foundation. So most of the corporate, Reliance Foundation, Vedanta has, I believe, Anil Agarwal Foundation is there. Tata has Tata Trust, SBI Foundation, ICICI Foundation. So most of the corporates have their own foundation. However, many times, like for example, HCL Foundation also, again, further works with the NGOs over there. So most of the foundation does that also. Going forward, next is the point number 2, which talks about the external vehicles or the NGOs. Here where all of you lie. Most of you are the trust, Section 8 company and a society, and an external agency for the corporate. So आप second वाले box में fall करते हैं, and what is mandatory for the companies, for the NGOs who are eligible? Number 1, they need to have 12A, they need to have 80G, and they need to be registered with MCA through Form CSR 1. Okay, I hope all of you are registered on through Form CSR 1. Can I just see the raising of hands? Very good. So we are all prepared. हमारी तैयारी चल रही है अच्छे से. Right, 80G, 12A, Form CSR 1. Next is registration on Darpan portal. How many of you have done that? Very good number. People who have not done it, you can get it done. Right? Just get it done. Again, this is a mandatory requirement now. You need to be registered over there. Later in the slides, I'll also show you which are the other required documents. In fact, today, later in the session, we'll have session by Vineet and Nitesh, where they'll be delving deeper into M&D, and I'm sure they'll be talking about the requirements that we need from the eligible NGO partners. Going forward, it can be a state or government vehicle or an entity established under an act of parliament or a state legislature. For example, IICA, ICSI, these are the ones which are set up by state legislature. Similarly, बहुत सारे states ने अब अपनी authorities भी बनाई हैं. CSR authority, Gujarat CSR authority, Goa CSR authority. Recently, UP has also done that. Bhumik has been taking care of that. So most of the states, Rajasthan CSR authority, and these are the ones which are set up by the government. Now for the corporate, my fellows over here, I would like to share one experience with all of you. Many a times हमको लगता है कि government ने बनाई है तो सब कुछ ठीक होगा, right? Whereas you should be very careful, a state or central government entity also need to be registered trust, Section 8 company or society. Whereas if it has been set by an act of parliament, it need not be one of them. Recently, we went to IDA and we'll share that experience with all of you, where it is very important to note, क्योंकि हमारे एक ट्रस्ट हो जाता है, आप में से अगर कोई कॉर्पोरेट फाउंडेशंस हैं तो आपके लिए भी इंपॉर्टेंट है समझना कि गवर्नमेंट ने बनाई होगी तो सारी चीज़ें होंगी, पर कभी कभी वो भी मिस आउट कर जाते हैं, राइट? So these are broadly the implementing partners. Now going forward, we spoke 14 में लॉ आया, फिर चेंजेस हुए, 21 में अमेंडमेंट्स हुए जो बहुत सारे चेंजेस लेके आए, राइट? Okay, so I think I have hardly 4-5 minutes to go, right? I'll try to wind up. So I'll be very fast over here. I'll try to as I said, complete as many things, cover as many things as possible. So amendments आने के बाद सबसे बड़ा चेंज जो मुझे लगता है, सबसे बड़ा चेंज हुआ that every penny was accountable. 21 से पहले क्या था, कॉर्पोरेट ने एनजीओ को फंड दे दिया, यूटिलाइजेशन मान लिया कि जी हमने सीएसआर फंड ट्रांसफर कर दिया एंड इट्स बीन यूटिलाइज्ड. वेयर एज आफ्टर 21 द गवर्नमेंट सेड नो, इफ यू हैव ट्रांसफर्ड द फंड शो मी द यूटिलाइजेशन. देयर वाज अ टाइमलाइन, 31 मार्च तक आप नहीं कर पाए, देन ट्रांसफर दिस फंड टू दी वन ऑफ द फंड्स मेंशन्ड इन शेड्यूल 7. गंगा जी में चला जाएगा फंड फिर. दैट इज व्हाट लॉ सेड, that you have this deadline, इतने दिनों में ही हमें काम खत्म करना है. They also gave them the opportunity of the ongoing project, which was the second big change brought in the amendments. What is an ongoing project? The long-term project, which can be 1 + 3 years, maximum 4 years of project. उन्होंने कहा आप पहले साल में allocate कर दो फंड, आप नहीं खर्च कर पा रहे हो, ongoing में डाल दो, और अगले 3 साल 4 साल में इसको use कर लो. Next 3 years में you can use this fund. So that was the second opportunity given to the corporates. Moving forward, they also spoke about implementing agencies को MCA form CSR 1 के through register होना पड़ेगा. Implementing agencies को basically implementing partners बना दिया. So you are not only partners in impact, but also partner in the compliance now. So ये बहुत बड़ा changes आ गया है. बहुत सारे लोग मुझसे इनफैक्ट CS मुझसे पूछते हैं कि मैडम इससे क्या फ़र्क पड़ने वाला है. फ़र्क पड़ेगा. जैसे आप किसी का भी डिन नंबर, कोई डायरेक्टर उसका डिन नंबर डालिए, किसी का भी आप पैन नंबर डालिए, आपको पता चल जाता है कहाँ कहाँ इनके अकाउंट हैं, राइट? सिमिलरली CSR फॉर्म 1 डालेंगे तो इवेंचुअली सारे डिटेल्स आ जाएंगे कि कहाँ कहाँ आप रजिस्टर्ड हैं, कौन कौन से आपने प्रोजेक्ट्स किए हैं. सो दैट बिकम्स वेरी वेरी क्रूशियल. नेक्स्ट एक और चीज़ जो इंपॉर्टेंट आई है, इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट मैंडेटरी कर दिया गया है उन प्रोजेक्ट्स का जिनका आउटले 1 करोड़ से ज़्यादा है. सो देयर आर सर्टन अदर क्राइटेरियाज ऑल्सो. मोटा मोटा आप ये समझिए, जिस भी प्रोजेक्ट का कॉस्ट 1 करोड़ से ज़्यादा अगर हम वो इम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं तो उसका इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट करना पड़ेगा. इससे क्या हुआ, ऐसा नहीं है कि कुछ भी हमको MOU हमने साइन किया, हमने कुछ भी इम्प्लीमेंट करा, यूटिलाइजेशन करके दे दिया. दैट विल बी मैप टू वॉट यू हैव promised and the kind of impact it has created on the ground. So these were the major changes that were brought about in amendments of 21-22. And the last slide that I'll be talking about, कि what are the evolving trends in CSR? क्या चेंज हो रहा है इसमें? Of course, every penny is accountable. Comply or explain जो पहले फंडा था, we have moved to comply, explain and spend. If you can't spend, give it to us. Every penny is accountable. Every penny has to be spent to the extent कि कुछ interest भी अगर generate करते हैं आप CSR फंड पे तो उसको भी invest करना है. So every penny is accountable now. Now CSR policies is aligned to the government mandate, and as I said, that government has become more of facilitator and collaborator now. हर स्टेट ने अपनी अपनी अथॉरिटीज़ बनानी शुरू कर दी हैं. गवर्नमेंट इज़ कमिंग अप. आप लोग का खुद का भी इंटरेक्शंस होता होगा, DCs, DM, सरपंच. सो दे आर ऑल पार्ट ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट, राइट, हु आर ट्राइंग टू वीव टुगेदर, अंडरस्टैंड द रिक्वायरमेंट्स ऑन द ग्राउंड, bring together the corporates and the NGO, and they have become the collaborator and the facilitator. Compliance with impact. सिर्फ compliance काफ़ी नहीं है. Bhumik will be talking more about it, I am sure, how board rooms are buzzing with the term impact. What is the impact you are creating on the ground? Compliance तो करना ही है, इसमें कोई बड़ी बात नहीं करी आपने. Impact क्या create कर रहे हैं आप ground पे, वो बहुत important है. Moving forward, there is a shift from health and education to the sustainability and the ESG element and the climate changes, environment. So we see a lot of environment projects coming up. हमारा ओडिशा ऐसा स्टेट है जो अगेन environment और climate से कुछ pluses भी हैं हमारे पास, but we also face the wrath of the environment. And of course, as Gaurav said, we are one of the most resilient state in terms of disaster, but this is major area where we can work on. And MCA is closely monitoring CSR spend and compliance. And last but not the least, participation of academia in this sector is increasing. We all are here at KIIT. We are talking about KISS. We have members from other institutions out here. Most of the corporates, most of the institutions are coming up with the programs on CSR and sustainability and ESG. So they are getting a lot of traction over there. और एक दो जगह हैं जहां आप लोगों का इन्वॉल्वमेंट भी और बढ़ सकता है. नीड असेसमेंट, बेस लाइन स्टडीज, एंड लाइन स्टडीज, रिसर्चर्स, दीज आर द एरिया वेयर एकेडमिया इज स्ट्रांगली वर्किंग इन टू. And maybe during the panel, I'll talk more about where all of you can intervene better or get more funding and all of that. Thank you all on that note. Over to you, Bhaumik.
Thank you, Dr. Surbi. Informative था ये session. How many of you agree with me? On a scale of 1 to 10, if I were to ask you to rate Dr. Surbi, I'm sorry I'm taking that liberty. क्या बात है?
Thank you.
That's the validation, Dr. Surbi.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So, हमारा intention यही रहता है that whatever, as Dr. Yadav mentioned, कि evolving trend क्या है CSR में, क्या नए amendments आए, what is it that is happening in the entire ecosystem is what we try and share as much as with the civil society organizations. Amendments की बात हो गई, हम सर question answers पे आएंगे. We will take questions after Bhaumik's presentation, क्योंकि अभी तक जो हमने बात करी है that was more on the CSR amendments and laws. अब जो session है that is focused on the impact funding opportunities. और वो बहुत ज़रूरी है. अभी तक तो आपने समझ लिया कि लॉ क्या है, क्या nitty-gritties होती हैं, कहाँ से रिसोर्स मटेरियल डाउनलोड करना है, किन चीज़ों का ध्यान रखना है. बट very connected session lined up again by Bhaumik, and I request Bhaumik, can we have a round of applause for Bhaumik Shah? As I said, the man himself needs no introduction, but it's my duty. Spearheading CSR Box, India's first CSR analytics, CSR partnerships, and collaboration platform for companies, social business, tech innovators, incubators, and NGOs. They also provide advisory services for CSR and social impact. He also spearheads Bharat Cares, which is a social impact project implementation arm under CSR Foundation. Also spearheading Tech for Impact, connecting tech innovators with the target group to use innovation in solving social problems, as Professor Behra was mentioning in the morning. So Bhaumik, requesting you to please take over and talk about the impact funding opportunities. Thank you.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning. I have 25 minutes, right? Okay. I'm Bhaumik, as Anuj mentioned, and many of you must be aware of CSR Box, NGO Box as platforms. I'll go into more of a very pragmatic understanding of how things are moving in the entire impact ecosystem. Do you prefer Hindi or English? Okay, I'll mix both. Before I go to my presentation, I have a very imperative ritual. Please stand up for the next 10 seconds, please. Because I need to break the monotony. Sorry for this, but if anybody has physical disability, please be seated, no issues. Good. Before I start, HCL Foundation का जो ये grant है, it's in the 10th year now. We as an organization have completed 10 years and we are in the 11th year as a CSR Box group. Fortunately, we are at a very essential intersection of government, corporate, and non-profits, where we have been working with all of them and probably at a scale which is unimaginable for someone sitting on the other side. We have been working with more than 320 companies for last 8 to 9 years with the boardroom narratives. HCL is the only organization in this entire spectrum which makes an effort every year to reach out to 6,000 to 8,000 non-profits all across India, inviting them in this kind of auditorium in 8 to 10 cities every year, helping them understand where the entire CSR and funding ecosystem is moving. How do you need to strengthen yourself? How do you need to change your own understanding about different thematic and sectoral areas? So big round of applause for the entire HCL Foundation team. On behalf of all of us, I'm representing you right now. So I would really take this opportunity to thank HCL Foundation. There are organizations, we can take the seat, thank you very much. There are organizations which have been spending more than 1,000 crore, 1,200 crore a year in CSR. And they do obviously fund non-profits itself, but they do not make an effort to reach out to non-profit, to understand what are their capacities, what are the gaps that we need to breathe in, and what kind of initiatives we can take to help them better deliver projects and program. So this symposium has really changed the social sector narrative, because we have been closely doing this thing for last, at least I'm involved in last 7, 8 years in this entire symposium series. And we have seen the changes which have happened in terms of grassroots non-profits capacities and understanding. So really thankful to the HCL Foundation. Coming to the next 20 minutes, everything that I'm going to probably talk about that has nothing to do with HCL Foundation grant and HCL organization or HCLTech as an organization. It's entirely about what we do in the sector, what we have learned from the sector, and how we are looking at the sector moving for next 10 years. I'm going to take the canvas larger from CSR to larger impact funding. Impact funding means that any kind of funding which is coming to the social sector or environment sector to create impact on the ground. And I'm using a very simple terminology here. If you can go to next one. Phone change. Okay, so if you look at the entire funding canvas in India, it's close to 1,20,000 crore coming in the social sector, not just through CSR. There are 4 or 5 other kind of channels through which funding comes in the entire social sector. Discounting of government funding which comes from the government schemes and programs. There are other channels which we are going to talk about in next slide. Sorry, there's some disruption happening on the slides because of font change, but my apology. Well, I hope you are able to see that. So there are 4 to 5 different type of channels through which social sector funding comes in the entire segment. UHNIs, how many of you know HNIs and UHNIs? Please raise full hand, those who know, so that it will help me. Okay, only 10 to 15% of you. So HNIs is a high net worth individuals. UHNI is ultra high net worth individuals. We define as per the terminology, those who are spending more than 200 crore a year on social sector, those are defined as a UHNIs across the globe. Those who are spending close to in the range of 7 crore to 200 crore a year, those are HNIs, high net worth individuals who spend on social sector projects. And these are the 2 very, very key channels through which we have seen a lot of social sector funding coming in. And there is a unrestricted funding which comes largely from these segments. They might create a separate social sector fund, they might work with any other consulting firm to create a funding mechanism, or they might go for open grant model. There are different ways through which HNIs and UHNIs operate for funding in social sector. CSR is just 25 to 30% of the entire social sector funding. There are larger institutional mechanisms, there are other ways. We all know FCRA, which is on the decreasing side because of the government policies, and it's all part of the system. But there are other channels which are increasingly at a very rapid pace. All of you know social stock exchange. How many of you know SSEs? Okay, unfortunately because of dearth of time, I cannot go into the details, but social stock exchange is another mechanism, one which allows you to really define and create a very robust internal mechanism for your non-profit. Once you register with any social stock exchange, which is through either BSE or through NSE or social stock exchange, you are able to get unrestricted funding or project-specific funding for your requirement through the institutional investors or through individual investors who are investing through the social stock exchange route. Then there are impact models, impact bond-related funding. There are different kind of institutional mechanism through which a banking institution or a financial institution or a funding partner will engage with a group of non-profit partners through a third-party monitoring unit, where they will create a mechanism to fund the projects on the basis of impact that you are going to create on the ground. It's technically a guaranteed impact. If you are saying that you will transform 1,000 lives by X date, you will get your 100% funding. Even if you don't create impact because of some other reason, The third party will bear the cost. The funding partner will, or other any guarantor will bear the cost of the funding, and you will receive your fund. But probably the mechanism is in a way that if you create more impact, you get additional funding, depending on what kind of funding you are delivering on, what kind of impact you are delivering on the ground. So these are different kind of mechanisms which are available. There's a retail funding mechanism which we all know, that how do we raise individual donations, how do we raise retail donations for our projects and program. Combined all these channels, 5-6 channels, are close to 1,20,000. The numbers are technically more than 1,20,000 crore, but I'm just using 1,20,000 as a base number right now. If I go to next slide, Ishita. Talking about CSR, when CSR became compliance, Dr. Surabhi spoke about 1st April 2014. Since 1st April 2014 to 30th March 2024, the funding which has been there is 2,02,000 crore on the CSR side. We'll see another 32,000 crore coming in this financial year. By the time we end this financial year, it will be close to 2,32,000 crore in the entire CSR pie. Next one. And from here, it becomes very, very important segment for all of you to understand, and these are hard facts. You might love me or you might hate me after this presentation, but I'm leaving that to you. But this is something which we all need to accept, that this is coming from the people who are really funding social sector. These are the people who are in the capacity of compliance-related requirement, or even they are part of the UHNI. Some of them sit in the boardroom to give CSR funding as part of the compliance. But in their individual capacity, they also become the UHNIs. They're investing through other channels as well in their individual capacities. And these are the people who are talking about how social sector is moving, how has been the experience in last 10 years of CSR funding and working with non-profit partners. What are the challenges that they have experienced, and what are the suggestions coming from the boardroom for the non-profit sector? So, yeah, next, Ishita. Before I move to that, there is a very clear transition which we have seen in last 2 years of CSR funding thought process. We have seen that close to 59 to 60% funding of CSR has been toward education, skilling, and health in the initial 10 years. Next 10 years is going to be drastically shifting curves in terms of where the funding is going to happen. And we are seeing there are very strong and robust narratives which are coming from the global market to the domestic market, where boardroom is changing the way the way they want to create impact on the ground, the way they are looking at projects from the CSR funding lens. One clear narrative is coming because of, in the entire global market, there's a lot of investor push, or even buyers who are buying in the outside countries. They are asking companies to move towards sustainability, which does mean that you invest more towards sustainable supply chain, you invest more towards carbon mitigation and adaptation. Just write down CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. This is not related to you, but just after you end this session, probably go to your office and just search about CBAM, and you will really understand why businesses are talking about green and environment-related projects. It's a mechanism through which EU is going to impose 25 to 30% additional barrier on everything that is exported from Indian market or developing countries to the European countries. They are saying that because you as a country are emitting more carbon on your supply chain and entire value chain, the companies which are in Europe, they are emitting less carbon. Why should we buy your product while you are polluting more? That's why we are imposing additional 20-25% of the tariff on you, so that your product can compete with our product, and our product can be bought by the buyers at a lesser price. And that's how the businesses have to start changing their narrative, that if we do not take steps for climate change adaptation now, 10 years down the line, probably their business might shrink a lot. And we are really seeing that narrative happening. Government of India is negotiating a lot with the EU on this. With this narrative, next slide, Ishita. Many of us do really have complained that companies do not spend democratically in various geographies for CSR. Let me tell you, this is a business money. The board has the discretionary right to decide where they want to deploy. No matter what kind of priority we have, or no matter what priority a state government decides, or we say there are the problems, The law itself permits them that you prefer your local area. Wherever you are manufacturing, you prefer that. Wherever you have business, prefer that. So technically questioning that entire mechanism of funding kahan ja raha hai doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because I think that's a board decision and they have to align with that. Now it's, if a board says that my supply chain is linked to northeastern area, my supply chain is linked to the southern area, I will try to include my supply chain. Some of the board members say, no, I don't want to look at my supply chain right now, I just want to focus on my manufacturing location right now. Because पहले घर की बात सही करेंगे, इसके बाद बाहर की देखेंगे. It's very simple. हम लोग भी यही करते हैं, right? पहले घर की चीजें फिक्स करते हैं, फिर बाहर की चीजें संभालने की कोशिश करते हैं. That's what businesses look at, very simple mindset. And let's agree with that right now. With that, next slide, Ishita. If you can switch off this light, possible है? When 2020 I was there for a presentation of the same symposium, I have focused a lot in terms of go for government partnership. And we have seen that in last 3-4 years, companies have really focused a lot. We will partner with those non-profit partners which have local government or regional government partnership in their MOU or LOU. So no matter you are doing education program, no matter you are doing healthcare program, no matter you are doing plantation to anything else, by partnership ecosystem requirement, you need to have some kind of arrangement with the local government. BDO के साथ sign करो, block officer हो, district magistrate हो, any CMHO हो, any kind of authority. So ensure that wherever, whichever geography you are operating, you essentially have some kind of partnership in thematic area in which you operate in. आज की तारीख में अगर आप HCL Foundation के लिए एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम के लिए भी ग्रांट के लिए अप्लाई कर रहे हैं, अगर आपके पास उस रीजनल एरिया में वो बैंडविड्थ नहीं है और गवर्नमेंट पार्टनरशिप नहीं है, या गवर्नमेंट के साथ आपकी रिलेशनशिप सही नहीं है, ट्रस्ट मी योर प्रोजेक्ट विल नॉट मूव फॉरवर्ड, बिकॉज कि अगर आपको परमिशन ही नहीं मिल रही है स्कूल के अंदर जाने की, हाउ विल यू ऑपरेट ऑन एन एजुकेशन प्रोजेक्ट? सो इट्स वेरी एसेंशियल दैट no matter where you operate from, no matter which geography and what scale you operate, whatever scale you are operating, have that kind of government confidence with you, have that kind of government arrangement with you. And companies are preferring that. Companies do ask previously, have you worked with government at that scale, even if it's a block? Have you worked with the block education officer on education program? Or have you done any medical program with the taluka block officer, or taluka health officer? So all these are very essential requirement. Next one. Companies are really emphasizing that, or boardrooms are emphasizing that NGOs really need to build their capacity. Many of them identified that when they partner with non-profit partners, some of them are big ones, some of them are smaller ones. When it comes to implementing projects, there's a capacity dearth on implementing projects on ground. Similarly, when you look at 73% are saying that use of technology becomes very important. No matter you are a smaller NGO, larger NGO, you have to adapt as per the requirement of the social sector. Dr. Subi was mentioning about impact assessment. Most of our projects which began before 2020, many of them never had baseline, and let's accept it. Because we are evaluating we evaluate close to 40-45 projects per month on the CSR side. And trust me, irrespective of what level of organization they implemented project, irrespective of what level of organization funded the project, before 2020, we have seen only 22% of the projects had a very good baseline. So we really need to move in a direction where we are mapping what kind of outcome, what kind of impact we are making out of the project, and need to have a very robust technology integration. And technology doesn't mean that we have to look at high-end softwares, we need to look at high-end solutions. It's all about basic solutions. I just talk about, because we are at a scale where we operate on the state level and probably a couple of multi-state projects. We still use Google as a technology. We still use Google Form for the basic data collection. We still use Google Data Studio. Everything is free. But only thing is how you are able to use in an optimal way. The way we use the data, and it's a very practical example. We work with a couple of district collectors in multi-district project. Every collector can see the project data in live mode. Their calendar is synced with our calendar in terms of project implementation. Without telling us कि आपकी टीम उस दिन वहाँ होगी और मैं जा रहा हूँ, collector doesn't need to tell us. He can go to the site as per his calendar and as per our calendar sync up without telling us. And he can find the team implementing project there as per the KPIs. That is the kind of transparency we are building in projects and program, and it's not just us. Wherever we are trying to work with non-profit partners, wherever we are working with corporate partners, we are trying to build in that kind of transparency. Can we imagine that kind of situation happening to that level? So that's how the government, corporate, and non-profit ecosystem has evolved to that level for that kind of collaboration. And what we get from the government, and I'm giving you a very concrete example. What we get from the government gives me 125 teachers to implement the project. I don't have to, we as an organization don't have to deploy the resources on ground. They are saying that you give me that kind of transparency, I will give you the resources to implement the project. So this 125 teachers, they give additional 90 minutes every week for my project. So that's how we have built the ecosystem at the local level, and that's how I'm talking about building that trust and transparency. It becomes very essential. The moment you start moving in that direction, you will see that you don't have to raise the fund. Trust me. The collector or even the principal secretary will raise the fund for you. And I can challenge you, I work with almost 6 states now. And there are states where we don't have to do anything. Those secretaries are talking to companies, telling them that these are the 6 NGOs. This is the project management unit. This is the organization which will work with you and probably identify what best you can work as per your policy. So they will become your ambassador for the on-ground impact. And that's where ecosystem is moving all across. You will have to align with the policies, you will have to align with the partnership ecosystem, you will have to integrate basic technology in your projects and program. Those are basic requirements for the social sector. Next one. Dr. Savi was talking about that boardroom, how boardroom talks about impact. We spoke to close to 125 CSR leaders in last year. I was with 37 CSR leaders last week only in one room for 2 days. And trust me, all of them being questioned on the impact that their CSR programs could make in last 10 years. And that's where the revisiting of the CSR policy, that's where this revisiting of the priorities and intervention is happening in most of the boardrooms. And that's where we have seen a lot of narrative is built on tangible impact which can be seen in terms of climate-related intervention, in terms of interventions which really leverages the government system. Almost, I'll give you, beyond this slide, I'll give you an example. We work as a PMU model, and we have been talking to boardrooms for this FY projects. In last 2 months, we have submitted close to 105 proposals to different boards on environment side. The success rate is 75% on environment side. General success rate for health and education is generally 25-30% for us as well, in terms of PMU manager, what board thinks. But environment and climate change is getting almost 75% success rate. That's the demand that we have seen happening on projects, how project funding is moving. So now, this takes us to another question that do we have the capacity to implement very good environment project or very good healthcare projects? We might say yes right now, but probably I will deep dive. How many of you are implementing healthcare projects? How many of you have nutrition expert in your in-house team? Those who are implementing healthcare projects. How many of you understand sickle cell anemia and probably have faced or have some kind of response mechanism for that? Good. Similarly, if I ask environment projects, many of you might say that we are implementing environment projects. And when I go to further, probably I ask how many of you have water expert or MTech agri or MTech soil. Many of us will not have that kind of bandwidth or capacities. And why I'm questioning and why I'm asking that is, ecosystem is moving that side where technical competency becomes very important. You are going to, for example, in climate change, a lot of focus is on urban resilience. Urban resilience is all about urban planning to urban architecture to micro intervention and climatic interventions. Now this requires additional capacity. So we'll have to align with what kind of sector we were going, what problem we are trying to solve, और हम किस तरह से अपनी कैपेसिटी बिल्ड करें कि हम उस प्रोजेक्ट को इम्प्लीमेंट कर पाएं. The biggest problem that we have seen, and probably next slide will explain that. Yeah, this is the slide, and please take a photograph, even if you are able to download it on it. This is an introspection or probably self-evaluation for all of us who represent non-profit ecosystem. This is the data coming from funders. The boardroom, CSR leaders, sustainability leaders were telling us that 59% of the non-profit do not have the capacity or insufficient capacity for reporting and documentation. Now when we link it back to the impact assessment, when we link it back to the impact that a company is able to create through the CSR program, reporting and documentation becomes very essential requirement. And I think the session which we will be having, good governance, will also talk about this. So this is on the basis of last 10 years ka experience that most of the CSR head have. Another 45%, I still discount this because we do not have exit plan or sustainability plan for the project. One simple idea that we work on is bank on government. Create a program which is not duplicating government ka effort, but in sync with government ka effort, and you are able to pass the project to the government system by default, all projects. We essentially work on each and every project, with whether a consultant or implementation partner for a couple of organizations. It's mandatory for us that we will not implement a project if government element is not there. So we say no to our boardroom, we say no to funders saying that agar aap government ko include nahi kar rahe ho project mein, will not work on ground, because it will not work. At some point in time, I will have to exit, and if I don't have a government mechanism in place to transition the project, I will never be able to exit out of the geography, if at any point in time I decide. Similarly, timeline 23%, I will probably again pass it on to corporate leaders sometime, because in CSR you typically get only 6 to 8 months to implement a project. In general, when you are implementing other kind of project, you will get a good time. But when you have a 1 year ka project from CSR side, the cycle, the way it works, आपका project approve होगा June first quarter में, generally May, June, July, June आते आते project approve होगा. The tranche which will come in your bank account will be July, August, and you will technically get 6 to 7 months to implement the project. That's why you have to plan with that mindset कि even if a project is for 1 year, CSR project, practically you will have 6 to 7 months in hand to deliver the project on ground. And this is a harsh reality. We all deal with that day in, day out. Next slide, if we have. Next slide, I'll go to the, yeah. Dr. Surya was talking about, while you are an implementation partner for a corporate, you are equally a partner in compliance. 31st March होते ही बॉल चली जाती है CFO के पास. CFO CSI हेड को कॉल करता है कि NGO पार्टनर से UC किस डेट में आना है, NGO पार्टनर से प्रोग्राम रिपोर्ट किस डेट में आनी है, मुझे 15 अप्रैल तक सब कुछ डॉक्यूमेंटेशन चाहिए. अब how we are structured to deliver that kind of requirement which is there, we have to be in that mindset. अनरेस्ट्रिक्टेड फंडिंग में आपको वो कॉम्प्लायंस का डर नहीं होता है, कॉम्प्लायंस की टाइमलाइन नहीं होती है. यहाँ पे जब आप CSR में काम कर रहे होते हैं, 31 मार्च के बाद CSR हेड का कोई काम नहीं है. 31 मार्च के बाद चीफ फाइनेंशियल ऑफिसर और लीगल टीम आ जाती है कि मुझे कॉम्प्लायंस मीट करना है, मुझे यूसी चाहिए, मतलब चाहिए. And there is no other way for them. Simply, they require it, that means that require it. So you have to work with your CA and your program team. One, आप 31 मार्च तक पैसा खर्च कर ले रहे हैं, और उसके बाद उसका यूसी, जो कि एक लीगल फॉर्मेट ऑलरेडी डिजाइंड है ICI का, उसी फॉर्मेट में उनका यूसी जाना होता है. तो ये बहुत छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हैं, लेकिन CSR के पूरे इकोसिस्टम में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है टू अंडरस्टैंड. नेक्स्ट वन, आई विल नॉट गो इनटू दिस, आई विल स्टिक टू दिस स्लाइड. And entire thing which I have spoken about in last 22 minutes is all about how the entire CSR ecosystem is changing. पिछले 10 साल 2014 से लेकर मार्च 2024 तक CSR ecosystem में किसी भी तरह के काम हुए हों, किसी तरह के प्रोजेक्ट हुए हों, you need to get ready now for technical understanding whichever domain you are working on. You really need to have strength to integrate basic technology in your projects and program. पहले होता था कि इनिशियली में रेफरेंस और रिकमेंडेशन से प्रोजेक्ट मिल जाते थे, शुरुआत के सालों में मिलते थे, नो डाउट. अब वो नहीं होता है CSR में. इट्स वेरी कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पेस. यू योरसेल्फ आर लुकिंग एट HCL ग्रांट की जब बात करते हैं, कितना कॉम्पिटिशन, 6000, 7000, 8000 NGO के साथ आप कॉम्पिटिशन कर रहे हैं. तो एवरीथिंग हैज बिकम वेरी कॉम्पिटिटिव. एंड लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड, इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल फैक्ट. व्हेन यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग लाइव्स ऑन ग्राउंड, it does require some kind of technical competency. I will never agree that because I am not in a government system, I am not in a corporate system, I'll work in a non-profit ecosystem. That doesn't work anymore. It's a very, very essential skill set which is required on ground. You need to have a competency which works on different technical side. You need to have that kind of understanding how to work with corporate, how to work with government. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Bhaumik. I can already see a lot of introspection has already started in the room. Do you agree with me? A lot of thinking. I think it triggered after both the presentations by Bhumik. Bhumik, I request if you can please be in at the center of the stage. Let's spend 5 more minutes and we will take some questions, some fundamental questions. And in the interest of time, I would highly encourage all of you to meet both Bhumik and Dr. Surbhi during the lunch hours. But we can take immediate questions. Yeah. Do we have questions? किसी का कोई सवाल? Sir, mic पे.
Hello. Good morning, sir. I am Dr. Smriti Ranjan from Care for Healing Foundation. Sir, I have one question that when we are implementing with the government, some program we are implementing with government, there is no funding support from the government side, as they first said that we can't support you in the funding aspect. Only they can provide the human resource they have. So in that case, when you approach the other corporate segments to fund that same program using the government human resource and our idea in ground. So there is some kind of difficulties. They're saying that we have another MOU with government for other programs, and this kind of things arises. So how can we deal with that kind of situations?
Good. So I'll give you a very practical example. थोड़ा सा voice कम कर देंगे. The question is technically, if I'm getting it right, that if we are going to government and government obviously doesn't give you funding. Echo बंद कर दीजिए.
आप स्पीकर से थोड़ा सा ये तो सेंटर में.
Yeah. So if government is not able to fund because of existing schemes, they are supporting that only, and you are getting human resource support from the government side. And there is an existing MOU on other side, either from corporate to NGO or corporate NGO government. How do you deal with that, right? Okay, so you are saying, for example, corporate affairs team is working with government system, or their other team is working with the government system. So we use it as a strength. I tell you very specific example of Shillong, where we have a corporate partner who is working from corporate affairs team side with the Meghalaya government in Shillong. Similarly, they are technically now, the corporate team has become the mouthpiece to work on CSR side. They are working with the district collector to identify project scope, where they are saying कि आप मुझे बताइए कि आपको अपनी प्रायोरिटी क्या दिखती हैं इस डिस्ट्रिक्ट के लिए, कौन से थीमेटिक एरिया है जिन पे आपको काम करवाना. I will bring in my CSR team and my implementation partner to understand what they can do with you and how they can work with your priority. So it's again the rapport between corporate affairs team and CSR team, how they are dealing in that company and how they are speaking to each other. Sometimes बहुत सारी कंपनी होती हैं जहाँ corporate affairs team और CSR team का alignment सही नहीं होता है, तो वहाँ पे gaps होते हैं. But जहाँ पे कंपनी का internal structure is set कि corporate affairs and sustainability and CSR are speaking to each other, it becomes easy. Similarly, जहाँ पे हम गवर्नमेंट से रिसोर्सेज की बात करते हैं, ऑब्वियसली रिसोर्सेज की जब बात कर रहे हैं तो आपकी कोर प्रोजेक्ट टीम वही है जो आप उस एग्रीमेंट में डाल रहे हैं. गवर्नमेंट से जो रिसोर्सेज आ रहे हैं टेक्निकली यू आर यूजिंग एज एन एडिशनल रिसोर्स फॉर टू गिव दैट स्केल टू द प्रोजेक्ट. सो उनको आप टेक्निकली आप एमओयू में कहीं नहीं दिखा रहे हैं कि टेक्निकली ये रिसोर्स आपके प्रोजेक्ट पे आपकी तरफ से काम करेंगे. टेक्निकली विल से कि गवर्नमेंट की ओर से क्या आना है. सो देयर इज अ ट्राई पार्टी एग्रीमेंट विच वी जनरली डू व्हेन वी एंटर इनटू पीएमयू. वी से what government will bring in the project, what corporate will fund on, and what non-profit partner will bring. And there are MOU, and I can really cite the MOU to the level जहाँ पे कलेक्टर ये लिख के दे रहा है कि मेरे हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट से ये 45 वर्कर इतने दिन इस साल में काम करेंगे. So we have gone to that level and we have seen, and when जब एक कलेक्टर के साथ इस तरह का एग्रीमेंट हो गया तो now we are going to another 50 कलेक्टर saying कि अब आपके साथ एग्रीमेंट होगा तो इसी फॉर्मेट में होगा. तो यू गिव मी इन राइटिंग कि आप कितने रिसोर्सेज इस प्रोजेक्ट में मुझे दे सकते हैं. टेक्निकली ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड कलेक्टर का भी जो स्केल है और उनका जो असेसमेंट है वो इन मैट्रिक्स से जुड़ा हुआ है. सो सिंपली ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड कि एक डीएम का जो परफॉर्मेंस इंडिकेटर होता है, जो नीति आयोग के जो इंडिकेटर हैं, उससे सबका परफॉर्मेंस लिंक है. तो उनको सबसे ज़्यादा टेंशन होती है कि मेरा जो परफॉर्मेंस इंडिकेटर है उसके हिसाब से मैं कितना प्रोग्रेस कर पाऊंगा इस प्रोजेक्ट के थ्रू. तो वी यूज दैट एज अ एलिमेंट टू स्पीक टू कलेक्टर, टेलिंग कि सर इससे बहुत सारे आपके डिस्ट्रिक्ट के पैरामीटर्स जुड़े हुए हैं, तो लेट्स वर्क टुगेदर, एंड दैट्स हाउ इट वर्क्स. We are selling it like that only.
Hello, myself Dilip. My organization is Cooperation for Rural Excellency, stands as CORE. So my question is, as you mentioned, one of the domain is to register in BSc and NSc.
SSC.
SSC. Can you, sir, elaborate on that? So which is the vehicle where we can work, where we can partner, make partnership?
Got the point?
Yeah.
आप सोशल स्टॉक एक्सचेंज की बात कर रहे हैं, राइट? I'll give you a simple example of National Stock Exchange का social stock exchange. Go to NSE website and go for a social stock exchange का segment. There is a given guideline कि किस तरह का NGO register हो सकता है social stock exchange पे. There are 14 elements in which the scoping has been divided कि ये 14 चीज़ें आपके पास होनी चाहिए. और वो सब वही चीज़ें जो normally उस 14 में से 13 चीज़ें HCL भी मांगता है. फाउंडेशन जब आप अप्लाई करते हो ग्रांट के टाइम तो वो 13 चीज़ें वो भी मांगता है. तो वही की वही चीज़ें जो हम नॉन प्रॉफिट इकोसिस्टम में जनरली यूज़ करते हैं, 12 ATG से लेकर ऑडिटेड रिपोर्ट से लेकर गवर्निंग इकोसिस्टम, पॉलिसी एंड एवरीथिंग. तो वही चीज़ें हैं. ओनली थिंग इज दैट कि 2 रेस्ट्रिक्शन है. ओवरऑल 50 लाख का पाई और इसके बाद 10 लाख का लास्ट 3 साल में फंड रेज किया होना चाहिए. यू कैन अप्लाई फॉर इट एंड देन प्रॉब्ली एट सम पॉइंट इन टाइम द इवेल्यूएशन टीम विल इवेल्यूएट यू. दे विल कम विथ कि आपके में क्या क्या गैप्स रहे, ब्रीच दोज गैप्स एंड देन अगेन रीअप्लाई. तो एक छोटा सा प्रोसेस है विच टेक्स 30 days to 60 days to 90 days का विंडो जनरली टू कंप्लीट द एंटायर प्रोसेस. बट बिकॉज इट्स अ लॉट ऑफ डॉक्यूमेंट ओरिएंटेड तो थोड़ा सा आपको एफर्ट लगाना होगा, बट इट्स इजी प्रोसेस.
Yeah, my question is towards the policy paradigm of MCA and ESG frameworks. What do you see the role of smaller NGOs, because a lot of them are present here? ESG reportage per se in alignment with MCA requirements and how they align their reportage. Not talking of the compliance per se, but the reportage towards ESG which make bigger corporates look forward and how they align, because they don't have infra resource surplus to address that. So how do you mitigate that situation, that gap?
So so I was talking to, I think, Dr. Surupi yesterday itself, that when you talk about ESG, as an NGO, don't have to think about ESG. Trust me. अगर आप क्लाइमेट चेंज पे काम कर रहे हैं, एग्रीकल्चर पे काम कर रहे हैं, प्लांटेशन पे कर रहे हैं, वाटर रिसोर्सेज पे कर रहे हैं, the only thing you have to probably build in is your core technicalities in terms of if you are doing smart agriculture or you are doing a regenerative agriculture or even if you are doing organic agriculture. The only thing which company will ultimately look at it कि आपने कितना पानी कम यूज़ किया है उस प्रोग्राम में आपना कितना कार्बन सिक्वेस्ट्रेशन कम हुआ है आपके इंटरवेंशन की वजह से. तो these are the 2-3 technical things which as an NGO you need to build capacity internally to account for it. कि अगर आप एक नॉर्मल एग्रीकल्चर से रीजनरेटिव एग्रीकल्चर की ओर मूव कर रहे हैं तो पिछले 3 सालों के आपके इस ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के बाद आपने कितना पानी बचाया, आपने कितना बिजली बचाई, आपने कितना कम इमिशन किया और कितना कार्बन कम इमिट हुआ है, मीथेन कम इमिट हुआ है. ये 3-4 चीज़ें जो आपके डोमेन से ही रिलेटेड है, आपको उसकी कॉम्पिटेंसी बनानी है और उसकी अकाउंटिंग करनी है. बाकी की अकाउंटिंग कंपनी करेगी आपको, लेकिन वो नंबर आपको निकाल के कंपनी को देना है विच कैन बी वेरीफाइड बाय एनी थर्ड पार्टी. तो आपको केवल एक ऐसा फ्रेमवर्क यूज़ करनी है जो कि एक स्टैंडर्ड एक्सेप्टेड फ्रेमवर्क हो कार्बन अकाउंटिंग की, वाटर यूसेज की, और इस सबके डॉक्यूमेंट पब्लिकली फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट अवेलेबल है. यू डोंट हैव टू इन्वेस्ट सिंगल पेनी टू बिल्ड योर कैपेसिटी ऑन दिस. इनके ऑनलाइन कोर्सेज होते हैं कि आप स्मार्ट एग्रीकल्चर, रीजनरेटिव एग्रीकल्चर पे मूव कर रहे हैं तो उसका गाइडेंस टूल क्या है, उसके प्रिंसिपल्स, बिकॉज ऑल ऑफ दीज आर पार्ट ऑफ नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशंस, NBS फ्रेमवर्क. IUCN का स्टैंडर्ड डॉक्यूमेंट है जिसने डिफाइन किया हुआ है कि नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन क्या होता है, उसके कोर प्रिंसिपल्स क्या हैं जो आपको फॉलो करने हैं, और उसमें आप डिफरेंट काइंड ऑफ कोर बेनिफिट और को बेनिफिट की अकाउंटिंग कैसे करते हो. 3 हैंडबुक है उनकी, IUCN हैंडबुक ऑन नेचर बेस्ड सॉल्यूशन. जस्ट गो थ्रू दैट एंड यू विल फाइंड एवरीथिंग फॉर एग्रीकल्चर, फॉर वाटर, फॉर एनीथिंग दैट यू आर डूइंग ऑन नेचर बेस्ड. थैंक यू.
Hello. I'd just like to add on to this. This is very relevant, Robin. We need to put it forward. See, ESG and CSR in India are very different. When we speak globally, then ESG is the bigger umbrella, and S of ESG comprises of CSR, But in India, because anything that you do for your own organization, anything that benefits your own employees, your own community is not part of CSR, right? So in India, it's very different. And of course, as Bhomik was talking about. In case the company wants to get to you to work on the ESG parameters, they'll be helping you out with all the parameters, indicators, and all of that. But of course, as an NGO, maybe that is one of the another area where you can get funding for is the ESG. It's rising, and there's a lot of scope in the future. So, but yes, please keep it in mind. They are both very different, and CSR funding cannot be used for the ESG bit, right?
Hello.
Awesome, I think
Another one question.
just one last question.
Yeah, thank you. Myself, Dr. Raman Kumar Misra, and Secretary of Dan Sanjeevani Trust. I'm a newcomer in this line. So my question is to Madam. Madam, as a newcomer, it is my third year in this line. So what is the best criteria to take a grant from HCL for a newcomer? A good project work or a grassroots work? Which one is the best criteria?
Okay, a very, very
Thank you,
good
ma'am.
question and relevant for today's session actually. So when we are talking about the basic criteria, the compliance elements that you would need for any of the project, for any of the corporate. That is what we have been talking about. And in depth, we'll have another session by Robin, where he'll let you know more about what is it that you need to have in a project, right? And in the proposal, we have an entire session on the proposal making. So please do attend, and I'm sure your question would be answered.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर सुरभि सर, बहुत अच्छा सवाल पूछा है आपने. एक पूरा डेडिकेटेड सेशन रखा है हमने इस चीज़ के लिए. थैंक यू. आई थिंक
Hello.
स्पीकर्स.
Sir, very good morning. This is Dr. Nihar Agasti, Secretary, Kartavya NGO. I'm here, ma'am.
Even
My question is to Bhumik sir. Sir, can you give the tricks, the new tricks? By the way, the newly invented, the NGOs, so-called small NGOs, just growing stage, how can they bridge the gap between the government officials as well as the implementing NGOs and also the CSR fund makers, fundraisers, and how can they bridge the gap between all the three? Is it a new idea? If you have any new idea, please share us. And another question is, you have in your presentation you have told that baseline survey as well as need assessment is a very key parameter to draw the attentions toward government agencies as well as CSR fundraisers. Can it is feasible? Can you define more about these two lines? By that we can easily understand how it will help for raising the funds, CSR funds.
I'll answer the second question first. The need assessment and the baseline study, right? The need assessment has to be done before the proposal is being made. Is there a requirement on the ground or not? So that is the need assessment that you do. Once you do the need assessment, once you realize we need a good school, there is dearth of good schools in the area and we need to work on education. So you propose to have a school in that particular area. Now, what is the baseline? Baseline comes once the project starts. At the very beginning, you do what is the ground reality actually? How many children, what is the education level of the student as of now? And what is it that you're targeting to achieve by the end of the project? So that's the baseline, where you try to identify where do they stand as of now. Okay.
So part of your question will be covered in the good governance session, sir, which is lined up. And I'm sure you बहुत सारे सवाल अभी मन में चल रहे होंगे जो आने वाले सेशंस में वो we will ensure कि आपके सारे questions को answers कर पाए हम. Thank you. I think both of them deserves a huge round. Patiently answering all the questions and presenting it well. So to bring in more knowledge in the room, now that a lot of introspection, as I said, has already started, we have lined up a beautiful discussion on the topic, the changing definition of poverty line in rural India, the strategies and challenges. For the same, I would now like to request Dr. Prabodh Kumar Mohanty, Senior Director, HR and Skill KIIT and KISS, sir, to please join me on the dais. Dr. Bijay Shri, PhD, Founder Director, Existence. A very warm welcome, ma'am, on behalf of HCL Foundation. Mr. Sanjeet Kumar Behra, Program Director, National Institute of Social Work and Social Sciences. Sir, you have a beautiful campus. While going to the hotel yesterday, we saw your campus. And Mr. Gaurav Majumdar, the Technical Lead, Skills and Livelihood, HCL Foundation. To moderate this particular session, I again request Dr. Surbhi Yadav, the CSR advisor with HCL Foundation. Dr. Yadav, just one humble request. We have 30 minutes to sort of wind up this discussion. So 20 minutes is what you can focus upon deliberating on the topic. And last 10 minutes, we can open the floor for question and answers with the audience. Over to you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. Once again, a good afternoon and thanks to all the panelists for accepting our invitation and for being here and being ready to share their experiences. We have very, very eminent panelists out here with us. And the topic we'll be talking about today, as Anuj said, is the changing definition of poverty line in rural India, strategies and the challenges. To set the context, we need to understand what is poverty, how is it actually defined. So if we go and look into the initial definitions of poverty as we understand, it was being defined on the basis of consumption, calorie consumption per head. But later it was being, a lot of more changes have been done, a lot of research have been done, and now multi-dimensional approach to poverty is being followed across the world, I believe, right? So Rangarajan Committee, Tendulkar Committee, if I talk about India, they also came up with a lot of various aspects that is important in poverty definition. It's not only the per capita consumption or the calorie intake, but also the education, livelihood, the standard of living, sanitation, drinking water availability, and all of this would also be very, very important when we talk about the poverty definition. So again, if you look into the thematic areas that we covered today morning, that what all comes under CSR. So aren't they all the parameters that we are covering under CSR, be it education, be it health, be it livelihood, be it clean drinking water. So all of these are again very, very important parameters or thematic areas that the CSR works on. So here today we'll try to delve deeper into how we can mitigate the challenges that we face in the poverty sector. What is the reality of today? Where do we stand as of now? And I would first like to raise question to Mr. Sanjeet Behra, where I would want him to explain us what, as per him, is the poverty definition in India, where do we stand, and we believe a lot has been done in last few years, especially I was reading yesterday about it and I read that in last 50 years we say that poverty across the world has been halved, you know, and in next 10 years there are major timelines, especially with the SDG goals, when we see the first SDG goal is no poverty. So that is the first SDG we are going to target on. So what is your take on the reality and the challenges that we have on ground, sir?
So I was in fact waiting for my term letter. मैं सोच रहा था कि आप लोगों से सुन के कुछ बोल दूं. And that has worked for me in my career as well. In one of my interview, the topic was so difficult, I could not even understand the topic, but I got selected and got the job by listening to the speakers. So I was waiting for that term, but anyway, it will be better if I answer this through the experience that I have gone through during my career. I joined as project engineer for one of the government's program. It was OLIC reform program after super cyclone. So I was young engineer. The task was, heavy, and the salary and perks was very exciting. So I worked hard, and in the shortest period, compared to my other team members in the state, I achieved the highest number of formation of water user associations and estimation of the lift irrigation points, those are damaged due to super cyclone. और मैं सोचा कि मैं ये करके गरीबी हटा दिया. I thought this will be my approach in rest of my jobs as well. बहुत लोगों को बहुत कुछ बोल के उस समय there was there was objection from the government employees. लोग नहीं चाहते थे कि वाटर यूजर्स एसोसिएशन फर्म हो और इरिगेशन सिस्टम लोगों को हैंडओवर हो. इट शुड बी विद द गवर्नमेंट सो दैट गवर्नमेंट विल रन इट. दिस इज हाउ आई बिलीव कि हम लोग जो प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं, गवर्नमेंट भी जो प्रोजेक्ट लाता है, एंड आई थिंक दैट वाज फंडेड बाय DFID देन and implemented by a couple of consulting firm, and I was representing one of the consulting firm appointed by the government of Odisha. कुछ बदला, something happened, and I believe water user association अभी भी काम कर रहा है, and things have changed a lot. The technology in between have been shifted. River lift से अभी ग्राउंड वाटर लिफ्टिंग भी काफ़ी आया है. इलेक्ट्रिक से सोलार में शिफ्ट हुआ है. सो दिस इज हाउ आई डिफाइन पॉवर्टी, एड्रेसिंग पॉवर्टी एंड इरेडिकेशन ऑफ पॉवर्टी थ्रू some of the programs. Later I joined UNDP. I was working in Western Odisha. We were covering around 270 villages through livelihood programs. And we are working with the government, in fact, with the government system only. There also we had a tremendous leadership that time. I must mention the name, Mr. Saroj Jha, the then head of UN in Odisha, was leading the program, and we were around 4 or 5 people in the team. We did miraculous job by reaching out to 3 districts, 270 villages, later with a team of 30 people, of course, which started with 4 or 5 people. We did all the basics like baseline survey, mapping, resource capacity building, everything. And average in every village we did 6-7 average water harvesting structures, physical structures, and address the immediate need of lack of food in those days. And we thought कि मैं सोचा कि बहुत कुछ कर दिया हम लोग. And truly speaking, throughout my career, UNDP का उस प्रोग्राम में जो मैं फिजिकली किया हूँ in terms of numbers, touching the numbers of people, मैं आज तक नहीं किया directly. But I am talking this 2001-2. If I go back now to those villages, अगर broadly आप हमको पूछेंगे, अगर मैं उस गांव को सामने से देख रहा हूँ, इंटरेक्ट कर रहा हूँ, कभी कभी लगता है कि कुछ तो नहीं बदला. But when it comes to facts and figures, yes, many things have changed. Now, डेवलपमेंट प्रैक्टिस ऑनर्स के नाते हमको देखना पड़ेगा कि हम फोकस कहाँ पे किए थे, रिजल्ट कहाँ पे मिला है, और गैप कहाँ है अभी भी. एंड देयर आई सजेस्ट पीपल लाइक मी हु आर इन द फील्ड टू अप्रोच maybe CSR, maybe government, maybe other donors to address the gap. This is how I see. There are many other examples. Maybe in the other rounds I will come up with a couple of more inputs from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Behra. It's such an important input कि लगा बहुत कुछ करा पर actually हुआ कुछ भी नहीं या बहुत थोड़ा सा कुछ हुआ. So there are lot of issues which are there, as I really started with, that बहुत सारे aspects हैं, like at KIT we also have KISS which is targeting into the tribal population. I'll come to this a little later, and then we have somebody who's working closely on the agriculture belt. But I would like to raise my question to Gaurav, because Gaurav is somebody who's working pan-India on skilling basically. You are associated with various projects, Gaurav. You are also from Orissa in the sense that you did your college from here and you belong to this region also. We see there is so much of diversity, as we were discussing earlier also. The richest, biggest of the corporates are here. Diversity in terms of culture, in terms of art and craft. We have fabrics, textiles like Bamkai, Sambalpuri, and Aplik from Pipli, and all of that is there. Still, what is the major challenge you see in the growth of Orissa, especially when we talk about poverty? Again, I would like to reiterate, changes are happening, but still there are challenges, there are good work that is being happening, but still we have people saying that dikh nahi raha hai abhi bhi. So what is the major challenge as per you?
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Surbhi, for raising this point. And in fact, the topic which is mentioned in today's panel, the changing definition of poverty line in rural India, I suggest it's the changing definition of poverty line in India, the strategies and challenges. पिछले 10-15 सालों में the India has changed, especially in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of the development happened, especially in terms of the migration, from the rural to the urban, and it's mostly the urbanization is started since last 15 years. And if we look at Odisha, it's one of the most rich state in terms of the minerals, the mines, the natural resources, which is present in the eastern part of the country. And still, it is one of still not able to match with the national indicator, the per capita, the per consumption indicator, all those indicators which are mentioned by the Niti Aayog. When I was discussing with Dr. Surbhi yesterday, that how come Odisha is not able to come up, still CSR ka one of the major intervention is happening, top 5 spending in the CSR space. The companies like Nalco, Balco, SAIL, all the public sector, private sector companies are here. In fact, I did my internship also with Nalco when I was studying. The major challenge, what I see as a skill development thematic expert, and especially what HCL Foundation is doing, we are working with the population who are kind of dropped from the mainstream education, and we try to bring them closer to the market through the different channels. One of the most important aspect, what we are trying to do, especially when I talk about the Odisha, the tribal population, where the predominant factor is there. In fact, KISS is one of the most significant examples, sir, where we are doing from the KG to PG, that is the model across in the world is applauded. We are focusing on the tribal population where these kind of a natural art work, which is predominantly very popular, not only nationally but internationally. We are not able to link with the market. And that is where the income standard, because they will not come to your urban cities like Bhubaneswar or Cuttack for their livelihood. They will still rely on their own geography, on their own demographic. What we have to kind of come up as a CSR, as a public-private partnership, as a civil society organization, we have to create an ecosystem. एक हमें ऐसा ecosystem बनाना पड़ेगा कि जहाँ पे उनके जो भी NTFP product हैं, जो भी natural producers हैं, especially Odisha is such a rich state, we try to link them with the market. Like TDCC is a classic example, Tribal Development Corporation, where they have established their own shop outside the office where all these organic products are kind of selling through that. So these are some of the examples that what are the strategies? These are the strategy that we have to come up as a NGO, as a development practitioner, that we have to link them through different channels. Like in HCL Foundation, as I mentioned, that we have started a special initiative called My E-Heart, which is a local market for the artisans, for the primary producer to connect to the consumer through the digital marketplace. And again, such kind of a platform is kind of needed for the primary producer who doesn't charge any kind of a margin money. So it means जो भी वो इस तरह के producers बना रहे, like Sambalpuri, Patachitra, all those kind of a local art and craft work can be linked to the customer, can be linked to the different channel. Second part, which we are really kind of struggling to, the youth who are the 50% population right now in India, the highest investment where we can do, especially on the technological front. I'm not saying that we have to go and start teaching them the AI or the drone technology, but the basic skill of the technology should be adopted to that. And in fact, through KISS, what they are trying to do, to bring all those tribal students into the institute and provide them all kind of education. So as a HCL Foundation, जब आप grant के लिए भी apply कर रहे हैं, तो such kind of a model can be very much appreciated. We are trying to bring those youth to the nearest to the technological center, like giving them some kind of a certification courses through computer, through Tally, through all different kind of trades, what we are trying to do. So they can become an entrepreneur, which Professor Behra was saying in the morning, कि हमें entrepreneur बनाने हैं, हमें उद्यमी बनाना है. Everybody cannot be going to look for a job. Anybody can also be a job creator. So that is also an idea where we have to bring this entire poverty line, because now the poverty is not only about the economic poverty, it's also about the social poverty, it's also about the health poverty, it's also about the cultural poverty. And while Odisha is such a rich state in terms of the culture, that has to be promoted through that.
Great, great. Thanks, Gaurav. You're absolutely right. I think Mr. Deepak was also speaking about both these terms in the morning, the market linkages and the intervention of technologies, which is very, very important. And here I would just like to share something. Just 3-4 days back, I was discussing with my daughter where we were studying about the basics of economics, need, want, and desire. And she just told me that, Mama, a lot of needs for you, they may be needs, but now they are not. Sorry, for you they may be wants or desire, but for the current generation they are the needs. So I think same goes for the poverty. So education is not a desire or a want, it's a need. Good health is not a desire, it's a need. So all these wants and desires have converted into need, and till we have inclusivity, we would not be able to eliminate that. On that note, we have been talking about KISS since the morning. We heard from Deepak sir about how KIT is the rice bowl and how you are supporting KISS. And he was very proudly telling me that this model cannot be replicated. So I would like to know more about the model, sir, and how you are targeting the tribal children and the kind of impact that you are able to create over here. And how do you think it has actually affected the rural India? I'll not say rural Orissa, because sir said Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and aspas ke regions or states ko bhi we are touching upon. So how are these initiatives, and what are the special initiatives you can share with us?
Dr. Surabhi has rightly asked a question. How that kid, particularly 30,000 people are staying in our KISS campus, where free staying, free fooding, free education from standard 1 to PhD level. And particularly more than 10% of people, they have nationally acclaimed. Many people have also in the sports, they are very good. Particularly our students are nationally and internationally, they have also qualified the hockey as well as also rugby. Also they also gone to world class 4 persons, and particularly our spinster from our college KISS, which that name recently got particularly the Asian Games qualified last time. Duti Chand and so many people, and so many
it's
people
a little
also.
louder, please.
So that's why we are focusing into 4 things in KISS with free of education, in addition to vocational guidelines. Since I joined, I was an ex-director in Odisha Hydropower Corporation. I worked most of the corporate sector, Coal India, Paradip Phosphate, Engineers India. So I know how corporate money is. And I disagree with the Gaurav also. He told that in Odisha, corporate governance particularly is not well equipped. But during COVID period, so we are particularly in OHBC as established 2 hospital, COVID hospital. One is Gajapati and is Bhubaneswar district. We spent 30 crores, particularly in the 20 and 19. We spent 20 crores without any assistance from the government also. So that's why corporate sector is also giving. In also KISS, we are also helping lot of people through CSR grants we are getting from the various sources, and also some donation from people, benevolent people, for developing skill education. And additional, that Professor Behra also told, we should have some academia and industry academia interaction that will add some courses that facilitate for the self-entrepreneurship, as well as also they get their job getting, in addition to their basic education, they also get another additional education in the skill developments. So four focus area we are giving. In addition to, we are also doing a lot of work, particularly the tribal belt in our satellite centers, where the people are also getting pre-education. There we are focusing only at the level of school level education only. Then after that they are coming to the KISS, and they can also, even 20% seats are reserved in the KIT for higher education with free of cost. So all such things are given, imparted by our Honorable Founder Dr. Achu Samant, free of cost. And this is the world's first tribal university, the KISS Tribal University, the world's first tribal university. And for his good social work, she has received around 52 doctorate degrees across the country. So he is for a noble cause. He wanted that economy level, particularly in Odisha, not only Odisha, entire India people are also reading here. Most of the tribal people, those are below poverty line. So our main focus on, we are impacting 60% ladies and 40% boys.
Right.
Because we want that.
Sir, if you can also talk about what are the changes that you see in so many years?
Yes, because last 10 years you can see the rural India particular poverty. What Gaurav has told also, definitely a lot of policy was implemented drastically. Level in Odisha also changed, and 25% of poverty line has come down to now 12%. So a lot of changes have been given. 24 to 12% is there. In national average, Odisha is also around 10%, but Niti Aayog is telling the 5% people are in the below poverty line. But I disagree with them. Not 5%, it will more than 10% will be there. It is not a statistics from National Statistical Organization collected data 5 years back. Data is not correct. So 10% people are still in poverty line. It is required also their economic standard to be increased. And Odisha also, particularly the poverty line in Odisha, particularly people earning is per month 25 to 35,000 per annum.
Great.
It's very
great.
less.
Right.
So that has to be uplifted, and lot of things have to be done in the rural areas in Odisha, as well as also in India, particularly rural base. There rural activities to be done through NGOs and government. Without government cooperation, NGO cannot work. That's why it is a private-public partnership that can enhance the economic standard and that focus on basic needs of the people: education, elementary and secondary education, sanitation, providing guaranteed minimum guarantee. What Modi, our Prime Minister, is telling, that we should give a guaranteed minimum guarantee of jobs, minimum guarantee of income is required in rural area. Then only their economy will be increased and that poverty rate will be declined. And you should also see that poverty can be declined, then automatically standard of living will be increased. That is most requirement. Government should focus on that. The new government has come up. We hope that they should see that rural employment guarantee should be must, and people should get the, particularly the poor section. Those are the below poverty
Sorry
line.
to intervene, sir. We'll talk more about CSR over here because we understand there are a lot that has to be done at the policy level. So we can move to our next panelist, Dr. Bijeshri. We'll come back to you later again, sir. Thank you for sharing the amazing data that you're talking about. And of course, datas are not, as on now, as you're saying, they are 4-5 years back, and maybe we have better representation as of now. And the KISS is actually doing very, very good work. Once again, congratulations to you. Moving forward to Dr. Bijeshri, who is from Existence, and she works majorly with the agriculture, the field of agriculture, with farmers on skilling. And we have observed that nearly 75% of the population of Orissa are still involved in the agricultural field, you know, and major contribution to the GDP, in spite of being mineral rich and all of that, still there is a big contribution of agriculture to the GDP in Orissa. So I would like to understand from you, Bijeshri, how is it working with the rural India or rural Orissa, and how are these agricultural farmers, how are they impacted with the various policies and the CSR interventions that are happening? Because with so many corporates across, where do you think is the challenge, and what interventions from CSR perspective, I would like to understand, can actually help them out over here.
So thank you so much, Suravi, and all of the panel members, because everybody is speaking so important and valid points. I would like to also borrow from Mr. Gaurav that it is not about rural, but also it is talking about the India. So yes, Existence has been working with farmers, with companies, with students, with academic institutions, with NGOs. So it's a common collaborative platform. I would like to answer that through an example. Like we have been working with more than 100 plus agri business companies, and where we are also handling their CSR activities. So we are strategizing with them, we are doing impact assessment, we are handling capacity building for the NGOs, and also, so poverty which you are seeing at the rural level, it is not only at the rural level. I'm saying examples. Like recently we have done a capacity building training, upskilling of rural horticultural women farmers. In Chhattisgarh, Odisha, Jharkhand, Maharashtra. And we have found out, so how we have done, it's a collaborative project. So we started with collaborating with the local academic institutions, where we have started talking to them, sir, who is the correct expert in this field and who can help us in guiding that. So first we strategize. So how is the process started? So CSR, for company, they have given us the CSR project. We strategized the project with the company, and then we went to the local educational institution. Then we have also conducted a hiring process, like the research fellow, who can help us in collecting the data. So I'm telling you, even if they are well read in the agricultural institution, somehow the students are not interested to go to the field and spend their time, talk to the farmers, build rapport. They don't even know the way how to communicate with the farmers, how to communicate with the government, how to communicate with the corporate, how to communicate with the NGOs as well. Not even to their own faculty for going. So that is one, I'm telling about the whole value chain where there is a poverty lying. So there is a big gap, not only in terms of the communication, as you have already said, that it is not only in terms of the economy, but also at the mental level also there is certain amount of poverty lying. So it's a multidimensional. In case of student, that is there. And when I'm going and talking to the government departments are saying that we don't have time to talk to you. Okay, so you have to come with, they have their own agenda. So whenever there is a meeting, you have to find a way to talk to them, and also to communicate that what benefit the government is going to get out of the project which we are going to implement. So once we start, so government is somehow, you have to build the capacity, you have to build the skills in yourself to communicate and to bring all these stakeholders together to work on in a particular project. As Mr. Vomik has also mentioned, that NGOs who are locally well connected, they are more preferable by the companies, right? So that is one thing everybody should keep in mind. So apart from this government, then I have went to the NGOs. मैडम हमको तो पता है, पर पता नहीं है गवर्नमेंट के लोग मानेंगे कि नहीं, पता नहीं फार्मर्स सुनेंगे कि नहीं, पता नहीं स्टूडेंट्स हमारी बातों को सही तरीके से पहुंचा पाएंगे कि नहीं. वी ऑल्सो डोंट हैव द स्किल्स. हमारे पास स्किल भी नहीं है कि हम उनको बता पाएँ कि कैसे वो अच्छी तरीके से अपना प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ाएं, कैसे अपना हेल्थ को वो करें अच्छे से, वाइल स्प्रेइंग द पेस्टिसाइड्स, हाउ दे कैन take care of their health, how different entrepreneurship opportunities available in terms of the horticulture and all. So har jagah you will find that there is a gap, not only in terms of the skills but also in terms of the knowledge. So poverty जो आज हम देख, no doubt there has been lots of infrastructure development has happened, digital penetration has happened. You can see youth who are not rural youth specifically, who spend hours and hours in the Instagram, Facebooks, but they don't willing to go for any skill-based education. So it is so when you do it in a collaborative way, that is one thing which you can bring these youths together to be in the value chain or be in making impact. So that is, so my entire point of saying is that poverty lies not only in the rural areas but in the entire value chain. So yes, if you are making any effort in case of rural area, then there has to be effort from the top, also from the bottom. Yeah.
Very, very relevant point, Vijayashri, because I have been also working in a lot of skill development programs, and I see mobilization is a challenge. We talk about need assessments, we say there is a need on the ground, we need to train them, we need to educate them, we need to give them the knowledge, and you develop a program, everything is being done, and when you go there, you see mobilization is a major challenge with today's youth. So I think somewhere behavioral change is also a very, very important aspect that has to be covered, and very well put. It's not only the top to down approach, but also bottom to up approach is also there. हो सकता है उन्हें ज़रूरत ही नहीं है और हम कुछ और push कर रहे हैं या requirement कुछ और है या उन्हें पता ही नहीं कि उन्हें requirement क्या है. Technology is required, but not in terms of social media like Insta and Facebook, which are actually taking away a lot of our efforts. So we have last 5-7 minutes to wrap up. Now we understood the challenges we have from each of you. I would like to understand the solutions that you see. We have seen a lot of government initiatives are there, a lot of corporates are willing to work on the ground. But if you can point out, sir, some few 3 or 4 points which you think are very valid and which can actually help us tackle the issues that we have been talking about.
One of my other positioning is I am CSR Council member, Government of Odisha. Odisha is one among 6 states to form the council, and it's been functioning since last 6 years. I am representing non-government sector in the council. Rest of all are the head of the department, they are the secretaries, headed by the chief secretary. I think many of you might not be knowing about it. There is a dedicated website, CSR Council Government of Odisha. We, as per the mandate, we used to have 2 meetings, review meetings every year, wherein the corporate used to, give their proposal and the council used to ratify the proposals. This is the process. I must mention as because today I must thank HCL who is highlighting and helping all of us to learn about CSR and how to approach and how to contribute wherever you are with whatever capacity you do have. The first and the biggest is to find who you are and where to connect. For example, I know like the capacity I have and क्या मेरे पास है नहीं जो I think my friend do have. So connecting these things can help you to reach the third party. For example, 2 organizations coming together to approach HCL or maybe NALCO. एक के पास है नहीं, दूसरे के पास है. So if we come together, we can approach NALCO for a particular funding. So convergence. And the second point I must raise is use of technology and upgrading yourself. आज बहुत सारे प्लेटफॉर्म है where you can learn small things free of cost. Upgrade yourself, upgrade your organization, and then approach for funding. And definitely बहुत सारे लोग मेंशन कर चुके हैं innovation, newness in your proposal, ये तो है ही, but personal branding is also equally important to your organizational branding. मैं example देता हूँ. I have raised fund from corporates with my own brand, irrespective of the platform. मैं निश्वास के लिए भी raise किया हूँ. Practical action, I am also a director to practical action. I have raised fund for practical action. I have raised fund from UNICEF to organizations. So sometimes it's your branding, sometimes it's organizational branding. So you have to strengthen it. And of course, coming together. To mention कर चुका हूँ. You can come together in more numbers, form a consortium. I remember in 2008 when I was in World Bank, Washington DC, one of my senior member offered me to form a consortium in the South Asia and opt for a project. I could not form the consortium. So that's also an approach. bring with a consortium and approach for funding. This is what my points.
Great, sir. So collaboration and convergence are the major things, and now we know whom to connect for the government connects. Somebody was asking in the morning how to approach the government, so now we have the person here with us, so all of you may connect with him for the same. So your 2 cents on the topic, Gaurav, what best strategies that you can suggest? We have been discussing about it. So what are the possible strategies that a corporate or an NGO should be following to tackle this issue of poverty?
So today, when we all go back, especially the CBOs who are here, I think more than 50 plus NGOs are here. So let's use this platform as an opportunity, I must say. कि आज का जो दिन है, let's use more like an opportunity. It's not only just come and listen to all this entire information and have lunch and go back. Let's use this as a platform कि what we have learned, especially when we talk about HCLTech Grant or HCL Foundation or any other corporates or any other government also, what they're looking actually. The topic is here, what are the strategies to solve this very complex problem. The one thing which we realized as a foundation that what we are looking, the newness in the proposal. The newness is very, very required, be it a education, be it a early childhood care and development, or be it a skill development, or any other vertical. जब भी हम कोई proposal submit कर रहे हैं as an NGO, it's our responsibility that it should have some kind of a newness in that. It should have a uniqueness. Okay, why we are submitting a proposal for a district called Bolangir, let's say. The same proposal which we have submitted in Gujarat cannot be replicated in Bolangir. So whenever you are submitting, please ensure, give your honest 100% effort to understand the need requirement. As Dr. Surbhi was saying, Bhaumik was mentioning all about the need and analysis. Until we do not have an actual need in the field, we cannot have a correct proposal. Until we do not have a correct proposal, it will not appeal to the foundation, or it will not appeal to the government or whosoever you are approaching. So one of the strategies, what I am actually proposing to this entire audience, that when you go back today, when you fill the registration form of HCL Grant, think about what is the new innovation you're coming in. In fact, Sir was also mentioning about the innovation. That is very much required. And that's how we are going to solve the complex issue. And think about as your knowledge product. I think most of you must have known about the Shark Tank. Shark Tank के बारे में सुना होगा बहुत से लोगों ने. It's a very informative. I think those who haven't seen, just go and in the YouTube and go to the Shark Tank and see one of the episodes. It's very similar to the NGOs. For example, if I'm coming with a proposal and think about as a jury and you're coming and pitching your idea, that why your idea is different from ma'am idea or from sir idea. What is the USP of that? So if we have come up with that solution, if we have come up with an answer, I'm sure we are able to solve this complex problem. Thank you so much.
Very, very well said, Gaurav. An apt anecdote over here of Shark Tank. Yes, even they come for the grant, they come for the money, I would say. And here again, the same formula or the same format we have been following. And yet again, he's also talking about the impact that we are able to create over there. And again, we'll be talking about the convergence, and the government partnerships are also very important. Most of the need assessment has been done by the government. Many policies are already there. But as we know, on the ground, they're not there because people are not aware of that. So advocacy is another area where you should bring the policies which are already there on the ground. That is another area of intervention, I believe. So on that note, over to you, Vijayashree. I would like your last 2 cents on the topic, and what strategies would you suggest?
Yeah, so thank you so much. And this is really a very good platform where NGOs do not know the other side, like the companies, boardrooms, what are they discussing. So at least in this platform, you will able to know कि other stakeholders क्या सोच रहे हैं, NGO को कैसे परख रहे हैं. That NGO can also see कि कैसे अलग लोग काम कर रहे हैं, and how we can be part of that entire ecosystem. ये कर सकते हैं. सबसे मुझे लगता है, like in my opinion, मुझे लगता है कि अंदर का कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग कंटिन्यूस अपस्किलिंग होना एंड कंटिन्यूस लर्निंग, मुझे जानना है बहुत कुछ चीज़ एंड रिमेन अपडेटेड एंड अपस्किल, ये इफ एट ऑल यू आर गोइंग फॉर एनी ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन स्किल डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, ये 2 दिन का, 7 दिन का, 2 घंटे का, 3 घंटे का, उतना में ख़त्म नहीं होने वाला है. सो यू हैव टू कीप अपस्किलिंग एंड अपडेटिंग. आपको अगर न्यूनेस और इनोवेशन लाना है, देन टू ब्रिंग दैट थॉट कि मुझे कुछ नया जानना है, इसके लिए भी आपको हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ नया देखना पड़ेगा. एंड दैट इज़ द रीज़न यू हैव टू रिमेन अपडेटेड विद द एंटायर इकोसिस्टम एंड कीप योर सेल्फ अपस्किलिंग. सो दैट इज़ द only take which I can say.
Very well said. Newness has to be there. Capacity building is a continuous process. We can't stop at a place. On that note, sir, last point from you. KISS has been doing so much. Naya kya hum leke aa rahe hain? Is there any new innovation that we are coming forward with?
Yes. In our KISS, we are already our VC today also they explained. So we wanted a collaboration, particularly NGO and industry and KISS, to have a new thoughts, innovative ideas, particularly in case of education, elementary education, in the satellite centers, or and also anything handicrafts. What we are having to upgrading these things, we help also new ideas, new creation. We also have a partnership and MOU. To anybody is interested, they can also contact our Pragya madam, who is looking after CSR. So we can also think what are the new idea brought by our particularly NGOs. They can get the benefit from KISS, and it will be also benefit the lower line, bottom line improvement, particularly in Odisha. So we hope, and HCL Foundation, thanks to HCLTech Foundation for such a good initiative, 10th edition. They did a wonderful deliberation. We hope all NGOs will be benefited, and it also, they should also go to his home and see also how we can also have an innovative idea to applying a new grant from other corporate sectors as well as also HCL foundations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So we have somebody from the NGO is asking all of you to come to them with your new proposal. We have somebody from the foundation who is saying we have so much of grant to be given. Come to us with your proposal. We have somebody from the government side who is saying please come to us. So we are bringing in a lot of collaboration here today. Look forward to a lot of collaborations and a lot of development over here. On that note, we can take 1 or 2 questions. Robin, do we have time?
Yeah, just 1 or 2 questions.
Yes.
Yeah. Sir.
Present status of the NGO since last 10 years, when government changed, it is drastically changed. And CSR has already emerged from 14 onwards. And before that, government has extended its fund to NGO. That policy was there. And you must be knowing, now the government policy is completely changed day by day. Now the government is changed and the policy will be changed in this present third term government. So you must be assessed. Out of 200, 250 people participated, only 6 people raised their hands that they are dealing with the CSR. So you must be knowing where you stand for and how much people you have reached to. And when, as an NGO partner, I just react to Engineer Behra, and who has told that he has in a position and he has initiated OLIC. It's good. He has done the effort. He has introduced the new idea of water users. But after changing of government, or some 5 years after, if the scheme is end, then he has detached from this, and there is no follow-up. And again, government raised another fund to strengthen the OLIC, where I was also one of the partner to strengthen the water users group and again restart this thing. And in some part of River Brahmani, we have strengthened 154 OLIC. If just 1 year before I went there, and there was a advertisement for government convergency for OLIC, where the agriculture should be non-paddy crops and other crops should be encouraged, where water is there, water source is there. When we interact with the OLIC people, they are again telling that by ये जो एशियन डेवलपमेंट बैंक जो फंड्स दिया था उसका रिकॉर्ड हमारे पास नहीं है because we have reached to this. So you must be understand the
We got it, sir. We got your question.
Continuity of the projects.
Right, sir. Right.
And
right.
you can now accommodate with the HCL funds to re-strengthen because it needs huge capacity of money, manpower to strengthen and continue this.
I think it was more of a feedback from him.
It was a
Duly.
feedback, and I'll say he's also concluded it very well.
Yes.
That individual government,
Yeah.
individual policy, there may be change, but centrally there is CSR law,
And
section
this-
135.
This
which is going to
precisely is the reason the role of CSOs becomes more crucial.
Yes.
Irrespective the governments are changing or some policy level change is coming.
Professor
Sir, in the interest of time, we really have to move,
1
sir.
minute.
Sure.
Because you are,
Sure,
it is
sir.
not my question.
Sure. Go ahead.
It is question to the entire August. They should learn ये जो बात हो रहा है, how it reached to the unreached.
Right.
It could not reach to the unreached. I have come here. I hope that ये जो scaling हुआ है, I must not get this fund from HCL because I assess my capacity and your strength and your law behind controlling your system.
Right.
Okay. Now I am going to the second learned Professor Majumdar. He has told that why this gap? Because there are two types of people here. Grass without root and grass with root. And when there is grass without root are sitting and giving advice, then grass with root are not listening because they are understanding the natural way of surviving.
Right.
And the grass without root depend on the grass because when grass raises, then grass without root can raise. So that's why you must understand.
Amazing, sir. You have concluded the entire panel in a very beautiful way. I think sir deserves a round of applause. And thank you for concluding it really well, sir. I think in the interest of...
We have all the panelists from the grassroots who are here now. I think all of us have been working. And if we can connect later because I hardly have any time, we'll definitely take
A very quick one, but... And it has to be a question, not a statement or a feedback. Yeah.
A room full of audience speaks for itself.
And is it to anybody specific?
To the panelist, I would like to understand that there is a terminology called the brand creation and brand value for the NGOs. Everyone is working in the sector for many, many years. I want to understand from your point of view how the brand value can impact the project and the outcome for the futures and the continuity of it.
I think good question. Gaurav, you may want to answer that because you do a lot of brand value and brand creation.
Yeah, I mean, that's a kind of a good observation that brand is required. But the foundation should be the project, the proposal which you are submitting. The brand can be created over the period of time, and definitely, I think sir was also mentioning that brand proposition NGO has to come up with that. Because right now, in the development sector, sometimes we are getting shy away for coming and do the branding of our work. And especially, we are not very much on the face, we are not very much on the social media. That part we have to kind of avoid, and we have to go aggressive, especially if we are talking about, let's say, if we are talking about the tribal art and craft, we have to go very aggressively on the e-commerce portal and do a lot of advertisement, lot of promotion. And that's how the brand building is required. So brand proposition, brand exercise, in fact, all the NGOs should have the communication in their team to do how to write a proper case study, how to write a success story, how to write a impact story, because that is going to create a brand of your the NGO, also the product or whatever you are making. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav. I think very, very, very well articulated. Ma'am, we really need to stop at this point in time. And you can always connect with the panel during the lunch hours because there are two more important sessions which are lined up. And I'm sure most of the NGOs would be waiting for the crucial session for which we are here today. So on that note, a very well articulated, let's have a round of applause for all the panelists and Dr. Surbi for moderating it. Just a small token of appreciation for all the panelists, if I can request the team. Gaurav, I may request you to please give a small
during the gap, you can continue. During
token
the gap,
to
I
Mr.
have
Sanjeev.
a small offer. If someone is interested to really work hard in the district of Dhenkanal, Balesar and Chaudhar, I have some offer. You can meet me during the lunch hour.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for
a collaboration.
To Mr. Sanjeev, may I request Ms. Swapnashree Sarangi, ma'am, if you can please come and give a small token of appreciation to Dr. Bijay Shri. We will be hearing from Swapna, ma'am. She is the General Manager, Head Gender Diversity and Integration at the Foundation for Ecological Security, our first Environment HCLTech Grant recipient. Last but not the least, if I may request Mr. Vineet Mishra to come and please do away with the token of appreciation to Mr. Sanjeet Kumar Behra. Thank you. Sorry, Doctor, I'm really sorry, Dr. Prabodh. Yeah. Sir, thank you so much for sharing us the great work being done at KIIT. And I still can take that tagline, KG to PG, what KIIT has offered. So thank you, everybody. You can please offboard the dice. And a much awaited session is now here. इससे पहले मैं स्पीकर्स को बुलाऊं, मेरे साथ कौन कौन अग्री करेगा? मेरी बहुत लड़ाई होती है मेरी फाइनेंस टीम वालों से. हाथ उठाएंगे वो एनजीओज, वो ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जिनकी उनके साथ लड़ाई होती है. ऐसी कितनी संस्थाएं हैं रूम में जो लोग अपने फाइनेंस टीम को पसंद नहीं करते हैं एकदम, और बहुत लड़ाई करते हैं उनसे, क्योंकि वो लोग बहुत परेशान करते हैं ना हम प्रोग्राम वालों को. हाउ मेनी पीपल विल अग्री विथ मी? ये बिल दो, वो इनवॉइस दो, यहां मत जाओ, ट्रेन से जाओ, बस से जाओ, करते हैं ना? अग्रीड? ये बहुत अच्छी बात कही आपने, तालियां हो जाए एक बार सर. मेरा नेक्स्ट स्टेटमेंट यही आने वाला था, irrespective of the fact that our finance, admin, central functions team are sometimes pain, to be honest, but उनके बिना हम चल नहीं सकते. And the kind of guidance they give us to actually run the show, to become an actual development, social development practitioner, a lot of credit goes to central functions team representing the finance and monitoring and evaluation and learning. So on that note, let me invite, I'm sorry Ritesh, he's the finance head of foundation and we fight a lot together, but have learned, and he has really been a guiding force behind what foundation has been able to achieve over the last 10 years, along with Mr. Vineet Kumar Mishra, leading the monitoring, learning and evaluation wing for the foundation. In दोनों central teams के बिना शायद हम program teams, they are like a backbone to us, like a spine to us, because whatever we design, whatever we do, until and unless there is a proper guidance from their side, we are not able to move. So this session is going to be focused on the good governance. सुबह से हम बात कर रहे हैं कि क्या अच्छी practice है जो civil society organizations को follow करनी चाहिए, etc., etc. So these are the people who are actually going to throw lights on what is good governance, what is the right kind of reporting, with the evolving CSR, जैसा कि आपने डॉक्टर सुरभि से सुना, क्या क्या अमेंडमेंट्स के तहत हमें जो रिपोर्टिंग फ्रेमवर्क बनाने हैं उसके बारे में विनीत विल बी गोइंग टू talk. So on that note, over to you. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Sinha and Mr. Vineet Kumar Mishra?
So hi, my name is Nitesh. So just to Anuj ने just अभी एक survey कराया था, how many people don't like finance or they have. So whenever there is a causal relation between finance and program people, so आप समझ लो कि finance is not doing his job. आप जितनी गालियाँ finance को दोगे, that means finance is doing his job. And he is the custodian of fund, of donor, and your trustee, and anyone who is donating fund. So I'm just giving mic to Vineet to proceed. Yeah.
So good afternoon, everyone. Sabhi ko namaskar, and just to let you know, I have done my masters from Bhubaneswar. So coming here back, it's really my pleasure here to address you. So first of all. There are certain component in the beginning, in the morning, जब हमारे प्रोफेसर वाइस चांसलर बोल रहे थे तो उन्होंने एक दो बातें बोली which I have also noted it down कि हमारी टीम आपकी टीम ग्रास रूट पे जो भी सर भी बात कर रहे थे, सब लोग काफ़ी अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन ऐसे लिख देने से सबमिशन से इट माइट बी पॉसिबल कि हमें वो ग्रांट कम्पिटिटिव ग्रांट में हम पीछे रह जाएं. तो before we get into the reporting format, Nitesh will talk about due diligence. Just 5 to 8 minutes I will talk about some basic. I know you all are masters and you all are expert on those lines, but just some basic terminology which while HCLTech Grant team will also be presenting the detailed form. They will talk about the TOC, the theory of change, the LFA, the indicators and all. It becomes very important to work on those lines in the very beginning. अगर मैं कह रहा हूँ कि शुरुआत में अगर प्रोजेक्ट की प्लानिंग अच्छे से हो गई है, तो हमारा आगे का जो सफ़र है मॉनिटरिंग के दौरान, और जैसा कि हम डॉक्टर सुरभि एंड भौमिक बता रहे थे, इन 2021 amendments, what had happened is that there are certain criteria in the law has come. अगर वो लेआउट प्रोजेक्ट का 1 करोड़ से ऊपर है और वो कंप्लीट हो गया है, उसके 365 डेज के बाद the project has to go through the mandatory impact assessment. Now here comes one question is, हमारा documentation, monitoring, why it becomes very important, not only to guide the project to take course corrective measures if there is any requirement, but also to help the evaluation or impact assessment which will be done at the end of the project to see the progress, what all we have made the changes in the ground, right? अगर हमारा कोई ongoing project है, just imagine, or it has to go through the third party. अगर हमारा कोई ongoing project है, which the law permits for 3+1 year maximum, right? So 3+1, if we get the 4 year, after completion plus 1 year. So if it means that if for 5 years, after 5 years, a third party is coming, asking the questions in terms of the activities, input, output and outcomes, just imagine without the proper documentation, how challenging it will be. 5 साल के बाद अगर कोई हमसे पूछेगा, so documentation, recurring monitoring, ongoing monitoring becomes very important in those lines. So I will not get into lot of these many slides. Just what is M&E and then why it is very important. So when the team will explain the form, they will also talk about the theory of change, the proposal, and then our LFA also. So see, TOC becomes very important, because it gives us that how we are going to, achieve the larger outcome or impact from these activities. This will give the full picture. And why I had put it this, I wanted to start with these 5 minutes is that in our ongoing projects also, during working and all, if it comes to the activities and output, it is a very, robust monitoring, you can say. But when we talk about the outcome and impact, it becomes very important. And, it will not happen until unless we have made our proposal in the very beginning. We have made our, LFA in place, what we are going to monitor at what frequency. This will become very challenging to talk about the outcome and impact. If we talk about activities and output, very fine. Everyone is very fine with those, but the questions and the, some resilience comes when it comes to outcome and impact. So not too much theory, and first we discuss about the TOC, which will give the big picture, how we are from the input to output, outcome and impact we reached. Then we'll have assumptions. During the discussion in some of the session, we also talk about there are external factors which plays role while we get the desired result. Those should also be mentioned, and those we should also be listing down that what are those assumptions and external factors which will affect our project, right? Then this becomes very important. All we use that indicator, but what exactly we are talking about? So indicator is nothing that will help us to understand at what extent हम किसी आउटपुट या आउटकम को जो हम इनिशियल में एनविजन किए थे, हम कितना उस पे पहुंचे हैं, वेयर आर वी. तो दिस पर्टिकुलर स्केल हेल्प अस टू अंडरस्टैंड दोज कंपोनेंट्स, राइट. और अगर हम बात करें इनपुट इंडिकेटर्स की, तो एज वी नो दैट हमारे सारे फाइनेंशियल ह्यूमन रिसोर्स बाय द प्रोजेक्ट और इनपुट इंडिकेटर्स. प्रोसेस की अगर हम बात करें तो हमारी सारी एक्टिविटीज जो हम प्लान करते हैं किसी पर्टिकुलर प्रोजेक्ट में, तो वो हम विल नॉट गेट इनटू ऑल दोस थ्योरीज. देन आउटपुट इमीडिएट एंड आउटकम्स विल गो. देन this here it becomes very important when we talk about the smart indicators, because see, whenever we talk about the indicators and if it is generic, so even after the reading, even some evaluator, the jury members, so when after the reading they will have some questions in the mind. But if our indicator is smart, when we say smart, then it should be specific, measurable, right? It should be counted. Observe in the beginning we also saw that every rupees penny should be measurable. Until unless we do not have the smart indicators place, it will be very difficult for us to measure it. Then attainable, right? It should be the project realism, and then relevant, valid measures or result statement, and that it should be the time bomb. We'll just take one example. That, for example, if we are able to answer what, who, where, how much, and when we are going to reach a particular component, then if you see that, for example, if you see the indicator definition in the last, if we are answering what, who, where, how much, and when, so at least 75% reduction in the school dropout rate compared to the baseline status among adolescent girl in the 50 targeted government school of the district X and X of Y states within 2 years of project implementation. I think after reading this, there is very less chance if someone has any question about this particular step. It's very rare. Still, there could be question that going to detail, but this becomes very important to have the smart indicators in place. Time frame is also important. That means of verification, what all the sources we will have for the beneficiary. Then comes our logical framework analysis. So we discussed about our TOC, that how from from input activity, output outcome will reach. We talked about means of verification, verifiable indicators, and the assumptions. When we put all together this, we reach to our LFA. And yes, so now talking about our HCL Foundation. What framework we use at in the last session also we were discussing. So it all starts from the need assessment, that where all we have this particular need. Then we get into the selection of the product, because our program like HCLTech Grant is award winning, but we have other programs like Uday, Harit and all. So there we go for the search and selection of the like-minded partners in those localities where there is a need. We float the RFP, we get those selection process and all. Then we get into the process and progress monitoring. If I talk about the process monitoring, that we have a certain frequency in place, we have certain formats we will discuss just now, and then we conduct the periodic impact assessment from the baseline to midline and then end line. So yeah, so these are the some impact assessment log, like these theory and all. What will go into so if you see here that we also have put our mandatory impact assessment report in public domain. If you please visit the website hclfoundation.org. At our website you will see all the reports are there in the public domain, and also all the publications whatever we have made in any of the program. It is available at our website, and then there are report and videos. So now I will just hand over to our colleague Nitesh, and he will just talk about those mandatory documentation and how can we have the good control mechanism internally, and then we'll take the questions later on. So over to you, please.
Thank you, Vineet. Yeah, these are some of the mandatory documents we require when you submit for HCL grant. So first is trust deed. If you are registered under trust, then trust deed, bylaws and registration certificate. So any if you have any changes in trust deed, that also you have to submit to us. Any changes, any addition of clauses and all. So each and every detail you have to submit related to trust deed. and obviously registration certificate. Second is CSR 1 certificate. So how many of you have CSR 1 certificate? Can you raise your hand? So almost 80% of the crowd has. So just to let you know, when you if you don't have CSR registration 1, you will not able to receive CSR fund. Government has made it mandatory कि if for receiving CSR fund, you have to register yourself and get a CSR certificate first. And moving to next is PAN. Valid 12 and 80G certificate. So nowadays, as you are aware, government has 3 years back, government has issued new 12 and 80G certificates, and lots of NGOs got for 5 year, few NGO got for 1 year also, 2 year also. So you should check whether your 12 and 80G is applicable. If not, you just apply again to IT department. So valid 12A 80G certificate, FCRA if applicable, though FCRA is not related to domestic fund, but we want to take your FCRA certificate also if you are applicable, if you have that certificate. Next is 3-year audited financial statement by a chartered accountant, your organizational audited financial statement. And next is 3 years ITR, and last is 3-year annual report. So why last 3-year annual report we want? I'm telling you, as per CSR law, you should have at least 3 years of experience. If you are, for example, if you are applying for a education, you are submitting education portfolio, proposal. So in that case, what happened? And you don't have experience of education, you have experience of health. So CSR law has made it mandatory that you should have at least 3-year experience in the same field for which you have applying for CSR fund. So 3 साल का mandatory आपको काम करना, then only you will be eligible for that particular theme. Moving to the next slide. Now I'm coming to compliances and some internal controls. So in these slides, I will show you like some of the things which are important as per the law of the land, okay, which is mandatory, and some which is not mandatory, but yes, it is good for internal control of the organization. So जितना अच्छा इंटरनल कंट्रोल होगा, आप स्टेटरी कंप्लायंसेस फॉलो करोगे, उतना ही मतलब डोनर विजिबिलिटी अच्छी होगा, डोनर आपको सेलेक्ट करेगा. मतलब वो भी क्राइटेरिया एक होता है. वी चेक दीज क्राइटेरियाज ऑल्सो, लाइक इंटरनल कंट्रोल कितना अच्छा है आपका and all. So coming to next first thing in statutory compliances. So compliance of various statutory laws like TDS, PF, ESI, professional tax, FCRA, etc. And you have to check whether you are filing all these returns on time. So starting with TDS, your accountant should check that it is correctly charged in correct clauses and all. And secondly, TDS is filed as per the due dates. Same is the for PFI and ECS. So here for PF and ESI, I just want to tell, in our sector what happened. So lots of NGOs which are eligible for deducting ESI, they are not deducting because they don't have knowledge. Like they are thinking that they are not eligible to deduct. So eligibility as per government is like if you have more than 10 employees in an organization and salaries, then your organization is eligible to deduct ESI. उसमें second eligibility है employee के लिए कि अगर आपकी salary 21,000 से नीचे है per month, it is below 20, then ECS is mandatory. So ESI, sorry. So ये काफ़ी NGOs को नहीं पता होता है. जब हम रिव्यू भी करते हैं जो proposals आते हैं उसमें, उस केस में काफ़ी ऐसे cases होते हैं जिनमें NGO को पता ही नहीं है. It is not like कि intentionally they are doing, because they don't know, that's why they are not doing. क्योंकि सेक्टर में उतना मतलब है भी नहीं कि nobody spend on finance. Like आप देखोगे प्रोग्राम में तो दे स्पेंड लाइक सैलरी एंड ऑल. फाइनेंस में उन्हें चाहिए अकाउंटेंट जो 12-15 हज़ार तक में आ जाए, उससे ज़्यादा उनको नहीं चाहिए. तो वहाँ पे भी थोड़ा इन्वेस्टमेंट की ज़रूरत होती है क्योंकि जितना नॉलेजेबल होगा वो आपके लिए भी अच्छा होगा. मूविंग टू PF, सेम इज़ द केस ऑफ PF. कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन PF भी डिडक्ट नहीं करती जबकि वो एम्बिट में आते हैं. तो ये सब जो है ना, ये मैंडेटरी लॉज है. अगर आप नहीं कर रहे हो तो गवर्नमेंट की आपके अगेंस्ट एक्शन भी ले सकती है. और FCRA भी काफ़ी केसेस में कैंसिल हुए जिसमें मैंने वो नोटिस में देखा है कि उसमें ये भी एक कुछ क्लॉजेज आए हैं। तो ऑल्सो मतलब प्रोग्राम तो अच्छा होना चाहिए, फाइनेंस भी आपका अच्छा होना चाहिए, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट अब जितने भी कैंसिलेशन हो रहे हैं FCR मेजोरिटी ऑफ केसेस में आप देखो फाइनेंशियल क्वेरीज हैं गवर्नमेंट की। So 12 and 80G, as I told you, it should be a valid 12 80G certificate, and आप 12 80 सर्टिफिकेट इनकम टैक्स वेबसाइट पे भी जाके अपना चेक कर सकते हो। अगर नहीं आ रहा है तो आप इनकम टैक्स में इन्फॉर्म करो कि यानी नहीं आ रहा है, दैट डजेंट मीन कि आप एलिजिबल, आपका सर्टिफिकेट वैलिड नहीं है। कभी कभी गवर्नमेंट उसको इनकम टैक्स डिपार्टमेंट उसको अपलोड भी नहीं करता है। अगर आपका वेबसाइट पे नहीं आ रहा है, यू शुड गो टू योर IT डिपार्टमेंट और उसको अपडेट करा लो। नेक्स्ट, फाइलिंग ऑफ 10 BD फॉर्म। अब तो ये मैंडेटरी हो गया है कि वेन एवर यू रिसीव अ डोनेशन बाई 31 मार्च ऑफ नेक्स्ट फाइनेंशियल ईयर यू हैव टू फिल 10 BD फॉर्म। उसको फिल करने, सबमिट करने के बाद 10 BE फॉर्म आता है, वो आपको डोनर को देना होता है, या ऑटोमेटिकली डोनर के पास चला जाता है। उसमें कुछ नहीं होता, पैन दोनों का होता है, आपका पैन होता है, इनका पैन होता है। तो उससे क्या होता है, गवर्नमेंट रिकंसाइल कर सकती है किसी भी टाइम में कि आपको कितना डोनेशन आया, किसने दिया। ये सारी चीज़ें जो 2-3 साल में हुए, इसी के लिए हुए, रिकंसिलिएशन के लिए, कहाँ का फंड कहाँ आ रहा है। सेम केस विद CSR1। CSR1 में क्या होता है, आपका पैन नंबर होता है, एक्चुअली पैन नंबर होता है, तो उसके भी थ्रू आप गवर्नमेंट, यानी CSR1 का भी एक नंबर है, एक पैन नंबर भी है, उसको भी डाल के गवर्नमेंट चेक कर सकती है कहाँ से फंड आया, किसने दिया डोनेशन, सब कुछ चेक हो सकता है। तो सारी चीज़ अब ऑनलाइन हो गई है। So income tax return are filed on time. So many NGOs, they are not filing income tax on time. Even return like PF and all, वो भी टाइम पे नहीं होता, वो क्या कहते हैं, डिले पेनल्टी देके कर लेती है। सो डिले पेनल्टी आप लोग अगर बार बार कर रहे हो ना, दैट इज ऑल्सो नॉट गुड फॉर द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। उससे लगता है कि फाइनेंशियली ऑर्गेनाइजेशन वेरी वीक, क्योंकि इसका एक डेडलाइन गवर्नमेंट देती है। तो जस्ट ट्राई टू सबमिट ऑल द थिंग्स 10-12 days in advance, at least 7 days in advance, sorry. So next is organization policies. There are few policies mentioned here that NGO should have, like procurement policy. You should have a मतलब काफ़ी अच्छा written procurement policies होना चाहिए। Reason being कि काफ़ी जगह क्या होता है, they have procurement policy but it is not in detail. अब अभी के सिनेरियो में अगर आप देख लो तो NGO has like they have like some limit, like for example more than 20,000 organization has to collect 2 or 3 quotation, all there. But one thing they miss, like what happen when you want to hire some technical agency, for example technical agency or some services which you cannot compare. Okay, in that case you should have one single source approval policy also should be written on your procurement policy, which NGO generally don't have. So that also you have to check. So whenever auditor comes, they ask for how you have selected this service provider, then you don't have an answer. So that also you should have. And whenever you do procurement, you should write each and every minutes and all, and get it signed by at least 2 to 3%. Next is HR policy, delegation of authority matrix, like who will do what will be the amount at which director will approve, your senior manager will approve. In detail, you should have that policy, and it should be like approved by your board. Whistleblower policy in prevention of POSCO, data protection policy, declaration on conflict of interest also, like you should have declaration of conflict of interest policy is majority of NGO don't have. So you should just write these policy and get it approved by your board. Moving to next. So financial management, actually these are not mandatory as per the law, but yes, it is required for good internal control. Financial. So first is no prior period experience of book in current financial year. If you're booking any expenditure, earlier prior period expenditure should not be there. It should be booked in that year only. Expense are booked under correct expense head. So whenever like your donor is giving you money, expenditure, there are different budget line, okay? So salary, program, training and all. So all the expenditure which is pertaining to that particular budget, like for training and development, if you're doing anything, that should be booked there. It is not like that you will book in salary and all. So that also you have to check, because whenever a donor is also, whenever you are submitting any report to donor, that donor is also checking. Ensure that separate cost center for a donor projecting. So for every donor should have a separate cost code in financial software, so that with a one click you will get information how much you have spent for particular donor. So many NGOs, what they are doing, they are maintaining it in Excel. So it is really confusing whenever a donor comes and he sees these things in Excel. So Excel पे easily manipulate किया जा सकता है. You can change the figure and all. So it is advisable that you should have a different cost code in your financial software. Whenever you are receiving any fund from a donor, you have to ensure that should be utilized for that particular donor also. It's not like that you have used it for different donor, different donor has conducted different activity and you have booked in your project. And there should be paid stamp on each vouchers. You have to ensure that organization should have done expenditure as per the approved budget. Next. So you should validate bank reconciliation also, like you have to check whether there are some outstanding entries for a long and all. And bank statement लेना है बैंक से या online आपको. And financial duty का segregation होना चाहिए between different finance people. Next. And ensure that whenever you are receiving grant is not downstream, okay, it is not directly transferred to some other NGOs or parties who will directly do the work and all. That also you have to ensure. And whenever you are giving any salary sheet, in this sector, almost no NGO is maintaining time sheet and all. So it is advisable to maintain time sheet. If there are two different donor also, in that case, you have to maintain a time sheet, like how much work that person done for the A NGO and A donor and how much for B donor. So detailed time sheet is also required. So that also, if organization is not maintaining, just start it from, it is mandatory for a good control. Ensure that cash payment should not be more than 10,000 and interest utilize, if you are earning any interest on donation, you have to utilize as per the agreement MOU of the with the donor, okay? So moving to next. So actually this I think Vineet has also told. So one of the thing like what we do whenever you are applying for a grant, we see the proposal, your objective, and we match it from your trust deed objective. So third, we match it from our objective, and fourth from section 7 objective. If all the things are fulfilled, then only your project will be selected. So objective of both the things like are yours, we match it from our objective clause, okay? So all the three objectives should match. So so coming to governance, so NGO should not be politically motivated, and existing governing body, management committee and all. So what happened, there are three type of registrations are there, under trust, under society and section 8 company. There are different rules for governing bodies conducting meetings. So in section 8 companies, so government made it mandatory through income tax law that at least one annual general meeting they should have. But if you'll see for society and trust, there are no mandatory clause. But for good democratic system, you should have at least annual general meeting in society also, in trust also. So whenever we will select you, we will check all these things. That I have discussed. Yes, Vineet. Moving to next. So this is compliance from donor perspective, like budget versus expenditure analysis we do. Compliance to MOU requirement, fund and costs are recorded. That I have in a transparent manner. That means you have to maintain separate cost code. So expenditure are authorized by a authority which are authorized to do such authorization. Okay, and expenditure have been incurred as per predefined policies. Cash and these are the things which are required as per the donor requirement, which I have already discussed. So others are maintenance of proper fixed asset register and stock. So physical verification fixed asset and stock, and insurance of fixed asset. Physical verification, I will say, yearly should do one physical verification of asset, in which detail of asset, each and everything are there, where assets are kept and all. So what we do yearly, we take these detail from our NGOs also, whom we have funded. So for HCL Foundation fund, we do take physical verification certificate from each and every NGOs. So whenever, this is one of the mandatory requirement from our side. Next, Vineet. Thank you.
If any question we have, 1-2 questions we can take.
was looking at the forms, so there was a mention of GST. Do you need GST registration?
Hello. Yeah, sorry. GST registration is not required actually, but a certain NGO has GST certificate. So in that case, you have to declare that you have to GST number.
Is it mandatory?
No, if you don't have, we don't require. But certain NGOs apply for GST. If they have, we take GST thing
Thank
also.
you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Sir, actually, I want to know regarding PF and ESI.
Yes, actually, if you'll see ESI, employee state insurance, so वहाँ पे ये रूल होता है गवर्नमेंट का कि अगर आपके पास 10 एम्प्लॉय से ज़्यादा हैं अगर आपके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में, तो आप ESI काटने के लिए एलिजिबल हो. अब उसके एम्प्लॉय पे क्या होता है, उसी एम्प्लॉय का आप काटोगे ESI जिसका जो इनकम है, मंथली इनकम वो 21,000 से कम है. अगर यू स्पेशली एबल्ड पीपल तो उसमें 25,000 का गवर्नमेंट ने वो दिया है. और रिगार्डिंग पीएफ यू आर सेइंग, तो पीएफ में है अगर हाँ ईएसआई में 20 भी है कहीं पे, मिनिमम 20, वो मेरे ख्याल से वो आपको देखना पड़ेगा. और अगर आप पीएफ की बात करो तो 10,000, अगर 10 एम्प्लॉयज़ ज़्यादा देन यू हैव टू डिडक्ट पीएफ. और उसमें आई थिंक 25,000 इज़ द लिमिट. आपका सैलरी 25 से ऊपर होना चाहिए.
तो ये परमानेंट एम्प्लॉय जो उसके लिए है, और प्रोजेक्ट बेस में जो एम्प्लॉय होते हैं तो कैसे उसको?
प्रोजेक्ट बेस एम्प्लॉय अगर आपके रोल पे है तो सब पे एलिजिबल होगा.
Hello, I have a question related to the impact indicators and the impact assessment. Mostly you said that after 1 year the impact assessment will be there, right? If I understand it well. But do you expect in the social projects actually you expect impacts after 1 year? Mostly infrastructures and other thing you can see, but in the social projects generally you don't expect actually impact level changes after 1 year. So how do you expect actually impact level changes after 1 year, and how do you do that? Right. And my second question to the finance actually related to the FCRA, if it is there, I mean what does it mean actually? Whether it is mandatory, it is not, I mean how do you relate that?
So Vineet will give you first start.
So just answer to first question, ma'am. So even while Dr. Surbhi was also talking about, if we see that ongoing project, right? So that may have lifespan of 3 + 1 year, right? And in the beginning itself, you will have a proper framework in place that how you are going to make a change in that particular community or in particular project in the result. So if it is ongoing project for longer term, it is very much fine, and you can have impact assessment of, if it is maximum 4, then 4 + 1, so 5 years. But in terms of 1 year project, the layout should also be 1 CR, and at the same time, you will have a proper outcome, or maybe at that stage that a particular result which will be definitely be agreed to your donor that what you are going to achieve with this amount, and that has to be go through that particular impact assessment after 1 year. So I think if Dr. Surbhi, if you want to add on this question, it will be very helpful. So we have Dr. Surbhi also.
Yeah, hi. So talking about impact assessment, so any project whose outlay is more than 1 crore of rupees, after a year of completion, it becomes eligible for impact assessment. Okay. It's not mandatory to do it in the very first year of eligibility. You can do it maybe a little later also. Again, then it depends on the kind of project that you're doing. For example, it's an environment project where we are developing a forest. So of course, within a year, you'll not find the kind of impact you're looking forward to, whereas the impact will take next 3 or 4 years. Right. Whereas if it's a skill building program, skill development, education, so if you wait for longer term, then maybe your beneficiary has disappeared from the location, and you would not be able to tap the kind of changes you made in that 1 year or 2 year of project or whatever. So the minimum eligibility or the initial eligibility is the 1 year of completion, but there is no maximum capping to it. So depending on the kind of project and the kind of impact you're creating, you can do the impact assessment. No, there is no maximum period or the timeline on that. So you can mutually decide with your corporate.
But it will be due. If it is 1 CR,
it will be due. You can decide with your corporate when to get it done. That you can discuss with them. No, not yet, sir.
So for FCRA thing, actually it is not a mandatory requirement, but अगर if you have FCRA certificate for credibility we want कि आप दे दो. अगर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पास नहीं है तो हम कोई requirement हमारे तरफ से ऐसा नहीं है. But if applicable आपके पास है तो आप उसको भी submit कर दो. उसमें फॉर्म में एक आएगा ऑप्शन, तो टिक करके आप सबमिट कर सकते हो.
And just to answer sir question, we are working in Odisha. We have 3 projects running. Like the tenure is over now. CYSD, Center for Youth and Social Development. We have FES, we have Ekjut. So we do have presence in Odisha and we have projects here.
एंड FCRA अगर ना भी हो और हो भी तो उस पर सिलेक्शन पे कोई असर नहीं होता. आपके पास नहीं भी है तो भी कोई सिलेक्शन पे असर नहीं होगा इसका.
मैम जस्ट टू ऐड ऑन, FCRA का बहुत अच्छा सवाल पूछा आपने. सो किसी भी संस्था का FCRA इट्स नॉट अ मैंडेटरी डॉक्यूमेंट टू ऑब्टेन, बट येस अगर आपको फॉरेन कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन चाहिए टू रन दी CSR प्रोजेक्ट्स इन इंडिया, देन यू हैव टू mandatorily have the FCRA certification. For this particular HCLTech grant, we haven't mandated the FCRA because we are not sourcing the funds from the outside the country.
But so, एक चीज़ है, just to add to what Anuj, Nitesh and everyone shared, FCRA is a controversial थोड़ा सा part. I'll tell you how. FCRA आपके जितने भी PF है, आपके ESI documents है, और organization के जितने भी legal documents है, if you have those legal documents active, ये note करना आप लोग ये point, अगर वो active है, so you have to be in compliance. ये जरूरी नहीं है कि अगर आपके पास FCRA है और अगर आप compliance नहीं हो तो rejection के chances पूरे हैं, because इसका due diligence होता है, right नितेश? पूरा due diligence होता है, and when the due diligence happens, and these due diligence are being done by a third party agency, it is not done by HCL Foundation. We have all the audit firms with HCL Foundation, they come to your office, they check all your documents, and if you have those documents active, if you are in non-compliance, the chances of getting rejection is high.
And just the last point, adding to what Robin said, not with regards to HCL Foundation, ये एक organization की credibility को भी बढ़ाता है to have the FCRA. So we highly encourage at least the civil society organizations to definitely work towards obtaining the FCRA certificates, because that will eventually help you, source more funding through the domestic and foreign funders. I think, yeah, we're done. So let's have a round of applause.
Thank you.
For the finance, for the central functioning teams. So as I mentioned कि लड़ाइयाँ बहुत होती हैं हमारी, but इनके बिना हमारा काम भी नहीं चलता है. And I'm sure इनका session कुछ हद तक useful रहा होगा आप लोगों के लिए. There are a lot of evolution, as we say. So csr.gov.in, the website which Dr. Surabhi has also quoted, please keep referring that website. It reveals a lot of data. क्या क्या नया newness आ रही है in the CSR ecosystem. So that will really help all of us as our development practitioners to, be at par with what government desires or what we want to precisely do. Moving to the last session. Anything, Dr. Surabhi? All right. Thank you, Vineet. Thank you, Nitesh. So moving to the last question, why we all have gathered here today. And many of you would be, I'm sure must be waiting for this session eagerly कि HCLTech grant है क्या. अभी तक कुछ हद तक पता चल गया होगा कि exactly है क्या, but उसमें क्या details हैं, क्या specifics हैं, कौन से NGOs eligible होंगे आने वाले समय में, किन NGOs को थोड़ा सा अपने ऊपर काम करना पड़ेगा to make themselves eligible, किस तरह के projects हमने past में award किए हैं. We will also be hearing from some of the recipients, as my colleague Shelly mentioned, that Orissa में एक हमारा heavy presence रहा with some of the very esteemed partners, Foundation for Ecological Security, CYSD, Center for Youth and Social Development. So उनसे भी we will hear कि उनका experience कैसा था going through the entire 250 days due diligence process and eventually winning the grant and implementing the project for 5 years. And before that, Robin and Shelly will take the stage to take you through what is HCLTech grant, what is it that we have bought this particular year, and what is the expectations from the larger fraternity of the CSOs. Over to you, Robin.
Thank you, Anuj. So first of all, मैं आप लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूँ कि अभी तक के जितने सेशंस हुए हैं, सीखने को मिला या नहीं? मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. That's the energy we want in this room. Okay, now अब जो हम cover करने वाले हैं, this is our last session for the day. उसके बाद हम disperse होंगे for lunch. तो एक खुशी, एक अच्छी हंसी आप मुझे देखने को मिल रहा है सबके मुंह पे भी. So ये last session है हमारा. So इसमें अभी आपने सुबह से सुना कि हमारा CSR law इंडिया में क्या कहता है. How NGOs have to comply with the CSR law. How corporates have to comply with the CSR law. And उसके बाद आप लोगों ने ये भी सुना कि कैसे हमारा फंडिंग अवेलेबल है इन इंडिया थ्रू भौमिक्स सेशन. हाउ मच फंड्स आर अवेलेबल इन इंडिया. इट्स नॉट ओनली CSR. हम लोग क्या करते हैं, सिर्फ CSR फंड्स को ही टारगेट करते हैं, बट देयर आर फिलैंथ्रोपिक फंड्स अवेलेबल विच आर ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द सोर्स फॉर NGOs टू टैप इन. ओके, जितना CSR फंड्स अवेलेबल है इंडिया में, इक्वलेंट फिलैंथ्रोपिक फंड्स है. लास्ट 5 इयर्स में, मैं सिर्फ लास्ट 5 इयर्स का आपको एक डेटा दे रहा हूं, जो CSR का स्पेंड है इंडिया में कितना है लास्ट 5 इयर्स का. अभी जो भौमिक ने दिखाया था लास्ट 11 इयर्स का था. 2 लाख करोड़ का स्पेंडिंग है. 2 लाख, ओवर 2 लाख. लास्ट 5 इयर्स का कितना है अभी लास्ट 5 इयर्स का? नो 27,600 CR सिर्फ लास्ट 5 इयर्स में हमारा स्पेंड हुआ है. और इसका इक्वलेंट अगर आप देखो, जस्ट विद इन इसका थोड़ा सा और इंक्रीज ही है फिलैंथ्रोपिक फंड विच आर अवेलेबल टुडे इन इंडिया, विच इज मोर देन 28,000 crores. सो कभी आप लोगों ने सोचा है फिलैंथ्रोपिक फंड्स को भी टैप करने का? किसी ने फिलैंथ्रोपी के अपॉर्चुनिटीज को टैप किया है? ओनली लुकिंग फॉर CSR कंपनीज टू इन्वेस्ट? यस मैम, I'll take your questions.
No, what he's saying, you asked the question, right? So he's saying that he had tapped the philanthropy.
You have tapped the, okay. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought you were raising hands for the question. Okay. So sir can also share his experience that, आप उनसे भी बात कर सकते हैं. What has been his experience tapping these philanthropic funds which are available in India today? Anyways, I'm not going into that detailing. अब जो myself and my colleague Shelly, what we are going to cover is, Shelly अब आपको पूरा हमारे HCLTech Grant का application process समझाएगी. And post which I will cover कि HCLTech Grant में selection होता कैसे है NGOs का. Because वो बहुत important आप लोगों को जानने की जरूरत है कि क्या वो सिलेक्शन पैरामीटर्स हैं जो हम लोग यूज करते हैं. और वो दोज सिलेक्शन पैरामीटर्स आर नॉट बीइंग सेलेक्टेड बाय HCL Foundation by itself. It's a general selection parameters which is being used in the development sector by all the funders to select the projects. और वो आप लोगों के जानने की बहुत जरूरत है, अदरवाइज ये हमारा सिंपोजियम कंप्लीट नहीं होगा. तो दिस सेशन विल टॉक अबाउट हाउ टू राइट अ गुड प्रपोजल to any donor, not only to HCLTech. HCLTech से आपको एक आइडिया लग जाएगा कि क्या HCLTech एक प्रपोजल में देखता है. एंड इन जनरल आई विल कवर कि बाकी CSR कंपनीज इंक्लूडिंग HCL Foundation, how we evaluate these proposals. We'll cover in this session. Okay? Looking forward to this session? Great. Over to you, Sherry.
I hope now I am audible. Yeah, so in this session I will be covering, because since morning I am, a lot of questions are coming and people have a lot of questions on eligibility criteria, on the functional existence. So I'm going to cover everything in this session. And I now know that, HCLTech Grant doesn't need any introduction because we are in 10th edition and it's HCLTech Grant edition 10. But I'll just take a minute because I see that there are also new NGOs who have come today and want to know and are eager to know about HCLTech Grant. So for that, HCLTech Grant, it was started in 2015 and it's a CSR initiative by HCLTech through HCL Foundation in India, which give grants to the NGOs who are working towards the rural development. And we give grants in 3 categories: environment, health, and education. So we have 2 objectives of HCLTech Grant, that we give financial grants, awards. It's an award-winning grant. So we award financial grant in these three categories, which is environment, health, and education, to the NGOs who are working towards the rural parts of India. And the second objective is that, and I'm sure you are also want to know and eager to know that what are these are books here lying here. So these are the compendiums. We have eight volumes here, and top 30 NGOs. Their models are featured in this compendium. So this gives you a not just for HCL Foundation, but they are globally recognized, and they are also you can find the copies on our publication page, on HCLTech Grant publication page, and they are globally recognized. So this plays a very important role whenever you go to other donors also. So this gives you a lot of credibility. So even if you, because a lot of times and it's a core competition only where thousands of NGOs are applying, and lot of NGOs लोग बहुत ज़्यादा निराश हो जाते हैं जब वो नहीं जीतते हैं. बट निराश होने की ज़रूरत नहीं है. बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं जो एज एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन यू गेन वाइल यू अप्लाई थ्रू HCLTech grant, and this is one of the जो आपको एक इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल जो प्ले करता है और आपको बहुत ज़्यादा क्रेडिबिलिटी देता है. बिकॉज NGOs जो भी इस बुक में फीचर हो रहा है, दे हैव गॉन थ्रू अ ड्यू डिलिजेंस प्रोसेस, एंड टॉप 30 NGOs who are shortlisted in this sub-jury are featured, their models are featured in this compendium. So yeah, moving to the next. So we give grant of, so we do annually a commitment of 16.5 crore. We give a grant to winning NGOs 5 crore each in environment, health, and education, and the rest 6 runner-ups gets the grant of 25 lakh for a year-long project. So these are some of the definitions, and also I would like to take a minute here. See, we are very transparent, and everything, like today also, whatever I'm presenting, whatever you can see on the slides, everything is there on our website. So it's just that you have to do a little homework. You have to first go through our website, read more about the eligibility criteria, the definitions, because a lot of times we have queries that which category you should apply, or there are a lot of confusion. So we have also tried to put certain there are certain themes and sub-themes which we have tried to cover in this definition, though it is not a comprehensive list, but it just covers and gives you a broader, wider perspective on the themes and the sub-themes which you can apply in HCLTech grant. So we have definitions of environment, health, and education. Now moving to the next slide. So yeah, now here's the exciting news, and Anuj also spoke about it in the morning. So yeah, the exciting news is on the eligibility criteria, and this could all be possible just because of all of you, क्योंकि आप लोगों के इतने हमें request आते हैं, and when we do such symposiums, I think so the request and it is only this news has only come because of you, that now there is a relaxation in the eligibility criteria. So the financial expenditure, जो आपका average expenditure पहले 1 करोड़ रहता था अगर आप education और health में apply करना चाहते थे, अब वो 50 लाख हो गया है. Environment का 50 लाख ही है, but अब हमारा जो health और education है उसमें 1 करोड़ से 50 lakhs हो गया है. So which is a good news for all the NGO, and now I'm sure that lot of NGOs will be able to apply in HCLTech grant. So yeah, now certain points which I want to highlight, and also the queries which we are getting. So the first eligibility criteria is that you need to be a registered NGO under Society, Trust, or Section 8 of the Companies Act, or either liable to get CSR funding according to the Section 135 of the Companies Act. Now talking about the next is, and Nitesh was also talking about, in his presentation, that is important that you need to have your ATG, your 12A certificates in place. You need to also have renewals of 12A ATG certificates, because now when new amendments came in 2021, so now renewal of 12A and ATG was also became a mandate document to have. Then CSR Form 1, which not just for HCL Foundation, but for any donor you want to apply, you need to have your CSR Form 1 in place, which you can apply through Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which Dr. Surbhi also spoke. Then on the functional existence, so in the morning, sir have this question that, what should be the functional existence since he's very new to this sector. So you need to have a 5 years of functional existence from the day of your registration till 31st March 2024. You need to have 5 years of functional existence. Then on the average expenditure, I just spoke that, and we will be calculating from 2021 to 21, 22, 23, and 22-23. So these are the 3 years which we are calculating. So you need to calculate your 50 lakhs basis these 3 financial audited reports. So moving to the next, so these are some of the prerequisite, I would just want to just highlight few, and which I think so Nitesh have also highlighted in his presentation. When we talk about the bylaws, so your bylaws should have a mention of the category which you wish to apply. So for example, if you want to apply in health category, your bylaws should also have a mention that you are eligible to work in the health category. So that is which is very important, because sometimes, because we do understand, because your bylaws would have been made during your existence, but now it's always important that you keep reviewing your documents and you keep updating according to the new amendments, according to the new laws which are coming. It's important that the project is for the rural areas. We do have other projects which Gaurav also spoke about, but then it's important that the HCLTech Grant project which you are proposing should be in the rural areas. The grant amount should not be solely on the infrastructure development. Lot of times, and which Robin will be covering while he will be giving you the tips to write the proposal and the the funding part of it. So it's important that your project should not be like we give 5 crore, but it should not be the case that you are putting your 4 crore into just infrastructure development. So it's important that the activities which you propose should be spread over, and should be the focus should be more on the project activities rather than just on the infrastructure development. We will be taking the questions in the next. Then the proposed project must be designed for a grant of amount 5 crore for a 4-year project. So this is very important, because we do give the finalists the 25 lakh grant, but that doesn't mean that if you submit a proposal of 25 lakh, it will be disqualified, because it's important the proposal which you are submitting should be of 5 crore. The next is that, the sub-granting, because a lot of times we also have this query whether the sub-granting is allowed or not. So sub-granting of funds is not allowed. So if you win a grant, then it's important that you only implement the project. So it should not be the case that you get the grant and you give it to some other NGO and they implement the project. You can always have some technical expertise, but yes, it's important that you only implement the project. So moving to the next, and which is a very important slide here, which, how to apply. Because since morning, I'm getting these queries, and, NGOs was still struggling with the registrations. And I want to, highlight here that it's important, and it's a 2 process, that you first have to register and submit your application. Because if you do not submit your application, we will not be able to review your application, and you are not eligible for the grant. Lot of times people just register and they think that, their organization will be considered for the grant. But no, it's important that you first register and then you submit your application. So I'm also going to help you with that, how you can register and submit your application. But before that, may I have show of hands of NGOs who have already registered for HCLTech Grant Edition 10? Okay, since now also there are less people, but I would encourage people to please register for HCLTech Grant and please follow me. So the first is that, when we ask for the registration, we ask for the basic details. Then there's a login. And once you do login, the form is divided into 3 parts, which is an organization profile and the project abstract and the organization documents. So now we will quickly take you through the website and tell you that how to register and apply for HCLTech Grant. Open the website. Yeah. So this is basically our website, and you will on the website you will see on the right hand side there's a login and the register button. You have to just click on that and this registration page will open. You have to just put your basic details here, and then Ishita, just put the basic details. So then, once you put all your basic details, which we were also helping you in the morning, your name, your organization name, your address, which is mentioned in your registration certificate, because it is important that you fill this registration form right, because some of the information from this registration form is auto-populated in your form. So it's important while even choosing the category, you choose the right category. Now, Ishita, you can directly log in. So, after filling this registration, you have to put your so after registering, you will get a link to your registered email ID. You have to click on that link and set your password. Once you do that, just go to this login page, put your registered email ID or a username which you have created, put your password, and the form will open. The form is divided into 3 parts, as I was telling you: the organization profile, a project abstract, and the mandatory documents which you need to submit. And the organization documents is important that you keep in hand, because it's important that they are handy, so that you, while filling up the application, and this time also I would want to highlight that we have tried to make the form really NGO friendly, so that while filling up your application, you can review it, you can save your information, and then after reviewing you can submit your application. So this is the organization profile. Just go down, go to organization profile. Yeah, so this is our organization profile, and here, just stop. So here I just wanted to also point out, please indicate if the policy document is documented and is in practice for the following. So in the morning also I was getting these queries. So when we ask is documented and in practice, so by this what we mean is that whether you have a policy in place, whether you have a document of that policy or not. Like Nitesh was also mentioning, that it's important that you have, there certain policies which is not just as an organization, but which is also governed by the government. So it's important that you have those policies in place, and also it's important that those policies are in practice. So for example, if you see that there is a child labor which is happening, so what, as an organization, if you observe that or someone complained to you, does your organization have that policy in place, that is, it is also in practice, that can you take any action on it? So it's important that सिर्फ पॉलिसीज का एक डॉक्यूमेंट होने से हमारा पर्पस सॉल्व नहीं होगा. इट्स इम्पॉर्टेंट कि हम उसे प्रैक्टिस भी करें जब भी अगर ऐसा कुछ केस बाहर आता है. So this is what I mean by organization, this question. Then you have a project abstract. And also, it's important that, you stick to the word limit. And there is always, because if you will try to exceed the word limit, there's a pop-up which will come, and there will a red alert which it will give you. And also one suggestion which I would want to give you here is that, the form is designed in a certain way that, people in your organization, like you would need help from your finance, you would need help from your program people, you would need help from your fundraising people. So it's important that you all sit together, write, take the questions from here, write in an Word document, and then review it among yourselves, and then put your answers, copy paste your answers, and submit your application. Because a lot of times we get a query that you have submitted wrong information, now you want to edit it. And also do not wait for the last moment to submit your application. So 25th of June is the last date to submit your application, but please do not wait for the last date, and keep submitting your applications, because on the last day the server becomes very heavy, and then you face issues in submission of your application. So yeah, this is the project abstract, and going to the organization documents, as I was telling you, that it's important that you keep all your documents in handy, so that while filling up your application, your life becomes easy. Let's go to up, and I just wanted to just take one query, because a lot of times people face issue that how to download the declaration format. So you have to just click on this download declaration form format, and the form will open. So you need to just take a printout of this form, fill this form, sign it, stamp it, and again scan it and upload it here. So this is very important to send the declaration form, because you will see that there is an asterisk mark which is mentioned. So all the places where the asterisk mark is mentioned is all the mandatory fields. So if you do not put information in the asterisk where the asterisk is there, then we will not be able to you will not be able to submit your application, and we won't be able to get your application. And after you have uploaded all your documents, then you will also get an acknowledgement from HCL Grant email ID saying that we have your form has been successfully submitted. Your stage 1 application has been successfully submitted. So it's important that you get that email. If you do not get this email, please feel free to write to us at hclgrant@hcl.com. We have a dedicated email ID. We are running also a toll-free number to address all your query, which is 1800-572-0608. So please feel free to write to us, call us if you have any queries. Thank you so much. Now I hand it over to Robin. Acha. Okay, sorry. It's 1800-572-0608. And our email ID is hclgrant@hcl.com. 1800-572-0608. Yeah. Is there also on the screen? Yeah, it's also there in the brochure which we have given you.
ओके फोटो ये सब हमारे वेबसाइट में है. दिस नंबर्स आर देयर इन आवर वेबसाइट, सो यू कैन टेक इट फ्रॉम आवर वेबसाइट. सो ओके, सो नो सो इट्स आप गूगल में जाइए और HCL Tech Grant क्लिक कीजिए, वो सबसे पहला आ जाएगा. उसको वो ऑप्शन आ जाएगा HCL Tech Grant का वेबसाइट, एंड इट विल टेक यू टू द HCL Tech Grant वेबसाइट. सो थैंक यू शैली. सो नाउ अब हम जो कवर करने वाले हैं वो है कि जो प्रपोजल्स आप लिखते हो उसमें क्या क्या, लाइक यू हैव heard from Nitesh, Vineet, even Gaurav, in between Anuj also shared. कुछ ऐसे pointers, छोटे छोटे pointers है ये सब, but if you take care of those pointers, your proposal will become very strong in front of the donor. How to write an effective and efficient proposal is what in today's time NGOs will have to learn. And I'm sure आप लोग जब अपने field पे, wherever in whichever community you are working, you are the experts and you know your work. अब हम लोग कुछ NGOs, हम लोग क्या करते हैं, I'm just giving you some small examples from my experience and from my team's experience, who have been evaluating these proposals for the past many years now. And we have our eminent subject matter experts who have 40, 30 plus years of experience in these sectors where our proposals have been asked by the NGOs to apply. Now, कुछ चीज़ें जो हम लोग देखते हैं, जो NGOs थोड़ा बहुत mistakes करती है, वो ये है. सबसे पहला चीज़ कि when an RFP comes, आप लोग सबसे पहले क्या देखते हो? सीधा नीचे जाके देखते हो फंडिंग क्या अवेलेबल है. देखते हो नहीं देखते? बट उसके ऊपर जो टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस है वो नहीं पढ़ते. सो सबसे पहला इंपॉर्टेंट चीज फॉर एनी NGO while applying for any grant is to read about the eligibility criteria, to read about the prerequisites, to read about what is the requirement which this CSR company is asking from this fund, where this fund need to be utilized. That is very important. Read the documents. वो बहुत important है. Put one of your team member to read those documents and let them debrief you. Then you apply. That is first rule. Second, जब आप proposal देखते हैं, you should apply for those grants where your expertise lies. For example, now for HCL grant, we are inviting applications under education, health, environment. NGOs क्या करती है, तीनों चलो ठीक है. Now HCL is asking these proposals for these 3 categories. Any other donor would have some other categories. हम डाल देते हैं, शायद selection हो या ना हो. But do you know that उसका एक due diligence होता है from the donor side before selecting any proposals? Because with one RFP, RFP means when such opportunity comes out from the donor side, there are multiple organizations who apply, and selecting those NGOs, you can understand we will have our own selection parameters. So the first rule, the first rule to terms and conditions pura padi, information pura padi. Second is, wherever your expertise lies, you should apply for such grant. Environment में अगर आपका काम नहीं है, अगर environment का proposal आया हुआ है, environment में मत डालिए. Then you make sure you have a technical experts in your team to implement those projects, because वो check करती है organization. आपके organization में वो technical expert की team है जो उस project को implement कर सकती है. HCL grant में हमने एक disclaimer डाला हुआ है, we don't accept any applications written by any third-party consultants or agency. That is very clear, and we are not responsible if you are paying them the fees for any such guarantee that your proposals will be selected. We are not responsible for that. वो हमने clear cut हमारे disclaimer में लिखा हुआ है, because जब हमने 2017 में Symposium start किया था, we got complaints from NGOs from all these remote places wherever we did our symposiums that sir हमने consultants को पैसे दिए, उन्होंने हमारा proposal लिखा and we are not selected, हमारा पैसा भी गया. And NGOs are paying 25,000, 50,000, 1 lakh rupees. I'm not against any consultants. If any of the consultants are here, please don't mark my words and don't take it in a defense mode. But the experience which we have got from the NGOs is not that very good. Now, जब आप प्रपोजल लिखते हैं किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को, ऑलवेज राइट दोज प्रपोजल बाय योरसेल्फ, बिकॉज आपका प्रोजेक्ट आपसे अच्छा कोई नहीं जान सकता. आप अपने हाथ से अपने टीम के साथ मिलके व्हेन यू राइट दोज प्रपोजल्स, इट गेट्स द पर्पस फॉर विच दैट प्रपोजल इज मेड is communicated to the donor. We don't see, in HCL grant especially, we don't see आपका grammar कितना अच्छा है, आपका English कितना अच्छा है. अगर आपके उस proposal में, if you have the content, if you have clearly mentioned your problem statement, if you have clearly mentioned your project activities, if you have clearly defined your financial modeling, if you have clearly mentioned your impact, if you have clearly mentioned your outcome and output, if you have clearly mentioned your sustainability, if you have clearly mentioned your LFA strategy, आपका proposal will be the strongest proposal among the lot. But उसका condition ये है, you will have to write that proposal by yourself. ओके, नाउ HCL ग्रांट में हम लोग क्या वो पैरामीटर्स यूज करते हैं जो कि एक प्रपोजल को सेलेक्ट करता है. वी हैव 7 स्टेजेस ऑफ सिलेक्शन, और इस 7 स्टेजेस में ईच प्रपोजल इज रिव्यूड बाय 4 पार्टीज. One is the HCL Foundation subject matter experts and the PMO team. Second, we have our governance partner Grant Thornton who reviews those proposals. Each and every proposal is read by our governance partner Grant Thornton. So Grant Thornton is a third party audit firm which has been associated with HCL Grant from the edition 2 onwards. So आप जो भी proposal डालते हो, तो एक तो HCL Foundation का expert बैठता है, एक उसके ऊपर Grant Thornton की टीम बैठती है, एक तीसरा जो हमारी टीम है वो है independent consultants. They are not connected with HCL Foundation. They are independent subject matter experts who have 20 or 30 years of experience in their own, thematic areas. They also review your proposal. Or fourth is our HCLTech Grant team, who have been managing these partners. So 4 लोगों का जब रिव्यू आ जाता है और सबका पैरामीटर सेम होता है और सब में स्कोरिंग होता है, and every proposal has a qualitative comments. जिसका स्कोर हाई होता है वो टॉप में चला जाता है. एंड वो स्कोरिंग कैसे हम मैच करते हैं? वी पुट ऑल द 4 पार्टी स्कोर इन 1 एक्सेल शीट. उसको फिर हम कोडिंग करके जिसका जैसा वेटेज है उससे वो ऑटोमेटिक वो एनजीओ सबसे ऊपर आ जाता है. देयर इज नो बायसनेस हियर, देयर इज नो geographical selection here, there is no size of the organization we see. We only see the score which you have scored according to the merit of the project you have proposed. हम लोग इधर ये नहीं देखते कि वो एनजीओ कितना छोटा है, वो एनजीओ कितना बड़ा है, या वो एनजीओ कितना बीच में आता है. वो सब हम नहीं देखते प्रपोजल. हम देखते हैं आपका प्रपोजल में आप क्या बोलना चाहते हैं, क्या इनोवेटिव वो एक थिंकिंग है, या क्या मॉडल है, या क्या इम्पैक्ट वो आप लाना चाहते हो अपने उस सोसाइटी में, उस कम्युनिटी में, वो हम देखते हैं. And how strong is your governance? How strong is your credibility of the organization? How strong is the problem statement you have made? और कितना relevance है उस problem statement में? That all we check. So, if we go to the selection parameters, please. Okay. Just remove this. Okay. मैं आप लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूँ, मैं हर सिंपोजियम में ये पूछता हूँ, एंड एवरी एनजीओ दे रेस्पॉन्ड ऑल्सो, दे नो दीज पैरामीटर्स. आप बताइए, आप लोग बताइए, व्हेन यू सबमिट अ प्रपोजल टू एनी डोनर, व्हाट डू यू एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम दैट डोनर टू चेक इन योर प्रपोजल? बिकॉज सुबह से आप लोग सुन रहे हो. अब आप लोग बताइए मुझे कि एज अ डोनर, आप डोनर हो, हम लोग एनजीओ है, हमने आज आपको प्रपोजल दे दिया है, आपके पास फंड अवेलेबल है. आप बताइए आप लोग क्या क्या चेक करोगे हमारे पेपर्स में, जो भी हमने सबमिशन दिए, बताइए. एक्सपीरियंस होना चाहिए, हाँ, एक्सपर्टीज होना चाहिए, इम्पैक्ट होना चाहिए, हाँ, सिंसियरिटी ऑफ द पर्पस. वेरी गुड पॉइंट. ये काफ़ी पॉइंट्स है जो आज हमने पूरा दिन यहाँ सुना है हमारे एक्सपर्ट पैनल से, स्पीकर्स से. बताइए. और ये सब बहुत छोटी छोटी चीज़ें हैं. ये मत सोचिएगा कि वॉट एवर वी आर शेयरिंग दैट माइट बी वेरी स्मॉल इन नेचर, बट वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग फॉर मेकिंग योर प्रपोजल impressive in front of the donor. बताइए. Legalities of the documents which you have submitted, compliance, innovation, हाँ, टीम behind, आपकी पूरी टीम लगी है उस प्रपोजल में बनाने में, उनका क्या योगदान रहा है, what is their contribution, sustainability of the project, what is your sustainability and exit strategy. That is very important. I think during Bhaumik's session, you have seen that one of the highest mistake which NGOs do, I think it was more than 50%, that they don't give importance to the sustainability and exit strategy in the proposal. And that's what every donor would like to see. What else? हाँ, स्ट्रैटेजिक, हाँ, लिंकेजेस,
SDGs के साथ लिंक,
हाँ, SDGs के साथ लिंक.
वेरी गुड पॉइंट.
हाँ, प्रोजेक्ट एक्टिविटीज एंड या No, so I'll tell you. Okay, I got your point, sir. उधर है आपका. First, there are two information which we ask. First is the list of your board members. List of board members का पूरा एक list होता है, where we ask you to give their names, their qualification. Then there is another option. There is another question which talks about your team. In that section, you will have to put the name members of your core team members and their designation and their qualification. With that, we assess कि आपकी core team में वो expertise है या नहीं. I hope that answers your question. Great.
Robin, if I can take a minute. So as a part of this whole session, I also would like to take this opportunity to invite our winners from Odisha.
Yes.
To share their experience, because that will also help you, again introspect and understand कि उन्होंने उस वक्त क्या क्या चीज़ें थी जिन पे फोकस किया सर. So I'll start with ma'am, Swapnishree ma'am, if you can join me on the dais. She's the General Manager, Head, Gender, Diversity and Integration at the Foundation for Ecological Security. मैं आप सबको बता दूं, FES हो सकता है आप लोगों ने काफ़ी उन्हें नाम सुना हो. They are a environment organization working since quite many years, and we will hear more from Supna ma'am. They were the first HCLTech Grant recipient in the environment category. We also have Mr. Basant Kumar Nayak in the room with us, Program Director, Center for Youth and Social Development, CYSD is what we call them. Very beautiful one-year partnership with CYSD. They turned out to be the finalist of, sir, if I'm not wrong, 2019. 22, and they won the grant of 25 lakh for a one-year project. We welcome you, sir. And lastly, we have Ms. Swasti Mohapatra, State Program Manager, Child in Need Institute. Ma'am, we welcome you. She is based out of Bhubaneswar, Odisha. However, Sini had received the first HCLTech Grant award in the health category, and the project was implemented in West Bengal, which is the neighboring state of Odisha. So we will also hear from our experts कि इनका क्या अनुभव था, इनका क्या experience था when they won the grant and they implemented the project. Robin, over to you.
Great. And I would want Anuj, you also join this panel because Anuj has been managing this partner engagement post they are awarded the HCL grant, and what all are those parameters which they, Anuj and the team, they check when they submit their reports to us. So, okay, so my first question is to ma'am. Ma'am, FES was one of our prestigious winner in the environment category. So, how has been your experience as a team when you went through this grant and post the
KIT की मेडिकल टीम है क्या यहाँ पे? Sir, I hope we are okay, sir. If you can just wave your hand. Sir, if you need any support, हमारी टीम है वहाँ पे आपके पास. Oops. I think he is falling down. Okay, let's not panic. Let's maintain the sanity of the room. I think he's fine. Our team is there to support him. Everybody is requested to please be seated.
Yeah, please. आप लोग बैठिए सब. हाँ, we are there. अच्छा, please. Yeah.
Okay, Robin, I think we can resume. Yeah, come back. Yeah.
You know, going through this grant and post you won the grant.
Thank you very much. Nice to see the fraternity from Odisha sitting here looking for this grant. Basically, सुबह से जितना बात हो रहा है, काफ़ी लोगों को ऐसा ये लग रहा होगा कि ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा बेहद ही ज़्यादा मुश्किल प्रोसेस है, आपसे होगा नहीं. But let me just tell you, इन्होंने काफ़ी डरा दिया आप लोगों को. ये स्लाइड दिखा कि इतने टाइम से अकाउंट्स टीम ने 5 स्लाइड्स, अनुज ने 4 स्लाइड, रॉबिन ने 6 स्लाइड दिखा दिया. Nothing to worry. It's like a normal proposal. If you have your concept ready, if you know what you want to do, if you really in the, जैसे भैया बोले ना कि घास है, ज़मीन पे जड़े हुए घास है, तो आपको ये ग्रांट उतनी ही आसानी से आप इसके लिए प्रपोजल लिख सकते हो. आपका सारा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जो बैठे हैं यहाँ पे, all of you will not just जस्ट माइट भी थोड़ा लग रहा होगा कि इतना सारा डॉक्यूमेंट है, नहीं सारे डॉक्यूमेंट्स आपके पास है। तो ये जो डर के आगे जीत है वाली कहानी है, शायद यहीं से शुरू होता है। जितना डरा है उसके आगे जीत होगा, और जीत हुई है। उड़ीसा से हमें लोगों को मिला है, एंड वी वर द फर्स्ट वन टू रिसीव इट, सो वी डिडंट हैव द सीक्रेट सॉस सेरेमनी। ऐसे सबको पूरा बता दिया उन्होंने, कहानी क्या करना है कैसे करना है, हमारे कुछ भी नहीं था। वी जस्ट केम टू लर्न कि HCL से ग्रांट देना चाहता है और हम कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ करना चाह रहे थे। एंड मोस्ट ऑफ यू नो कि FES जल जंगल ज़मीन पे काम कर रहा था, और हमारे पास काफ़ी दिन से ये सोच था कि ये जल जंगल ज़मीन को सुधारने का जो काम है उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी की इंटीग्रेशन कैसे हो, ताकि थोड़े ज़्यादा लोगों के साथ हम जुड़ पाएँ। तो हमने जो प्रपोजल सबमिट किया था, इट वॉज कॉल्ड iCare, आई रिमेंबर। वी रियली स्ट्रगल टू फ्रेम दैट नेम, कि हम क्या एक अच्छा नाम दें ताकि उससे हमको भी थोड़ा इंस्पायरिंग लगे। तो हमारी थोड़ी जो ग्रुप थी वो काफ़ी देर 1-1.5 महीना हमें लगा चर्चा करके कि हम अगर HCL के पास जा रहे हैं, टेक्नोलॉजी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के पास जा रहे हैं, तो थोड़ा टेक्नोलॉजी का बढ़ावा करते हुए कुछ अगर स्कोप हमें मिल रहा है, तो वी डिसाइडेड टू कॉल दिस iCare, which the full form was Informed Collaborative Action for Resilient Ecosystem. इसमें if you see this information was coming using a digital platform, data tech platform. कोलैबोरेटिव एक्शन आप सबको ही करते हो, गांव के साथ, पंचायत के साथ आप सब जुड़े हो। हम भी पंचायत के साथ, गांव के साथ और फेडरेशंस के साथ मिलके कुछ कोलैबोरेटिव एक्शंस करना चाह रहे थे। जो हमारा कोर काम है इकोलॉजिकल रेस्टोरेशन, उसी पे ही काम करना चाह रहे थे। सो दैट नथिंग दैट वी डिड ए कम्प्लीटली न्यू आइडिएशन, कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं था। हमारा काम पे ही एक लेयर डाला था कि हम टेक्नोलॉजी को लाना चाहते थे। एंड हु बेटर वुड हैव बीन मोर देन HCL to come forward to give us a grant like that. And the process of when you are very clear on your theory of change, जो बोलते हैं ना ये लोग कि आप सपना क्या देखें, वो सपना बहुत क्लियर होना चाहिए। The minute you write your dream in the least complicated word is the best. अगर आप उसमें पूरा दिमाग लगा दिए, कोई कंसल्टेंट को हायर किया, ऐसे लैंग्वेज निकाले जो आई कॉल इट ससुथरूर इंग्लिश, ऐसे टंग ट्विस्टेड इंग्लिश होगा, आपको ही नहीं समझ में आएगा, आपकी टीम को ही नहीं समझ में आएगा। तो मेक श्योर, आई एम श्योर दैट HCL ग्रांट इज नॉट फॉर यू। वो लोग देते भी नहीं वैसे ग्रांट को, उनको भी नहीं समझ में आता है ना। दे आर ऑल्सो नॉट द पीपल फ्रॉम द फील्ड, सी बिकॉज दे आर ऑल्सो नॉट पीपल फ्रॉम द फील्ड, दे आर ऑल्सो टेक टीम। सो उनको उतना सिंपल से लेके जितना सिंपल में आपका फील्ड में जो आदमी खड़ा है, औरत खड़ी है, उसको जितना सिंपली इंग्लिश में आता है उतना सिंपल इंग्लिश में लिखिए कि हम ये करना चाहते हैं, हम ये जियोग्राफी में करना चाहते हैं, ये हमारा स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट है, 3 साल में हम यहाँ पहुँचना चाहते हैं। वेरी सिंपल, ये बाकी सब भूल जाइए, बाकी जितना भी उन्होंने बोला वो सब फिट हो जाएगा आपका स्टोरी में। हमारे साथ फिट हुआ, हम तब बहुत छोटे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन थे, हमारे साथ फिट हुआ। बट आई थिंक व्हाट हैज़ बीन द जर्नी, HCL ग्रांट से हमें विजिबिलिटी बहुत मिली। विजिबिलिटी नॉट इन द सेंस कि हमें कोई कन्वेंशन वर्कशॉप में मिला, उनके साथ जितने जितने पार्टनर बनते गए, उसके बाद जब इनकी ईयरली कॉन्फ्रेंस होती थी, कुछ जो नए ग्रांटीज आए उनसे इंट्रैक्शंस हुआ, तो हमारी दोस्ती पूरे इंडिया में काफ़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ हो पाया। दूसरा था कि जहाँ जहाँ ये लोग अपनी ये किताब भेजे, शायद वहाँ से लोग हमको समझ में लगे। इनका भी रीच बहुत ज़्यादा है, ये बहुत कंट्री में काम करते हैं ना, तो इन्होंने अपनी किताब जहाँ जहाँ भेजा, थोड़ा जगह पे लोग हमें भी पहचानने लगे, हमारा काम करने को तरीके को पहचानने लगे, एंड वी गॉट मोर सपोर्ट फॉर द वर्क दैट वी हैव बीन डूइंग। सो ये लॉन्चिंग पैड है। जिनको लग रहा होगा कि 5 करोड़ के लिए इतना पापड़ कौन मिलेगा, पर ये 5 करोड़ अच्छा लॉन्चिंग पैड है, उससे आप जंप करके 50 करोड़ तक जा सकते हो, अगर आपकी सपने में वो दम है तो, और आप सही में घास हो तो, आपके जड़े अगर है नीचे, तो आई थिंक यू शुड रियली वर्क फॉर इट। एंड एनवायरमेंट कैटेगरी में दो वी हैव गॉट द फर्स्ट वंस टू गेट दिस ग्रांट, आफ्टर दैट जितने भी लोगों ने एनवायरमेंट कैटेगरी में अप्लाई किया, बहुत सारे लोग हमसे बात करते हैं। वी आर ओपन टू डिस्कशन। अगर आपका आइडिया बात करना चाहते हो, आप शेयर करना चाहते हो कि किस तरह से इस प्रोसेस में इन्वॉल्व हो, तो वी विल बी मोर देन हैप्पी टू बी हेल्पिंग यू इन आइडिएटिंग योर आइडियाज़, और मोर द मेरियर। और बहुत सारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को उड़ीसा में मिलना चाहिए। ये तो मेरी दिली ख्वाहिश है कि अगला ग्रांट एनवायरनमेंट का उड़ीसा में ही आना चाहिए।
थैंक यू सो मच मैम. बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से मैडम ने इसको आप लोगों को समझाया सरल भाषा में कि हिम्मत मत आना. यू हैव टू स्ट्राइव फॉर योर ड्रीम्स. आप अप्लाई कीजिए. ओके, पता नहीं कब आप लोगों का प्रपोजल हिट हो जाए और you get into the final and you are announced as a winner. And also madam talked about this book. She rightly mentioned ये top 30 NGOs जो इसमें feature हुए हैं, 10 in each category, education, health and environment. ये books भी हम सारे funders को भेजते हैं. And this is featured in our website also. So if any funder would like to fund any NGO who are featured here, they don't have to do a separate due diligence check on them. Because HCL Grant has already done. They just have to take care of their basic जो हमारे documents है वो आपका check करेंगे, but वो इतना detail में नहीं जाएंगे जितना HCL Grant में आपका already कर चुके हैं. So ये एक benefit है of coming. We are out with our 8 editions now. और this year e-copies, it's in HCL Grant publications page. If you go to HCL Grant website, वहाँ पे publications page में ये पूरा आपको बुक में जितने भी एनजीओस फीचर्ड है उसके बारे में आपको पढ़ने को भी मिलेगा और आपको समझ भी आ जाएगा किस टाइप के मॉडल्स हैं जो सेलेक्ट हुए हैं फॉर दिस बुक. ओके, सो नाउ माय नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज टू मैम हु इज फ्रॉम सिनी, स्वस्ति मैम. सो शी इज हेडिंग द ओडिशा chapter for Sini, and Sini is also one of the winner of HCL Grant in 2017 along with FES in the first health category winner. So ma'am, your experience of winning this grant और आपका क्या projects है जो आप ओडिशा में Sini का projects आप यहाँ पे चला रहे हैं, and how has been your approach towards the CSR companies or in all your projects which has been implemented?
First, Samastumu Namaskar, and thank you very much to SCL for giving us this opportunity to share our experience with everyone. Just I'm giving, before I share our experience with HCL Foundation, so I just briefly want to share about our organization. It's like ma'am said that nothing is impossible. So Sini started in 1974 with a small medical unit, like you can say a small clinic in 24 Pargana, just one room clinic. So it started from there, and now we are a 50 years old organization, and still we call ourselves a community based organization. And our strategy is basically we work in community engagement model. So all our programs are based on that, and since from the name you can make out like child, Sini is a child in need institute. So our central focus is child. Keeping child in the center, we plan all our programs. Like we work on the themes of health, nutrition, adolescent, then environment, child protection, education. So these are our thematic programs. And we have our units in West Bengal. We have our head office and different program units in West Bengal. We have operation in Odisha. We have operation in Jharkhand, Assam, Northeast, Madhya Pradesh, and we have a office in Delhi. So this is how we are working. And in Odisha, we are working in 30 districts of Odisha. And we have very close collaboration with Government of India and as well as Government of Odisha. In Odisha, we are implementing so many projects in collaboration with Government of India and Government of Odisha, and also CSR projects and other funding agencies. So starting from HCL project, coming to the HCL project, we were the first recipient in health category in 1917. And I can say that it was a wonderful experience. We learned many things like due diligence. When you engage with a CSR, definitely when you engage with something new, then challenges will come, but you will learn and you will overcome those challenges. And we started working from 3 blocks like Murshidabad, Jalpaiguri and 24 Pargana. These are the 3 districts, and from 3 districts we selected 3 blocks, these 3 blocks. And the success is like we upscaled these projects to 40 blocks, and we covered, this project was basically to address and prevent malnutrition, severe acute malnutrition But when you are talking about child malnutrition, without addressing maternal health, you cannot achieve your goal. So this project was basically health and nutrition focused program, and in that we covered around 1,38,000 pregnant women through this project. And this was really a successful project, and we learned many things, and from our learnings we were successful to get some other CSR projects, because we had links. People know that we are involved with HCL team, so that's a brand. So that brand, when you get, then definitely you will keep on getting different other projects, CSR projects. So in Odisha also we are working with Jindal, we are working with IndusInd Bank, we are working with Axis Bank, and here also we started our project with nutrition project, but then we expanded to health, then ECCD. Here we are running 100. We have established and running 100 creches in Keonjhar district in collaboration with the DMF and Government of Odisha. So we are running here 100 creches, and our focus is basically ECCD and nutrition. Besides that, we are working with PBTG communities, particularly vulnerable tribal groups. So we are working with them in providing them foundational literacy, addressing their maternal child health issues, and we have model Anganwadi centers. We are working in Sambalpur district in addressing model Anganwadi centers. We are working here on the issues of non-communicable diseases for 30+ population. So a question may arise in your mind when you are when we are a child-centered organization. Why 30+ population? If your family is not healthy, how can you ensure the welfare of a child? So their parents, everyone should be healthy and happy in a family. So it should be a child-friendly community. So that is basically our objective, and I am 100% sure whoever like those who are experienced NGOs, those who are old NGOs, they know the due diligence process working with CSRs. We are working here, and it is not at all difficult. If you are adhering to your timeline and adhering to your, because the financial processes, it seems little bit difficult, but it is not actually difficult, and it is nothing new. What is government of India has given, the laws has made, you have to adhere to that. Only thing is that, nothing new, and so I think it will be easier once you get through the process, and I'm sure you will definitely be able to click in getting the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing such insights. एक बहुत अच्छा मैसेज इन्होंने अपने टॉक से ये बताया कि हाउ दे हैव लेवरेज्ड द गवर्नमेंट रिसोर्सेज, एंड दैट गोज सेम फॉर आवर FES NGO also. So they have actually leveraged, double the fund which they got from HCL through government. So that was also one of the highlight in their project when they applied in HCL grant. Now my next question is to Basanji. Basanji, CYSD, we met CYSD in 2017 in one of the symposiums. Our first symposium, which was held in Bhubaneswar Press Club of India, and that's when we met CYSD team and their founder Jagdananji. And at that time, they also applied. They couldn't qualify. 2018, again they applied, they couldn't qualify. I think finally in 2021-22, they reached till the finalist round, but again the competition was so high, they were announced as a finalist, and they won a runners-up award. So how has been your experience? How have you kept that motivation in you, while applying for HCL grant, again and again every year? So what is your message to the NGOs?
Thank you for this opportunity to share our experience. Being a runners-up, we have a huge experience to share with you, right? We came to know in 2017. That time we applied, and our concept note was selected. Subsequent round we could not move, and in 2021 we moved to the final stage. Okay. So in 2021-22, we went to the final stage. So I will not talk about more about this grant. Let me share some practical tips I can say, what we have realized out of this process that may be beneficial for you. See, we had applied in the education category, and you know that it's a very long process, so many steps you have to write. So in the education category, we also struggle to understand what education is, whether it is only limited to school education, or it is also entitlement education. Government, it's also the behavioral education in terms of health and water and sanitation. Is it the education which we are providing training or orienting farmers on certain practices? So that you have to understand the scope of education very well. So education doesn't mean that it is only related to the school education. The second thing we have realized from this grant, Swapna Madam said, don't fear to the process or to the words or language, but you have to be careful. The concept note is very crispy concept note, very small. You have to put your thought in certain words. So you have to be very much articulative, how to express your experience and thought in with a very small space or small words, right? So sometimes what happens, we see that, we have seen, many times we write proposal, submit proposal in the sake of submission. But don't do that. So that is what we have realized. I'm just provoking, in the same year, we had also applied for Reliance Foundation, European Union, and we are so much into that process, and we won all the grants. We have won all the awards in that year. So you have to be very careful. And the fourth thing, whether you win the grant or not, but you will be benefited strengthening the processes of your organization. While when we went through this journey, we thought, we felt as if we are having a OD process for our organization. Sometimes we do organizational development processes for our organization to check the health of our organization. Where we are, where is our system, where is our process, how is our HR, how is our governance. So this is a very good opportunity to check all these processes within this, with this journey that I have felt. And the fifth thing, we could smell from this process that you can bring innovation. Whatever you have thought, the process you will be questioned at each step, again and again and then again and again. You will have a chance to refine your concept, your thought, and you can also be able to bring your innovation through this process. So in that way also this process benefits you. And finally, I would say about our partnership. We had a very short partnership for 1 year, but it was very useful. We are implementing certain supplementary education centers in Malkanagiri, and this partnership came just after the COVID situation. Imagine, when the schools, all the schools are closed, there was a huge gap in learning among the children, and the most important challenge was how to bring back the children to school. And this was a very useful grant for the district like Malkanagiri. We are running with 15 centers, and now these centers are running even if we don't have any financial support from HCL. So that was a good beginning. And I can say that this is a very good process. We should always test a process as well also if we want to make a life in the current situation. So that is what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Basanta, for sharing these insights. You know, I'm sure ये जो आपको 4-5 tips मिले हैं, when you write those proposals, I think if you keep those tips in mind, it will make, you know, your case more stronger in front of the donors. So my last question is to Anuj, who has been managing all our partners in HCL India Grant, and you know, and he has been seeing all these reports, all the selection. He has been involved in the selection of these NGOs from stage 1 to stage 7. So as an HCL Foundation expert, Anuj, what is your, how you evaluate these proposals when you see these proposals, and what's your message to the NGOs?
थैंक यू रॉबिन. फर्स्टली आप सबको धन्यवाद इतने पेशेंसफुली बैठने के लिए. आई नो बहुत भूख लग रही है, मुझे भी लग रही है. बिलीव यू, मैं कोशिश करूंगा अगले 2 मिनट में अपना अपने बात को समराइज कर सकूं। बहुत अच्छा सवाल पूछा रॉबिन ने कि पार्टनरशिप, एक चीज़ मैं विद माय गुड अमाउंट ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस विद HCL फाउंडेशन नाउ कैन से कि वी डोंट गिव ग्रांट्स, वी क्यूरेट पार्टनरशिप्स। हम पार्टनरशिप्स को क्यूरेट करते हैं, एंड दैट इज द वैलिडेशन व्हाट स्वप्ना मैम, शाश्वती जी, बसंत जी हैड टॉक्ड अबाउट। और कितना डाइवर्स एक्सपीरियंस आप लोगों ने देखा होगा या सुना तीनों से। एक एनवायरनमेंट का प्रोजेक्ट था, एक हेल्थ का प्रोजेक्ट था, एक एजुकेशन का प्रोजेक्ट था, फ्रॉम ओडिशा, अवॉर्डेड इन ओडिशा। और ये जो लॉन्ग टर्म प्रोजेक्ट था, इनफैक्ट जब बात हो रही थी, जब स्वप्ना मैम बोल रही थी कि आप लोग को डरना नहीं है, इट्स वेरी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड एटसेट्रा, मैम हैट्स ऑफ टू यू। जब हमने शुरुआत करी थी 2016-17 में, कॉन्सेप्ट नोट एब्स्ट्रैक्ट का कुछ था ही नहीं। वी हैडंट, एंड बिलीव यू मी, FES का जो प्रपोजल था इट वाज सो डिटेल्ड। आप लोगों में से जो लोग एब्स्ट्रैक्ट राउंड क्लियर करेंगे, यू विल गेट टू एक्सपीरियंस दैट होल एक्सपीरियंस कि जो डिटेल्ड प्रपोजल लिखना होता है उसमें कितने पेजेस होते हैं, चाहे वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी हो, थ्योरी ऑफ चेंज हो, लॉजिकल फ्रेमवर्क एनालिसिस हो, एग्जिट स्ट्रैटेजी के बारे में बयां करने की बात हो। लेकिन वी ऑल्सो इवॉल्व्ड with the feedbacks which we received, while traveling to all these cities, meeting NGOs, talking to more people who are working in the social development sector, and eventually we have come to a conclusion कि नहीं, सबसे पहले a concept note is a thing which has to be there in place. उसके बाद हम बात करेंगे detailed proposal की। तो I think वहाँ से यहाँ तक की एक journey जो एक तय करी हम लोगों ने, that was very beautiful, Robin, I would say, and amazing partnership। आप लोगों ने खुद सुना, दैट इट सेल्फ इज अ वैलिडेशन की HCLTech Grant is just not about giving funds like a typical donor or donee relationship. We do not believe in it. I had worked with these teams like day and night. I was traveling with them, trying to understand किस तरह से developmental model implement किया जाता है ground पे, and that was such a beautiful experience, and I could bring back सेइंग कि ये पार्टनरशिप केवल पैसा देने तक सीमित नहीं थी। जिस तरह से हमारी टीम्स ने काम करी, एंड आई वाज सेइंग कि आई कुड ब्रिंग बैक अ लॉट ऑफ गुड एक्सपीरियंस फ्रॉम द फील्ड, कुड शेयर विद माय कलीग्स, और उस चीज़ों से हमने भी बहुत कुछ सीखा है, एंड वी हैव इम्प्रोवाइज्ड आवर सिस्टम्स। सो इट वाज अ ग्रेट एक्सपीरियंस ओवरऑल, एंड थैंक यू सो मच जो भी आपने शेयर किया, एंड आई एम श्योर आप लोगों के लिए बहुत यूजफुल होगा। स्टे कनेक्टेड, दे आर वर्किंग इन योर स्टेट, योर सिटी। There are so many districts in Odisha where potential projects can come out. Do make a good use of this opportunity. And if not, as Basanta sir lastly said, at least experience. At least experience. That itself is going to be a very, very unique experience for us as an organization to go through the processes, how the evaluations are done. Robin ने इतना detail में जो एक selection criteria बताया 7 stages का, that itself will be very amazing. So on that note, I'll take a pause, and thank you so much. We can have a round of applause.
Can I just say a word?
Sure, I think there is one point which,
yeah, I think just a last point. अगर आपकी सिलेक्शन नहीं होती है, इसका ये मतलब नहीं कि आपके आइडिया में कुछ प्रॉब्लम था, आपसे किसी और का आइडिया बेहतर था। यही होता है इस प्रोसेस में। जितने भी ग्रांटीज को मैंने देखा है पिछले 7 साल से, तो ये बिल्कुल होता नहीं है कि मेरा आइडिया शायद ख़राब था तो हमारा रिजेक्ट हो गया। आपसे जिसको मिला है शायद उनका आइडिया थोड़ा और बेहतर था, और उनकी जो इम्पैक्ट उन्होंने सोचा है वो थोड़ी लाइफ चेंजिंग थी। तो अगर आप उस लेवल पे सोच पाए कि आपका आइडिया कहीं ना कहीं किसी ना किसी को समझ में आ जाएगा, इनको नहीं आया तो किसी और को भी तो समझ में आ ही जाएगा।
last date of application.
So our 25th June is written there. No. We'll be going to extend it. You'll get to know, in the coming days. Yeah. So our symposium is till 19th. So till 19th, portal is live. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, sir. Can we chat over lunch if that's okay? Okay. Fine. Sure.
all India issue, national issue. If Sydney, one of the serious NGO is doing 30 districts in Odisha, and in West Bengal and Jharkhand.
सर इंडिविजुअल क्वेश्चन है तो हम लोग लंच पे ओके